The weather was stifling, the summer heat everywhere. Ling had turned on the air conditioning for a nap, but less than half an hour later she was woken by a call from Heng. Still groggy, she asked, "What's up?" "You're napping?" Heng couldn't help but sound a little sour. "Not even 50 and already living like you're retired. It's one thing to sleep in every morning, but you even get to nap in the afternoon. I'm so jealous I could die." Ling chuckled softly. "You could retire too, you know. With your shares in the group, even if you took it easy, you'd still be a billionaire. You could sleep 20 hours a day if you wanted." "I'd better not." Heng sighed. "I still have to work hard for Xiaohan for a few more years. The more I earn, the more secure her future will be." Ling didn't buy it. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. You shouldn't spoil Xiaohan so much. Her studies are important. Don't lose sight of that. Otherwise, no matter how much you earn, even a mountain of gold and silver can be squandered. As far as she knew, Xiaohan's grades were average, not particularly outstanding. With her current performance, she probably wouldn't get into a top high school, just a regular one. The child had a lot of potential, but Heng believed that since she was a girl, she should be pampered and protected, so he rarely pushed her. A child who isn't raised with discipline, unless they're exceptionally self-motivated or gifted, rarely achieves much. Ling herself had plenty of assets. Even if her children never worked a day in their lives, they'd still be well off. But she never spoiled them. She was strict where she needed to be and never let up on the important things. You should help your child develop some hobbies and encourage her to pursue them. Xiaohan doesn't seem as outgoing as other kids her age, and she doesn't have any particular interests. That's not good. All of her children, except for Ranran, had their own hobbies, and she supported them in their pursuits. Except for her second child, the others all had excellent grades, which gave them more options in life while they chased their passions. Heng could only smile wryly. "I actually called to ask you for a favor, about Xiaohan." Ling's eyes twinkled. "What's up? Did the little girl fall in love early?" "No way," Heng laughed. "Can't you be serious for once? Just because a kid has something going on doesn't mean it's puppy love. Look at your reaction." Ling laughed and explained, "Xiaohan is 13 or 14 now, just at that budding age. If she did have a crush, it'd be normal. Everyone needs a little romance in their life or it's just too dull." "Really?" Heng asked. "Don't tell me Chong and Xiaoxin have had puppy love too." Ling replied, "Probably, but I'm not sure. I haven't asked. At their age, it's normal to have a few little secrets, maybe write a love letter or give a small gift." The kids were growing up and deserved their own secrets. Even if she and her husband knew, they'd pretend not to. Heng was surprised. "Really? I mean Ranran and Yang, sure. One's a top grad student, the other's an undergrad at Imperial University. Even if they brought home a wife, you'd probably just accept it. But Chong and Xiaoxin are only about to start their second year of high school, right? This is the time to focus on studies. Aren't you worried that puppy love will affect their grades?" "Worrying doesn't help," Ling said. "They're sensible kids and know that studying is their top priority. If they have a little crush, they keep it to themselves. If we parents make a big deal out of it, it might actually make things worse. Just let things happen as they will." "You're really that relaxed about it?" Heng was incredulous. Ling smiled and ran her hand through her hair. "What else can you do? Kids have to grow up. Ranran and Yang probably went through the same thing, but we never made a fuss. How real or lasting can high school romances be? Over 90% fizzle out. As long as their grades aren't affected, we just pretend not to know." Heng thought for a moment and said quietly, "I guess I need to learn from you on this." "Not so fast," Ling warned. "Xiaohan is more introverted and sensitive. You can't just copy what I do or it might backfire." Heng couldn't help but ask, "So should I interfere?" "No," Ling replied. "Pay attention, guide her in the right way. Reasonable involvement doesn't mean blocking her. Protecting her mental health is what matters most." Hearing this, Heng sighed. "Xiaohan, she really isn't like other kids. She's very sensitive and her moods swing a lot. Sometimes I have no idea what she's thinking because she hides her true feelings so well. Ling felt a pang of sympathy and said softly, "Maybe she needs more lively friends or classmates." After all, growing up in a single-parent home, it was inevitable that her mindset and emotional resilience would be a bit weaker. Heng said, "But she just can't seem to be lively. She used to be, but the older she gets, the quieter she becomes. Being quiet is fine for a girl, but she's not truly quiet. She's gloomy, always with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Sometimes I really don't know what to do, but I've done my best. For all these years, my family has been my support, then work and making money." "We both know the reason," Ling said honestly. "But what can you do? Some things can't be changed. When you two divorced, you couldn't really think about the child's feelings, and there was no way to. Back then, there was no choice but to divorce. Divorce is easy, but the problems it leaves behind aren't so easy to fix, especially the psychological impact on the child. Kids from happy, intact families generally have better emotional health, are more outgoing, and get along better with others. Of course, that's not always the case, but it's true for most. But Xiaohan was clearly one of the children who'd been affected. Heng let out a long sigh and said quietly, "We really owe Xiaohan. I've tried my best to make it up to her all these years. I've done everything I can except give her a complete family. Today I talked to her and hinted that maybe Dad should find a companion, otherwise when she grows up and gets married, I'll be lonely." Xiaohan got really upset and cried, saying she didn't want anyone else as her mom, she only wants her own mother. Ling raised her eyebrows. "You didn't go into detail, did you? Just floated the idea?" "Yeah," Heng said helplessly. "Even as a hypothetical, Xiaohan wouldn't accept it. She even said we should consider getting back together." "Remarry?" Ling was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "So what do you think?" "What do I think?" Heng replied. "If I wanted to get back together, I would have done it already. If there were still feelings left, we wouldn't have divorced in the first place, right?" Ling couldn't help but sigh. "Afang is still single, you know. She's never dated anyone else." "Lingling," Heng said quietly. "There's no way for us. Really, it's impossible." Back then, the two of them had lived apart for a long time. Their feelings had slowly faded away in the suffocating loneliness and constant bitter arguments. When he was hesitating about divorce, she dealt him a final blow that nearly ruined him for good. Even now, the pain and humiliation of that time still hurt whenever he thought about it. Ling murmured, "I understand. Honestly, I was disappointed in Afang too, angry at her for not fighting for herself and for her lack of morals. But my mother-in-law and Ayuan both refused to have anything to do with her. Other than her own family, she has no one. If they won't help her and I don't either, she might not have made it through those days. Back when she was in the detention center, Afang had tried to take her own life. If Ling hadn't visited with Xiaohan in time, Afang might have given up completely." Ling had plenty of complaints about her sister-in-law, even some resentment, but Ayuan only had one sister, one of his few close relatives. Ayuan resents her, but he doesn't want her to suffer. After all, she's his only sister, so I had to step in for him. He's grateful, even if he never says it. Heng sighed helplessly. "I get it. Even after the divorce, she's still part of your family. She's still Xiaohan's mother, and I've never denied that. No matter how badly she messed up, I've never said a word against her in front of Xiaohan. I've always tried to protect her image as a good mom." Ling said softly, "It hasn't been easy for you all these years. I understand." "But Xiaohan doesn't understand," Heng said with a bitter smile. "That's why I'm asking for your help." Ling felt a headache coming on. "Hey, that's a pretty tough job you're giving me." "If it weren't tough, I wouldn't be asking you," Heng said with a laugh. "You're so capable. Giving you an easy job would be an insult to your skills. Help me talk to Xiaohan. Tell her there's no chance of us getting back together, that we'll both find someone else and start new families." Xueling couldn't help but roll her eyes. So the child still has hope for you two, and you want me to be the one to crush it? You want me to tell her to accept that her parents will remarry other people? That's too cruel. Spare me! Not everyone can do that. She really couldn't bring herself to say something so heartless. Xueheng hesitated. Who else can I ask but you? You're both her aunt and her godmother. She only really spends time with your family. If you don't help, there's no one else. You should do it yourself, Xueling said. You and Afang are the ones who started this. You made this mess, so you should clean it up. Xueheng laughed wryly. You're being harsh. It's just the truth, Xueling replied. The one who tied the knot should untie it. You need to explain to Xiaohan that you and Afang have no feelings left, but you'll always be her parents, and that will never change. You both still love her, always. Take your time explaining, give her space to adjust. I can help by talking to Afang. Get her to help Xiaohan let go of the idea of you two getting back together and help her accept that you'll both find new partners. As for your relationship with Lawyer He, don't tell her for now. Oh, right, Xueheng said. We've only just started. I just wanted to prepare Xiaohan so she wouldn't be caught off guard. Xueling agreed. Xiaohan is so sensitive and melancholy. It's right to give her a heads up. Lingling, can't you help talk to Xiaohan for me? Xueheng still wouldn't give up. Xueling was firm. You're more suitable than me. Don't worry, I'll find a chance to talk to her. I'll let Afang know too, and then try to comfort Xiaohan. All right, Xueheng muttered. I thought I could just leave it all to you. Xueling snorted. Shut up, you just want to take the easy way out. Okay, Xueheng coaxed. I was wrong. I'll buy you some bird's nest soup so you'll stay forever young and beautiful. Xueling teased. You must be in love. You're already learning how to sweet-talk people. Hey, Xueheng chuckled. He meow. Isn't the type who needs sweet talk. I don't think we'll work out. Going on dates with her feels just like talking business, very official, no spark at all. Xueling burst out laughing. Then just be honest with each other and keep it professional. It's fine. You've already taken a big step. Who knows, maybe your second spring is just around the corner. From your lips to God's ears, Xueheng joked. I'll upgrade your bird's nest to the premium kind. Xueling laughed heartily. All right, I'll be waiting for your gift. Don't go back on your word. She hung up and set her phone down. After that conversation, she was wide awake. The little antique clock in the corner showed it was almost 3 o'clock, so she got up and washed her face. She wondered if any of the elders were up yet, so she wandered into the living room, only to find it empty. A breeze from the hallway brought the cool, grassy scent of the back garden, making her feel refreshed. Staying in air conditioning all day wasn't good, so Xueling simply sat on the stone steps in the corridor to enjoy the cool air. A while later, Cheng Huanchong hurried in from outside, licking an ice cream cone. Mom, what are you doing out here? Xueling replied, Cooling off, where did you go? Cheng Huanchong grinned. A few classmates invited me to the mall. It was so hot coming back that we each bought an ice cream before we dared leave the mall. Mom, there's still a little left. Want a bite? No thanks. Xueling shook her head. If I eat too much cold stuff, my stomach gets upset. It's fine to have a little now and then in the summer, but not every day and not several times a day. Too much isn't good for you. Cheng Huanchong obediently said, Okay, Mom, I still have some sketches to finish. I'll go back to my room. All right, Xueling nodded. Where are your big brothers? Cheng Huanchong shook his head. Big brother went out early. Second brother said he has training today, so he probably won't be back until dinner. Xiao Xin went to chess class this afternoon. The driver took her? Xueling asked, a little suspicious. I thought I saw Mr. Chen at the security booth earlier. Cheng Huanchong replied. Tituge drove her. Oh? Xueling's eyes flashed. Lately, it seems like Tai Tu is always the one taking her everywhere. Ever since the fruit import permit was approved, Tai Tu had been staying in the capital. Recently, Xiao Xin was practically glued to him. She wouldn't even go out unless Tai Tu drove her. Cheng Huanchong pouted, sounding a little jealous. Tai Tuge only dotes on the youngest. He barely pays attention to the rest of us." With that, he dashed back to his room. Sheling's eyes flickered as she thought about the age difference between the two, then she couldn't help but laugh at herself. She was probably overthinking it. Summer slipped away in a blur of busyness and joy, and autumn arrived seamlessly, bringing a coolness to the air. Sheling spent half her days keeping the elders company, and the other half at the Tianshu group. In the evenings, she'd sit with her husband in the study, reading books and going over the accounts. Life was peaceful and content. Even though every day was much the same, there was a quiet beauty in the routine that made her feel grateful and satisfied. After the board meeting, seeing that there was nothing else to handle, she drove back to the city. As soon as she reached her doorstep, she saw her father and Xue Jilian standing at the gate, both looking worried, as if waiting for her. "Dad, Uncle, why are you standing outside? Is something wrong?" Xue Jilian gave a wry smile. "We're waiting for Ah Huan to come by." "Oh." Xueling glanced at the car's display. "It's already 11. Is Ah Huan coming over for lunch?" Her father explained with a bitter smile. "No, Ah Huan is coming to take your uncle to the hospital to look after Zhao Yue." "What?" Xueling asked suspiciously. "What happened to Zhao Yue? Is he sick?" Xue Jilian sighed helplessly. "The boy fainted at school earlier. The teacher called 120 and sent him to the hospital. By coincidence, it was the People's Hospital. Ah Huan rushed over to check on him and said it was probably dizziness from lack of rest. He still has to work this afternoon, and Zhao Yi is on a business trip. Your aunt has to pick up Zhao Han and Zhao Nunyu later, so I need to go take care of Zhao Yue." "Uncle, I'm free right now. Let me drive you over," Xueling offered. "I'll visit Zhao Yue too." Xue Jilian waved her off. "No need. Ah Huan said he'd come pick me up. He should be here soon." "Wait a second." Xueling pulled out her phone and dialed Ah Huan's number. "It's rush hour right now, and the road out of the hospital is always jammed. I wonder if Ah Huan is stuck in traffic. If he can't make it, I'll just take you." The call connected but wasn't answered right away. Xue Jilian chuckled. "If he's stuck in traffic coming out, wouldn't you be stuck too if you went?" "It wouldn't be as bad," Xueling explained. "I heard on the radio that a section of road near the hospital is under construction, so only 2 lanes are open and it's really congested. If I go, I can take the 4-lane road, so it shouldn't be as bad." Just then, Ah Huan picked up. After a quick conversation, Xueling hung up. "Uncle, Ah Huan is stuck at the hospital entrance. I'll take you over. He's fine with it. He has a major surgery this afternoon and needs to eat and rest early. I told him to turn back and I'll handle things here." Hearing this, Xue Jilian quickly got in the car. Xueling's father couldn't help but say, "Maybe I should go too." "No need," Xue Jilian advised. "Wugei hospitals are crowded and full of germs. You're getting older. Unless it's really necessary, it's better not to wander around places like that." Xueling nodded in agreement. "Dad, Zhao Yue is fine. Don't worry, Uncle and I will take care of it." "All right then," her father relented. "Call me later, Jillian." "Will do." The business car set off again. Looking at the spacious interior, Xue Jilian couldn't help but comment, "Lingling, you've had this car for years, haven't you? It still looks pretty new." "It's been a while," Xueling replied, "but it still works, so I keep using it. The driver's on leave these days, so I'm driving myself. Uncle, last time Zhao Yue came for dinner, he looked a bit thin and pale. Are you sure it's just lack of rest?" Sigh. Xue Jilian let out a long sigh. Both his parents are doctors. They know his health well. Every family member gets a checkup every year and there's never been any problem. Zhao Yue's just under too much academic pressure, not getting enough sleep, and it's taken a toll on him. This kind of thing, dizziness or fainting, was bound to happen sooner or later. I saw it coming. "Huh?" Xue Ling was surprised. "You saw it coming? Then why didn't you try to talk to them?" "I did," Xue Jilian said, face darkening. "But they wouldn't listen. Xiao Yue is their son, so it's their job to manage and teach him. Even if I have a lot of experience as a grandparent, it's not my place to interfere too much, or my son and daughter-in-law might resent it." Xue Ling smiled softly. "Don't worry, Uncle. Huan and Zhao Yi both respect you a lot." He sighed again. Respect and filial piety are one thing, but listening to elders is another. I know I'm old, and my views are out of step with society, especially with the rapid development of the internet and technology. We old folks are being left behind. But there's one thing I agree with them on. We all want the kids to grow up healthy and safe. Unfortunately, they're so focused on making their son a success, pushing him to excel, that they're neglecting his health. "Zhao Yue just started middle school, right?" Shui Ling asked. "Yes, but it's not just regular classes. He's got several extracurricular training and interest classes, math Olympiad, abacus, programming, calligraphy. I can't even count them all. Poor kid, there aren't enough hours in the day for everything." Shui Ling frowned and gave a wry smile. "Kids these days are under so much pressure. The college entrance exam is like a single plank bridge. Every student is forced to study hard, and it's not easy for anyone. Huan and Zhao Yi probably just want their child to be well-rounded, to have more skills for the future, for college entrance and jobs. Chong and Xin have a good foundation, but even at the top high school, they can't always be at the top like before. Chong is very driven. Since the second year of high school, he's managed to stay in the top 50 for 2 months straight. Xin is steadier, but always hovers around the top 100, never quite breaking through. The pressure is really intense. "But you didn't sign them up for a ton of classes and training," Xue Jillian pointed out. "You just let them each pick one hobby to stick with and made sure they took it seriously. Xin plays chess, Chong draws. They've both kept at it for years. I think your approach is better." "Really?" Xue Ling laughed, steering the car. "People are like that. They always think other families have it better." Xue Jillian shook his head slowly. "No, I'm old enough to see things clearly. There are very few true prodigies in the world. Take Da Vinci, for example. He was a genius, so he could be a polymath. But how many geniuses are there? Very, very few. Most people are just ordinary. In my opinion, Zhao Yue is just a bit smarter and more diligent than average, but he's not a genius. Since he's not cut out to be a prodigy, why force him to become one?" Shui Ling nodded repeatedly in agreement. "I think so too." She considered herself an ordinary person, and so was Ayuan. Neither of them was particularly outstanding, let alone a polymath. Precisely because of this, she had never thought of raising her sons and daughters to be all-rounders. Life is only so long. From birth to 7 or 8, you're still muddle-headed. Before 20, you're basically not fully independent. In old age, you might have another 10 or 20 years. Life is so short. If in that limited time you can do 1 or 2 things well, that's already pretty good. Xue Jillian nodded. "Exactly. When I was a father, I never thought about raising my sons to be all-rounders, nor did I ever require them to be. But now that my sons are fathers, how can they expect their own kids to be all-rounders? I just don't get it. Heng is a bit better. He just wants Xiao Han to grow up healthy. But Huan and Zhao Yi are different. They wish their son could be the next Da Vinci." Shui Ling comforted him. "It's all right. Use this opportunity to talk to them. Uncle, you're still the head of this big family. Heng and Huan both respect you a lot. If you say something, they'll still listen." Sigh. Xue Jillian couldn't help but sigh again. "My sons are okay, but daughters-in-law are another story. Zhao Yi is quite filial to us, but she's a bit too anxious when it comes to raising her child. We've tried to advise her many times, but she just won't listen." "I'll help talk to her," Shui Ling said with a wry smile. "The child's already fainted from exhaustion. This clearly isn't a small issue anymore." Xue Jillian quickly recovered his smile. "That would be great. Xiao Yi listens to you, so you really have to help with this." "No problem," Shui Ling agreed. It wasn't quite lunchtime yet, so the business car made it to the hospital smoothly. Huan must have spoken to the parking staff because as soon as they saw the license plate, the security guard quickly arranged a spacious spot near the exit. "Thank you!" The uncle and niece thanked the guard and headed toward the inpatient building. "Uncle, do you know which floor?" Xue Ling asked. "He's already been moved from the ER to a private room." Xue Jillian thought for a moment, then laughed sheepishly. "I seem to have forgotten." "No worries," Xue Ling said, pulling out her phone. "It's easy to forget if you don't pay attention. I do that all the time. Jillian smiled apologetically. Getting old. My brain doesn't work like it used to. A moment later, Ah Huan answered, and Ling got the room number. She took her uncle up in the elevator. In the ward, Zhao Yue was still asleep, a small hand hooked up to an IV. Jillian's heart ached. He went over to tuck in the blanket, felt the boy's forehead, checked his pulse, and muttered to himself, "Ling, do you have any paper and pen?" Ling was a bit surprised. "Uncle, what do you need? I left my briefcase in the car. Do you need to write something? I can use my phone's notes app." "Oh, right," Jillian explained. "I want to write a prescription for the child. The test showed nothing serious, just need to rest. Western medicine is straightforward, but for overall health, Chinese medicine is better." Ling opened her phone and suggested, "Uncle, just recite it and I'll record it. I'll go to the pharmacy later and have them prepare it." "Even better." Jillian nodded. The little one slept deeply, probably due to the medication, and didn't wake up at all. After recording, Ling played it back twice to confirm, then put her phone away. "Uncle, I'll go get the medicine. You stay here and I'll also bring back some water and lunch." Jillian agreed and reminded her to be careful. Ling hurried downstairs. The ward quieted down. Watching the slow drip of the IV in the empty room, Jillian's face darkened a little. After a while, a young man in a white coat hurried in. "And you are?" Jillian stood up and smiled. "I'm the child's grandfather." "Oh." The young man quickly bowed. "Hello, Mr. Shi. I'm Assistant Liu, Vice President Xue Huan's assistant. The Vice President is busy preparing for surgery and couldn't get away, so he asked me to look after Zhao Yue. I just stepped out to find some files, sorry for leaving. But before I left, I asked the nurse on duty to keep an eye on things." "No problem," Jillian said. "The child's been sleeping the whole time, nothing to worry about." Assistant Liu helped him sit down and smiled. "Zhao Yue's fine. It's just dizziness from lack of rest. Vice President Xue prescribed a little medicine and told him to rest for half a day. He should be able to go home by evening." Jillian raised an eyebrow. "Nerve-soothing medicine?" "Just a small dose," Assistant Liu explained. "Mainly glucose and saline." Jillian nodded. "He's still young, no need for anything complicated. I've written a prescription for some herbal medicine. He can take it at home for a few days." Assistant Liu quickly agreed. "The school has already been notified. He's excused for half a day." "Take tomorrow off too," Jillian said. "Tomorrow's Friday, so with the weekend he can rest 3 days at home." Assistant Liu smiled awkwardly. "Vice President Xue said it's fine. He can go to class tomorrow. Wouldn't want to delay his studies. I heard there are 4 extracurricular classes this weekend. If he needs to miss those, I'll need to get the contact info." "No need," Jillian said gently. "You just focus on your work. I'll have Zhao Yue's mom handle the leave." Assistant Liu agreed, then asked, "Sir, have you had lunch? I can get you something from the staff canteen, or buy something outside if you prefer." "No need," Jillian replied. "My niece already went to buy food. She'll be back soon. Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Assistant Liu said sheepishly. "Been busy all morning." Jillian nodded understandingly. "Young people in hospitals are always the busiest. I know from experience, but no matter how busy, don't forget to eat and drink and try to keep regular meals. Go eat. We'll be fine here." "All right," Assistant Liu said. "I'll come back later. I'll bring some fruit too." With that, the young man hurried out. Watching the busy white coats in the hallway, Jillian couldn't help but recall his own days as one of them. For a moment, it felt like a lifetime ago. "How many years has it been since I retired? Why does it feel like forever?" "Grandpa?" came a weak, uncertain voice. Jillian turned quickly to see Zhao Yue, groggy but smiling brightly at him, and hurried over. "Yue, how do you feel? Anywhere uncomfortable?" Zhao Yue moved his hands and feet groggily, then said softly, "I'm fine." Jillian stroked his hair gently, full of concern. "Is your head still dizzy? Do you feel any better?" Zhao Yue smiled and shook his head. Not dizzy, I feel pretty good. The young boy still had a childish look, but his smile was innocent and bright. Looking at such a sweet and obedient grandson, Xue Jilian's heart ached even more. After thinking for a moment, Xue Yue said, I think I vaguely heard Dad's voice when I was half awake. Is this Dad's hospital? Xue Jilian explained. You fainted during class, so your teacher called an ambulance and brought you here. Your dad got the call and rushed to the ER to see you. The ER is a bit chaotic, so he had you moved to this private ward. Oh. Xiao Yue managed to smile. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I made you all worry. Xue Jilian held his hand, his voice full of love. Silly child. If you don't want us to worry, you have to take good care of yourself and keep your body strong. It was just dizziness, Xiao Yue said quietly, a little embarrassed. Lately I've been getting dizzy from time to time. Maybe it's anemia. Xue Jilian's face darkened and he shook his head. No, it's because you're not getting enough rest. Tell Grandpa, are you always sleepy? Yeah, Xiao Yue pouted. I'm tired every day. I wish I could sleep a little longer. My favorite is when Dad drives me to school so I can nap a bit more on the way. Xue Jilian couldn't help but ask, how many hours do you sleep each day on average? Xiao Yue explained. Sometimes I don't finish my homework until after 11. I get up at 6 in the morning. On weekends I can sleep a little later, maybe half an hour more. Xue Jilian's face grew stern. Even adults need 7 or 8 hours of sleep, and you're just a child, only getting 6. Chronic lack of sleep and poor energy will only hurt your learning and efficiency. How can your parents not understand such a simple truth? Xiao Yue was startled to see his grandpa angry. Grandpa, I just have a lot of homework. I have to finish it before I can sleep. It's not Dad and Mom's fault. I really try my best to finish everything. I don't dare slow down at all. Hearing this, Xue Jilian felt even more distressed. Child, Grandpa knows you're always obedient and hardworking. But now that you're in middle school, there are so many subjects. You really can't keep piling on more tutoring and interest classes, or your body won't be able to take it. I'm still okay for now, Xiao Yue said softly. Xue Jilian gave a cold laugh. Chronic sleep deprivation has serious consequences, far worse than just dizziness. You're at the age where you're still growing. If something happens to your health and it affects your development, that's a big problem. Xiao Yue lowered his eyes and muttered, I want to cut back on a few, even just one. But Mom won't agree. She says middle school isn't that stressful, so I should use this time to learn as much as I can, to build a solid foundation for high school. And the Math Olympiad class might help with extra points later, so I have to stick with it and not give up halfway. Xue Jilian let out a long sigh. What kind of thinking is that? Completely missing the point. Just then, Xue Ling returned. She was carrying several heavy bags in both hands. Xue Jilian hurried over to help. Xiao Yue greeted her happily. Auntie! Aunt Ling! Xue Ling quickly set the bags down and went over to chat with him. Hungry? Auntie bought lots of good food. Let's eat together. Xiao Yue's eyes lit up and he nodded. I'm really hungry. He had breakfast at 6, Xue Jilian explained. It's almost 1 now, of course he's hungry. When I was your age, our family was so poor we were always hungry, morning, noon, and night. I'd get up, study, and cook a little sweet potato. Each of us got one. If I got too hungry in class, I'd sneak a bite to fill my stomach. You should keep some little bread in your bag so you can eat if you get hungry. Xiao Yue shook his head. The teacher doesn't allow it. Xue Jilian snorted. Isn't modern education supposed to be student-centered? Kids are growing. If they're hungry, they should eat. Where's the student-centered part in that? Xue Ling smiled and soothed him. Schools have their rules. Teachers are just following them. Uncle, no matter what, society is always progressing, and so is education. But the core purpose of education shouldn't change. Xue Jilian sighed. Now going to school is like going to war. Kids have to fight every day, endless extra work and practice. How many real geniuses can you actually train this way? Xue Ling waved her hand and smiled. Let's not debate education policy for now. Let's fill our stomachs first. With that, she took out the food containers. Everything's still hot. Wow! Xue Jilian exclaimed. Why so much? Lingling, how many people did you order for? This could feed several, Xue Ling explained. I was going to order takeout at a restaurant, but as soon as I walked in, I ran into an old friend. She said she'd take care of it, told me to just come pick it up. I bought the medicine at the pharmacy next door, and when I came back, everything was packed up. I didn't stand on ceremony, just took it and left. That's too much trouble for her, Xue Jilian said. You should transfer her some money later. These are all good dishes. You can tell they're expensive. Xue Ling shook her head. No need, uncle. Next time I'll treat her to a meal in return. Zhao Yue ate happily, left hand on the IV, right hand eating quickly, almost wolfing it down. Xue Jilian handed him a lunchbox and gently reminded, slow down. Eating too fast when you're starving isn't good. The two adults ate while helping Zhao Yue, and in 10 minutes, everyone was full. Sir! Zhao Lu came in with a bag of fruit, surprised to see Zhao Yue awake. I thought he'd be asleep until 2 or 3. Xue Jilian greeted him and introduced him to Xue Ling. This is Ah Huan's assistant, Zhao Lu. Zhao Yue, call him Big Brother. After a brief exchange, Xue Ling asked, Is Ah Huan still busy? Yeah, Zhao Lu explained. There's a very important surgery this afternoon. He didn't get a break at lunch. He and a few specialists ate while discussing the case, then went straight back to meetings, and now he's prepping for surgery. He hasn't had a moment's rest. Xue Ling smiled wryly. That's tough. Zhao Lu smiled sheepishly. That's just Vice President Xue's normal. He's always busy. That's how it is, Xue Jilian said with a helpless laugh. All surgeons are busy. At that moment, Zhao Yue suddenly piped up from the bed. Grandpa, I don't want to be a doctor when I grow up. Huh? Xue Yue's sudden interjection drew everyone's attention to him. Zhao Liu laughed and asked, Why's that? Your dad is an amazing doctor, and your mom's a doctor too. And look at your grandpa here. Before he retired, he was a top doctor as well. Xue Yue lowered his eyes, his voice aggrieved and soft. Being a doctor means you can't spend time with your own kids. My parents are always busy. When I was little, I grew up at Aunt Ling's house. Every day, either Dad was on call or Mom was on call. Except for maybe a day or two at New Year, we hardly ever got to be together as a family. I don't want my own kids to end up as lonely as me and my little sister. Xue Ling was stunned, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Beside her, Xue Jilian's eyes were already wet, and he choked up. All right, then we won't be doctors. So what's our Zhao Yue's dream? I want to be an astronaut. Zhao Yue lifted his head, his face lighting up with excitement. Or a space scientist. I love reading science fiction about the universe, and I love sci-fi movies. Grandpa, just yesterday I read a bunch of articles about the solar system. They were so interesting. Xue Jilian nodded with relief and pride. That's wonderful. Our Zhao Yue will study hard and become a scientist in the future. Go for it. Xue Ling gave a thumbs up. Our Xiao Yue is so smart. Maybe you'll invent a faster-than-light spaceship, fly out of the solar system and the Milky Way, and head for Andromeda to look for aliens. Ha ha, Zhao Yue laughed happily. Xue Jilian ruffled his hair and asked, Still dizzy? No, I'm fine now, Zhao Yue replied. Xue Jilian pointed to the medicine bag in the corner. That's the Chinese medicine Grandpa prescribed, and Aunt Ling went out especially to buy it for you. When we get home after you're discharged, Grandpa will make it for you. Okay, Zhao Yue agreed obediently. Zhao Lu got a phone call and hurried out. A while later, Xue Huan arrived. Dad, sis, I can delay going into surgery for half an hour, but this operation will last until at least 8 or 9 tonight. Once this IV is done, you should take Zhao Yue home. Dad, let Zhao Yue and Yunyu stay with you tonight. Zhao Yi won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Xue Jilian nodded, his face still stern. Xue Huan could sense his father was angry and said awkwardly, Dad, it's mainly that the child didn't get enough rest. It's nothing serious. Why didn't he get enough rest? Isn't it because you two keep piling on study tasks and tutoring classes? She Jillian said sternly. This is the age to sleep well and grow up strong, but you're working him so hard he can't even get enough sleep. She Huan glanced at his son and said quietly, He's a student now. His job is to study. If he doesn't work hard at this stage, when will he? It's all for his own good. And the result? Xue Jilian shot back. Is the result good or bad? The child fainted, his body can't take it, and you still think it's for his own good? You and Xiao Yi are both doctors. What's the most important thing for a person? Health. Without health, without a sound body, everything else is empty talk. Xue Huan opened his mouth but couldn't find a rebuttal. Seeing his father truly angry, he could only force a smile. But before he could say more, his father raised his voice again. Starting today, I'll take over picking up and dropping off Xiao Yue. He'll stay with us at night. You can pick him up on weekends if you have time, and if not, that's fine too. Xiao Yue's eyes lit up instantly, his handsome little face full of anticipation. Xue Huan panicked and said, Dad, he's in middle school now. This is a crucial stage for his studies. If he doesn't build a solid foundation now, he won't be able to excel in high school. He's at the best middle school in the capital, but it's far from your place. The traffic is terrible morning and night, and you and Mom don't drive. How can you handle picking him up? I'll figure it out, Xue Jilian snorted. If I have to, I'll rent a car and drive him every day. If that doesn't work, I'll rent a place near his school and stay with him, cook for him morning and night. Xiao Yue cheered. Great, great. But Xue Huan shot him a warning look, and he immediately fell silent. Xue Huan looked at his father and said quietly, Dad, Xiao Yi, she won't agree. We have high hopes for our child. We invest so much time and money in him, all for his future, to help him stand out in this competitive world and secure a better life for himself. And what kind of future counts as better? Xue Jilian pressed. Tell me, is it only good if he becomes a deputy director at the capital's top hospital like you? Or a chief physician like Xiao Yi? This? Xue Huan was at a loss, trying to explain. As parents, of course, we hope our children will surpass us. That's what every parent wants. We're not that outstanding ourselves, so naturally we hope our child will be better. Xue Ling, listening on the side, instinctively touched her nose, sensing her uncle was about to get even angrier. Sure enough, Xue Jilian exploded. By your own admission, you're not that outstanding. If you can't be outstanding, what right do you have to demand your child must be? If you couldn't do it, why must your son become a dragon or a phoenix? Huh? Xue Huan. Xue Zilian fumed. When I raised you and your brother, did I ever force you to study like crazy? Did I ever demand you be better than me? Did you ever think, Einstein's kids, are they all more brilliant than him? Do presidents' kids rule the world, or the whole universe? If your logic held, the world would be full of geniuses and high IQ talent. Is that the case? Is it possible? Even if parents are outstanding, their kids might not be. And you two aren't even outstanding yourselves. Xue Huan was so embarrassed he didn't dare say a word. All right. Xue Ling finally stepped in to mediate. Uncle, you're getting older. You can't get too worked up or angry. Huan still has a major surgery coming up. You can't distract him. Education is a big deal. It can't be settled in a few words. Xiao Yi's on a business trip. You're busy. And Xiao Yue's health isn't great right now. Let him stay with the grandparents for a while and focus on getting healthy first. Xue Huan didn't dare object and quickly agreed. All right, we'll do as the elders say for now. Xiao Yue, go home with Aunt Ling, pack your books and a few sets of clothes, then go to your grandparents' place. Remember to listen to them and don't be naughty. Yes, Dad, Xiao Yue replied happily. Xue Ling laughed. All right, it's settled then. Only then did Xue Jilian's expression finally soften a little. The IV drip finished quickly, and the uncle and nephew took Xiao Yue to complete the discharge procedures. Xue Jilian felt embarrassed to trouble Xue Ling too much and explained, Just drop us off at a bus stop. I'll take Xiao Yue to catch the bus, go pack up some things, and then take him back to our place. Uncle, how can you say that? Xue Ling replied. I'm not busy anyway. If you're going to do a good deed, you might as well see it through to the end. Xue Jilian waved his hand. Look at the time. We've already disturbed you all afternoon. You didn't even get your nap. How can I trouble you any further? Uncle, why are you being so polite with me? Sheling laughed. I'm a pretty good free chauffeur, you know. I've been driving for years and never lost a single point on my license. Very reliable. Both She Jilian and his grandson laughed. Xiao Yue, like a little bird just freed from its cage, called out excitedly, Aunt Ling, can I come to your house this weekend? I want to feed the koi fish. I really miss them. They're so beautiful. Of course you can, Xue Ling agreed cheerfully. You're welcome any time. Xiao Yue laughed happily and took Xue Jilian's hand. Grandpa, if you have time tonight, let's play chess. I'll finish my homework quickly. Just give me 10 minutes. I'm not greedy, just one game is enough. Really, just one game. Xue Jilian felt a pang of heartache and replied gently, All right. Once we're living together, we can play chess anytime. When you're on holiday, we'll play every day. Will I ever be as good as Sister Xin? Xiao Yue said with a wry smile. Last time I played with her, I lost in just a few moves. Xue Jilian laughed and explained, Your sister Xin is already at a professional master level. Even I can't play with her anymore, let alone you, little rookie. Chess takes talent, and it also takes years of persistence and practice. Oh, Xiao Yue shook his head. Then maybe I shouldn't bother. Xue Jilian said warmly, You can just treat it as a pastime. Play a few games when you have time. It's good for your mind and helps build patience. I'm just afraid if my mom hears I'm interested, she'll sign me up for another class right away, Xiao Yue said honestly. I already have 6 classes. I really don't want another one. Sigh. Xue Jilian patted his little shoulder. Don't worry, Grandpa's here to help you. Xiao Yue, still worried, couldn't help but remind him, Grandpa, you can't argue with my mom. Don't worry, I won't, Xue Jilian replied gently. Your mom isn't unreasonable. She's just like your dad. She wants the best for you, that's all. Xiao Yue lowered his head and said softly, Grandpa, I'll study hard. Please don't fight because of me. Xue Jilian took his grandson's hand and said seriously, Don't force yourself. Just learn as much as you can. Kid, learning doesn't work if you're forced or stuffed with it. You have to like it yourself to really learn more. There are some things I just don't like, Xiao Yue said with a bitter smile. But Mom and Dad say I have to learn them. Xue Jilian said in a low voice, Don't worry. When you're with Grandpa and Grandma, it won't be like that anymore. But Xiao Yue still wasn't reassured. He asked, Grandpa, will my mom be really mad? Xiao Yue! Xie Ling, who was driving up front, chimed in. I'll help talk to your mom and dad. Don't be so anxious. We're all on your side. Poor kid, already so anxious and hesitant from the pressure of studying. Thank you, Aunt Ling, Xiao Yue said happily. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. Xue Ling and Xue Jilian helped pack up the luggage. Xiao Yue brought more than 30 books, over a dozen workbooks, a heavy backpack, and his erhu that he had to practice every day. He was so loaded down he could barely manage. Xue Ling couldn't stand it and helped carry the erhu case. Xue Jilian helped with the books, frowning and complaining. A middle schooler's books are more than I had in college. They keep talking about reducing the burden and quality education, but the books and subjects just keep increasing. What is quality education? It's just piling more and more on the kids and making parents spend more money. Xiao Yue giggled at this. Xue Ling was both amused and exasperated. Uncle, we're not education experts, so maybe we shouldn't comment. Who says you have to be an expert to have an opinion? Xue Jilian was still indignant. I was once a student. My child went through school, and now my grandson is in school. Each generation has it harder than the last. There's no such thing as reducing the burden. Xue Ling shook her head with a wry smile. Xin and the others have a heavy workload too. 8 or 9 subjects, all compulsory. Just looking at those thick books makes me nervous. Good thing we're not the ones studying, or we'd be overwhelmed. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Yue laughed and asked, Aunt, how many points do you think you'd get on our tests? Xue Ling shook her head. I probably wouldn't even pass. Xiao Yue burst out laughing. Even Xue Jillian couldn't help but smile. Your aunt is just being modest. She was a top student herself, went to a top university here in the capital. Aunt Ling is awesome! Zhao Yue gave a thumbs up. I want to go to university too. I want to study like Brother Ranan and go to grad school like him. Xue Jilian smiled with satisfaction. Go for it. Go for it, Xieling echoed, nodding. Cheng Huanran frowned. Classmate, you look pretty badly hurt yourself. If the doctors and nurses find out you're out of bed, they'll be furious. Why not wait until you're better to visit Yang Yang? There's no rush. No, the girl insisted stubbornly, murmuring, just want to see him. Her two friends looked troubled. Zhao Xiao is really stubborn. She insisted on coming to see Shuiyang. Big brother, please let us in. If she doesn't see him, she won't go back to her room and rest. Yeah, please, just let us in. We're Zhao Xiao's roommates, all students at Imperial University. We're not bad people. Cheng Huanran was kind-hearted and a doctor himself, so of course he didn't stop them. All right, but after you see him, you need to go back and rest. Don't push yourself. He stepped aside, letting them slowly make their way in. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were a bit stunned, but quickly came over to help with chairs. The girl named Zhao Xiao, seeing Shuiyang still unconscious, immediately burst into tears, sobbing so hard her face was streaked with tears. Her roommates wiped her tears and comforted her softly. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Classmate, he's out of danger now. He'll wake up later. You're hurt too. Please take care of yourself. But the girl just couldn't bring herself to leave, silently crying as she looked at Shuiyang. Xie Ling noticed that, despite her injuries and disheveled appearance, the girl had delicate features and a tall, slender figure. Seeing her cry so bitterly, it was clear her feelings for their second son were more than just gratitude. She seemed to understand something and came over to offer tissues. Miss, are your injuries serious? Is your forehead all right? Zhao Xiao snapped out of it, awkwardly taking the tissues. It's nothing, not serious. Her roommate couldn't help but interject. She had several stitches in her forehead and was unconscious all afternoon until just now. Don't pretend it's nothing. Your injuries are serious. Another roommate gave a friendly smile. Auntie, you must be Shuiyang's mom? He looks a lot like you. We're all so grateful he saved Zhao Xiao. If he hadn't shielded her, she could have been seriously hurt, maybe even killed. The coach has already contacted her family. They're flying over now. When they arrive, they'll definitely thank Shuiyang and your family properly. You're welcome, Xue Ling said, curious. What's your major? Are you swimmers too? No, Auntie, we're springboard divers. Xue Ling nodded. Zhao Xiao, right? Are you from out of town? Zhao Xiao didn't nod, just gave a weak, Her roommate explained. She's from a southern coastal city. Last summer, Zhao Xiao was the Asian champion, and in September she was admitted to Imperial University on recommendation. She's been busy preparing for the championships lately, but then this accident happened. Xie Ling comforted her. No one can predict accidents. Sometimes you just can't avoid them. Cheng Huanran started to usher them out. She's pretty badly hurt too. You really shouldn't have brought her out like this. Take her back to rest. You're all in the same hospital. There's plenty of time to visit later. The injured Zhao Xiao gazed at Shuiyang with tears in her eyes, murmuring, just a little longer. Her roommate, feeling sorry for her, lowered her voice. Let's come back tomorrow morning, okay? He's still unconscious now. He won't even know you came. Another roommate also gently tried to persuade her. He'll be fine. His family will take good care of him. Zhao Xiao, tears streaming down her face, whispered something softly. Her roommates wiped her tears and began to help her back. Xie Ling quickly said with concern, Don't try to walk anymore, it looks so painful. Huanran, go borrow a wheelchair from the nurse's station so this young lady doesn't have to suffer. No, her roommate said with a wry smile. Auntie, we can't. We sneaked Zhao Xiao over here. If the nurses or doctors find out, they'll scold us to death. Yeah, we really can't let them find out. Cheng Huanran, now an intern doctor, was actually a bit annoyed by this sneaking around, but seeing how weak the girl was, he relented. I'll go get one. Wait here." With that, he hurried off. Xiao Xiao kept her eyes on Shui Yang, full of pain and deep reluctance. A moment later, Cheng Huanran returned with a wheelchair. The two roommates helped Xiao Xiao into it and wheeled her away. "Auntie, uncle, sorry for disturbing you. We'll come see Shui Yang again tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Sorry, really sorry." Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling reminded them to take care of the patient, then closed the door. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding. It looked like their second son and that Xiao Xiao girl were probably a couple, so their son had gotten hurt being a hero for a girl. Shui Ling turned away and asked her older son, "Do you know that girl?" "I don't," Cheng Huanran answered honestly. "I guess Yang Yang met her during training." Shui Ling rolled her eyes. "She's a diver. Yang Yang's a swimmer. Would they even train together? Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending? Your dad and I aren't so old that you can fool us, and the three elders in the family are still sharp as ever." "Huh?" Cheng Huanran was both amused and exasperated. "Mom, I'm so busy every day, preparing my thesis, working my internship. I barely see my own girlfriend every few days. How could I possibly know if that girl is Yang Yang's girlfriend?" "Oh." Shui Ling followed up. "Your girlfriend doesn't work at the same hospital? You only see each other every few days? Is it really that bad?" Cheng Huanran grinned and hugged her, acting spoiled. "Mom, how does your attention drift so fast? Weren't we talking about Yang Yang? How did the topic suddenly turn to me?" "Don't get cheeky with me," Shui Ling scolded with a laugh. "It's because you're all too clever. Otherwise, would I have to beat around the bush like this? None of you ever volunteer information. I always have to dig it out myself. Can't you just save me some worry and be honest for once?" Cheng Huanran shook his head. "It's not that we're hiding things, it's just not at that stage yet. You said it yourself. If we're sure, we'll bring her home to meet you. And as long as we're a good match and she's trustworthy, you'll support us. But we're not sure yet. Otherwise, I'd have brought her home already." "We?" Shui Ling raised her eyebrows, glancing at her unconscious younger son. "So he's in a relationship too?" Cheng Huanran quickly shook his head. "I really don't know. When I said we, I meant me and my girlfriend." Oh, Shui Ling asked suspiciously. She's not sure either. Just how badly are you performing that your girlfriend isn't confident about your relationship or your future together? "Huh?" Cheng Huanran laughed awkwardly. "It's not that. She's just a very strong and independent woman. She thinks we should date for a few more years and avoid meeting the parents unless we're really getting married. Otherwise, she'd rather not talk about marriage at all." "I see." Shui Ling shook her head. "A daughter-in-law like that must be very capable, very impressive. Definitely a new era, independent woman who doesn't want to get married. How could she not be impressive?" Cheng Huanran nodded. "She's excellent academically and a great doctor. She's in my year, but a different specialty. She's a surgeon, always holding a scalpel." Shui Ling chuckled. "Since you're not sure if you'll get married, I'll just pretend I don't know anything for now. When you're sure, let us know in advance, bring her home for a meal, and then we'll talk about marriage." "It won't be that soon," Cheng Huanran waved his hand. "We haven't even graduated yet. Need to settle into our jobs and careers. She's very ambitious, probably wants to get a PhD, and won't consider marriage until she's done." "That's fine," Shui Ling said with a wry smile. "As long as you're willing to wait, we're fine with it." Cheng Huanran gave his mom a kiss and praised. "Mom, you're the best. Grandpa and the others all want to meet her, but I'm not planning on it for now. Maybe in 2 or 3 years. No rush." "Up to you." Shui Ling sighed softly, then looked at Shui Yang in the hospital bed and said quietly, "He's getting older too. He should retire now. If he studies for another year or so, he'll be ready to graduate. But I don't know if he'll choose this field. It might affect him. His arm won't be as strong as before, so he can't compete anymore." Cheng Huanran's eyes flickered and he said softly, "You don't have to swim yourself to be a coach, Mom. Don't worry about that." Cheng Tianyuan, who had been pretending not to hear, finally spoke up. At the start of the year, he said that after graduation he wanted to go into sports business, something about sports equipment and apparel. He didn't say he wanted to be a swimming coach? Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No, he said sports can drive a whole chain of related industries, and he wanted to use his resources to start a sports business. That's good. Xue Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, I was really worried that when he woke up and realized he couldn't compete anymore, he wouldn't be able to accept it right away. After all, for someone who's trained for years, not being able to fight for glory in the pool is a huge regret. Cheng Huanran comforted her softly. Mom, for a professional athlete, Yang Yang is already on the older side. He should have retired last year. He's won so many trophies and awards over the years, I don't think he has any regrets left. Maybe, Xue Ling murmured. He's always been optimistic and considerate. Even if he does have regrets, he'd never let us know or make us worry for him. Worrying won't help, don't overthink it. Cheng Tianyuan pulled her to sit down and told his eldest son, Go out and buy some light food for us. None of us have eaten yet. Oh, I'll go right now. Late at night, Xue Yang finally woke up. Cheng Huanran, who had dozed off nearby, immediately snapped awake and asked, How are you feeling? Does it hurt? Not much, I guess. Xue Yang, still groggy, glanced at his arm, which was wrapped up like a zongzi, and his voice was hoarse. What else could I feel besides pain? Cheng Huanran was amused. The anesthesia's worn off, so it'll be rough at first. After they change your meds tomorrow, it shouldn't hurt as much. Xue Yang swallowed with difficulty and looked around. So, how long did I sleep? What time is it? Cheng Huanran pressed him back down. Don't move. It's past 2 a.m. Yeah, almost 3. Damn! Xue Yang frowned and cursed weakly. It's that late. Afternoon and evening all gone. That's rough. Hey, what about the girl I saved? Is she okay? She's all right? Cheng Huanran gave him a helpless look. You're not the only one who had it rough. Mom and Dad were terrified when the coach called. They rushed over and could only wait outside the OR. Mom dropped her phone several times and even cried. Dad kept a straight face, but you could tell he was worried sick. They went home, right? Xue Yang asked, eyes wide. They left after midnight, Cheng Huanran replied. They didn't want to go. Said they'd wait until you woke up. But the on-call doctor said only one person could stay overnight, so I had Uncle Chen drive them home when I saw how exhausted they looked. He turned and poured half a cup of hot water, mixed it with bottled water, and helped Xue Yang drink it. Xue Yang let out a satisfied ah and urged, Another cup. My throat's still dry. All right. Cheng Huanran poured him another and explained, Your stomach and everything are fine, so you can eat whatever you want when you're hungry. Just stick to light food, nothing that'll slow your recovery. Got it. Xue Yang squinted and grinned. It's not my first time getting hurt. Text Mom and Dad. Tell them I'm awake and fine so they don't worry. I'll do it now. Cheng Huanran pulled out his phone, yawning. Not your first injury, but definitely your worst. You really scared us this time. Xue Yang frowned and muttered, I didn't expect it to be this bad either. After sending the message, Cheng Huanran raised an eyebrow teasingly. Hero saving the beauty, huh? That's an old trick, but it always works. Pfft, Xue Yang laughed, squinting his eyes and playing dumb. It's instinct to help a classmate in danger. Anyone would do it. Cheng Huanran chuckled and cut straight to the point. You're in different majors, different training areas. How did you just happen to sense she was in danger and save her in time? That's some sixth sense, huh? Xue Yang looked a little embarrassed, his eyes darting away. Cheng Huanran made a show of surprise. Wow, after 20 years as your brother, I never knew you had superpowers. Why don't you show us sometime? Or does it only work on pretty girls? Get lost. Xue Yang laughed and scolded. I'm the patient, you know? What kind of doctor bullies his patient? Where's your professional ethics? Did you feed them to the dogs? Ha ha! Cheng Huanran squeezed his uninjured arm and threatened, Still being stubborn? Like to change the subject, huh? Confess, and I'll go easy on you. If not, I'll squeeze your other arm next." "Don't you dare," She Yang grumbled. "I want to see my doctor, right now. You're threatening your own brother. Are you sure you're my real brother? Help! Mom, Dad, come back. Big brother's trying to kill me. My life is so tragic I can't go on." Chung Huanran burst out laughing and leaned over. "Stop pretending. I'll tell you the truth. Her roommates brought her to see you earlier. Not just me, Mom and Dad were here too. That girl's name is Yao Xiao, right?" Shui Yang looked embarrassed and stammered. "It's not what you think. Is she okay? Before I passed out, I think I saw blood on her forehead. I don't really remember." "It was pretty serious," Chung Huanran said honestly. "But she's better off than you. She should be able to keep diving, but you probably won't be able to use your arm like before." Shui Yang froze, blinking. "What do you mean? I can't use my arm like before?" "The injury was bad, and a blood vessel was severed," Chung Huanran said quietly. "If you work hard at rehab and with your youth, you should recover most of your function. But as for explosive power, after such a serious injury, it's unlikely you'll ever be exactly the same." Shui Yang closed his eyes, struggling to accept it. Chung Huanran held his hand and murmured, Yang, you'll still be able to swim, and your daily life won't be affected. Besides, you were planning to retire at the end of this year, or early next year anyway. In this field, you're already a senior. It's time to make room for the younger generation, right?" "No choice." Shui Yang took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with tears. "Whatever fate has in store, I'll accept it." Chung Huanran leaned down and hugged him tightly. "I know you have regrets, and it's hard to accept. I was going to wait a bit before telling you, but the doctor will change your dressing tomorrow, and your coach will come too, so you'd find out anyway. Better to hear it from me so you can be prepared. Mom and Dad couldn't bring themselves to say it, so I volunteered. You gain some, you lose some. You saved the girl you care about and traded a loss for a life. That's not a bad deal. You were brave enough to shield her from that falling equipment, risking your own body. That's real courage. Mom, Dad, and everyone in the family are proud of you. The girl you care about will be proud and grateful for the rest of her life, too." Shui Yang smiled, sniffed, and forced back his tears. "It really isn't a loss. She was sitting right below. If I hadn't jumped in time, that thing would have hit her head. She might not have survived." He glared at his brother, annoyed. "Don't make it sound so complicated. She gave me water a few times and was nice to me. I was just returning the favor. I don't even have a girlfriend yet." "Really?" Chung Huanran didn't buy it. "Just a coincidence? Your eyes were glued to her, weren't they? Otherwise, how could you have noticed the equipment malfunction before she did?" Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, Shui Yang had no choice but to come clean. "All right, I just wanted to chat with her. I noticed Xiao Xiao is a really hard-working girl. She trains seriously, always arrives earlier and leaves later than her teammates. She's a bit shy and doesn't talk much to others. A lot of the guys like to tease her, which makes her feel awkward. She's kind of pitiful, and I really like that about her. Can't help but feel protective. I want to look after her, stay by her side, protect her." Chung Huanran grinned, straightforward. "So you like her?" "Yeah." Shui Yang smiled softly. "I've admired and liked girls before, but it never felt this strong. She's the first girl I've ever wanted to protect." "You saved her life today." Chung Huanran crossed his arms. "Luckily, Mom and Dad are reasonable people. If it were other parents, they might have gone after her family." Shui Yang shook his head. "Don't talk about saving her life. Don't let Xiao Xiao feel guilty. I don't want her to feel like she owes me or has to repay me with her life. I may not be the best-looking guy, but I'm not worse than anyone else. If I'm going to pursue a girl, I'll do it openly, not by using something like this. If it had been anyone else, boy or girl, I'd have rushed over to help. That's just basic decency. It's not about liking someone." "Cool." Chung Huanran gave him a thumbs up. Shui Yang shrugged. "Not bad, right? You guessed it. I really was watching her, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed the equipment malfunction so quickly. But saving someone is instinct, especially when it's a girl you like, right?" Yeah? Chung Huan-ran grinned. All right, I've asked everything I wanted. Now, hero, are you hungry? Duh! Shi Yang grumbled. I'm starving! Chung Huan-ran chuckled and brought over a thermos. Mom specifically asked the kitchen to make you lean pork congee, fresh and tasty. Uncle Chen brought it over when he picked them up and it's been kept warm. Here, I'll get you a bowl. Hurry up, Shi Yang urged. I'm starving. Mom always knows me best. There's no one like Mom. I love my mama. As he busied himself, Chung Huan-ran explained, Let me rinse the bowl and spoon with hot water first. You're a patient now, can't risk any infection. Huh? This thermos looks unfamiliar. Shi Yang glanced at it. That's from Wenguo, I think. Tai Tu's family factory made it. He brought a whole box over last time. Oh, and the thermos on Xiaoxin's backpack is from him too, their latest product, with some kind of gold trim. Looks pretty cool. She's the only one with that? Chung Huan-ran was instantly jealous. My old thermos is about to break. Don't tell me she's the only one who got one. Shi Yang laughed, eating congee with his good hand. You're right, there are several thermoses, but only one like hers. I heard it's custom-made, one of a kind. Chung Huan-ran sighed, muttering, So jealous. Tai Tu really spoils Xiaoxin. Shi Yang was calm. We're 3 brothers and 1 little sister. Of course she's the special one. Mom and Dad never played favorites, but if this were another family, she'd be the precious princess. Only 1 girl, and the youngest. Of course she gets the best. If it's custom-made, there's probably only 1 or 2. With 3 brothers and 1 sister, the special one goes to her. The story of Kong Rong giving up the bigger pair only happens in books. Kind of makes sense. Chung Huan-ran wiped the thermos. But Titu really does spoil Xiaoxin. Last time he brought her a giant lobster for her birthday. It was so big it needed a huge box with oxygen and seawater all the way to Beijing. That lobster must have cost at least 10 or 20,000. Shi Yang grinned, swallowing the last bite of congee. As her real brother, I only gave her an eraser. I was short on cash. Had to ask Mom for 200 yuan just to pay my phone bill or my phone would have been cut off. Are you really her brother? Chung Huan-ran scooped him another bowl. Shui Yang nodded. Absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just given her an eraser. I'm a billionaire who can't even pay his phone bill. Who'd believe it? I don't even believe it myself. The assets Mom set aside for them were worth over $1 billion, but for now, all they could do was wait. Chung Huan-ran laughed. I don't believe it either. Shui Yang blinked. Did you have any pocket money left last month? I'm probably short again this month. Don't forget to spot me 100 or 2. I barely have enough myself. Chung Huan-ran shrugged. Food, transport, everything adds up. Even when I take my girlfriend out, I have to pinch pennies. She still thinks I'm just a poor student in Beijing. Nothing but a diploma, scraping by on my grad student stipend. Our dates are always in the cafeteria or at street stalls. I have to save for a week just to buy her chocolate. Roses on Valentine's Day are so expensive. I had to steal some from Grandma's garden and almost got caught by the security guard. Shi Yang couldn't help but laugh, but the shaking made his arm hurt. Tomorrow you should tell her you're actually a billionaire. She'll send you straight to the psych ward. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, I can't laugh anymore. Chung Huan-ran shot him a look, teasing, You broke guy. Are you any better than me? Go ahead, laugh until your stitches pop. I'll sew you up myself. Forget it, Shi Yang muttered. You're not professional enough. I'm not professional? Chung Huan-ran laughed. Don't let my supervisor hear that or he'll kill you first. Shui Yang finished another bowl and reached out. 1 more. No way. Chung Huan-ran shook his head. You can't eat too much now. Just enough for some energy, but don't overdo it. Shui Yang complained. But I'm still hungry? I don't feel full at all. Nope. Chung Huan-ran firmly closed the thermos. Shui Yang pleaded. Bro, you're my real brother. Chung Huan-ran smirked. Right now, I'm your doctor. Please follow medical advice. Bro, eat, rinse your mouth, and sleep. Your brother's even sleepier than you. I'm the patient. Are you really here to take care of me? I protest. I'm telling Mom. Protest denied. Listen to your doctor. That's Mom's standard answer. Bro, Sleep. Early the next morning, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan hurried to the hospital, bringing along the 3 elders who insisted on coming. Cheng Huanran had just woken up, and still groggy, stopped them at the door. He's still sleeping. Let him rest a bit longer. Xue Ling asked anxiously. He's not awake yet? Why is he still unconscious? Did you ask the doctor? Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Yesterday afternoon the doctor said he'd wake up later. Did you check with them? Cheng Huanran quickly shook his head. It's fine, really. He already woke up once last night, but his wound hurt, so he didn't fall asleep until after 5. It hurts? Is it bad? Liu Ying started to cry. Grandpa and Grandma Shue's eyes were red as they kept peeking inside. Cheng Huanran hurried to reassure them. The wound was treated well. Just a few stitches. Nothing serious. He's tough. He'll be fine in a few days. Really? Grandpa Shue asked quietly. You better not be lying to us old folks. Cheng Huanran hugged the elders and said warmly, I'm about to be a professional doctor. Don't you trust my skills, Grandpa? Can't you give me a little credit? Xue Ling chimed in at the right moment. The wound's already healing and the doctor said it's nothing major, but he'll need to stay in the hospital for a few days, with professional doctors and nurses taking care of his recovery. Don't worry, everything's fine. The 3 elders finally relaxed after hearing this. Cheng Huanran made a shh gesture and whispered, Let's wait outside for now. When the doctors and nurses do their rounds, he'll have to wake up and we can go in. Let the patient rest as much as possible. All right. We'll listen to you. Cheng Tianyuan handed his son 2 thermoses. Did you brush your teeth and wash your face? We brought breakfast for you. I just finished washing up when you arrived. Cheng Huanran smiled. Waking up to a delicious breakfast. What a treat. Have you all eaten? Everyone nodded. Grandpa Shue said with concern, You've been busy lately, haven't you? Look at you. You're starting to look like a panda from staying up so late. Just last night, Cheng Huanran chuckled. It's fine. I'm still young. Pulling an all-nighter or 2 is nothing. Usually I'm in bed before midnight and up a little after 6. Plenty of sleep. Eat up, Xue Ling said gently. Did you take the morning off? Tell your advisor you'll be home this morning. Get some sleep and come back in the afternoon. Don't worry, we'll take care of your brother. That's right, Grandma Shue added. I heard the nurse will be here later. With professionals helping, you just focus on your own work. Cheng Huanran shook his head. I'll just nap in the dorm for a bit. I still have 2 lab reports to finish. I'll catch up on sleep this afternoon, that should be enough. Go do your thing, Cheng Tianyuan said calmly. We've got things covered here. Cheng Huanran grabbed the thermoses and slung on his backpack. All right, with you all here, I'll head out. I'll eat breakfast on the bus to save time. Xue Ling stopped him. Uncle Chen is in the parking lot downstairs. Let him drive you, don't take the bus. It's crowded and noisy. How can you eat breakfast there? Okay. Cheng Huanran hugged his mom and hurried off. Liu Ying watched her grandson run off and couldn't help but feel sorry. It's so hard for kids these days. After all these years of studying, he's still so busy. The higher you go, the harder it gets, Grandma Shue agreed, her heart aching. He looks even thinner. This weekend I'll make some extra soup for him, and if he can't come home, I'll have Xiao Chong bring it over. Yes, Liu Ying nodded. We should make more. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan took the chance to wink at his wife. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and whispered, What is it? Cheng Tianyuan replied quietly, That girl from last night. Oh. Xue Ling made an okay gesture and smiled, whispering, Renan texted me, said it was a hero saves the beauty situation, and the girl he saved is someone he likes, but they're not dating yet. Cheng Tianyuan pressed his lips together, smiling. He didn't say more. Those boys were all grown up now, learning to pursue girls in their own way. Yesterday, both coaches had been present and explained that the accident happened during training when a piece of equipment malfunctioned and fell from above. If Xue Yang hadn't reacted quickly and blocked it with his arm, the teammate named Xiao Xiao could have lost her life. At the time, they hadn't thought much of it. Saving a life is a great deed, even if their son's arm was badly hurt. They hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to be a girl, and that she'd insist on coming to see their son despite her own head injury. Seeing the way she looked at their son, crying and heartbroken, they'd guessed what was going on. They'd been there themselves. They knew what that look meant. "Hey, speak of the devil." Xueling nodded ahead. "That girl is here again." Cheng Tianyuan looked up and saw Xiao Xiao in a wheelchair, pushed by her roommate, with a man in his 50s beside them. The couple exchanged a glance, quickly understanding. If they guessed right, this was probably the future in-law. Sure enough, the man came forward warmly, shaking hands and bowing repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank your son for saving my daughter, thank you. The coach showed us the security footage. It was really dangerous. If your son hadn't reacted so fast, I can't imagine what would have happened to my Xiao Xiao. I just can't imagine." Cheng Tianyuan shook his hand and asked, "My surname is Cheng. May I ask yours?" "No need for formalities. I'm Wang," Mr. Wang said excitedly. "My wife and I are so grateful we don't even know how to thank you. I sent my wife out to buy some fruit. We rushed over as soon as we got the call yesterday, didn't have time to bring anything. Today we came to see our daughter's savior and didn't even bring a gift. Please forgive us. We owe you." The two fathers quickly struck up a lively conversation. Xueling bent down to ask Wang Xiaoxiao how her injury was, if her head still hurt. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her head gently. "It doesn't hurt anymore. My head's not so heavy either. Thank you, Auntie." Xueling saw that, though she spoke softly, her eyes were clear and strong. She thought, for someone so young to be an athlete, she must not be a fragile girl, and couldn't help but like her even more. "Yang Yang's awake!" Grandpa Xue called out excitedly. "He's awake!" The three elders rushed into the ward and surrounded Xue Yang, all talking at once. Xue Yang squinted and smiled, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. I just wanted to stay in bed for a few days, get a little extra love from you all. Maybe get some red envelopes and treats while I'm at it." The elders all burst out laughing. "Here's a big red envelope for you," Grandpa Xue said, pulling one from his pocket and lowering his voice. "This is for your speedy recovery." "Wow, thank you, Grandpa." Xue Yang immediately beamed with joy. Grandma Lu made a shushing gesture. "Don't let your parents know. When you're better and back home, Grandma and Nana will each give you one too, big ones." Xue Yang was moved to tears, holding his grandmother's hands. "I knew you two loved me the most." Both Grandma Xue and Grandma Lu laughed heartily. Of all the kids, the second son was the best at making the elders happy. Strong, sweet-talking, always able to coax laughter out of them, even lying in a hospital bed. "Senior Xue Yang," someone called from behind. Everyone turned to look. A young woman peeked in, smiling shyly. "Senior, I'm Xiao Xiao's roommate. We came to see you last night, but you weren't awake then. Xiao Xiao is here too. She wanted to ask if it's convenient to come in?" Xue Yang's eyebrows shot up and he looked a little nervous. He quickly sat up and fussed with his blanket. Sure, come in." The girl nodded and disappeared from the doorway. "Who's Xiao Xiao?" Grandpa Xue asked suspiciously. Xue Yang's eyes darted around, not sure how to explain. His mom shot him a look. "How could you forget so fast? The girl in the wheelchair outside earlier, the one Yang saved yesterday." Oh. Grandpa Xue nodded quickly. Just then, the door opened and Xiao Xiao was wheeled in. Seeing her pale face and the bandage on her forehead, Xue Yang couldn't help but frown. You're still hurt? How are you? Is it serious? Did you hurt your leg too?" Xiao Xiao's fair face flushed a little. She said softly, "Just a minor injury, nothing serious. I'm only in the wheelchair because I'm afraid of getting dizzy. My legs are fine, really." Xue Yang let out a long sigh of relief, but Xiao Xiao's eyes filled with tears, and she choked up. "Yesterday, thank you so much. I can't even express how grateful I am. I was really moved." "Ha ha, Xue Yang grinned sheepishly. It's nothing, really. Tears slipped down Xiao Xiao's cheeks. You got so badly hurt because of me, and now you probably won't be able to train for a long time. I'm so sorry. No, don't cry. Xue Yang sat up in a panic. Hey, I'm fine. Really, I'm totally fine. Yang, don't move around. The elders quickly pressed him back down. You still have an IV in your hand. Xue Yang was mortified, not knowing where to look. Xiao Xiao, don't cry. I'm really okay. Her roommate quickly handed her a tissue and explained with a smile. She's not sad. She's just moved to tears by you. Hearing this, Xue Yang grinned like a fool. The elders immediately understood, exchanging glances and all grinning like fools themselves. Just then, Xiao Xiao's parents came in and showered Xue Yang with praise and gratitude. The hospital room was suddenly bustling, full of voices and laughter. It wasn't until the doctor came for rounds, frowning. What's going on? This is a hospital room, not a market. Only one person should stay to look after the patient. The rest, please leave so the patient can rest. Cheng Tianyuan still had to make a delivery, so he told Xueling to take care of their son, then took the elders home before heading to work. Xiao Xiao needed her bandages changed, so her parents wheeled her out. Her roommate had to go to training, so after saying goodbye, she hurried off as well. In an instant, the room was quiet again, just Xueling and her son. Xueling brought some warm water for her son to brush his teeth and wash his face. All done, Mom. Xue Yang tossed her the towel. Xueling shook her head in mock annoyance, rewashed the towel, and came over to wipe his neck and hands. Xue Yang couldn't help but laugh. Mom, you didn't really bathe or wash us much when we were little, did you? Xueling paused, then shook her head. Not much. Most of your daily care was handled by your dad, Grandma, and Nana. When the kids were little, it was the peak of her career, her busiest years. When you were little, I was busy building Ronghua Mall. I'd leave for work while you and your brother were still asleep, and come home after you'd gone to bed. Except for the occasional time I could take you downstairs to play. Oh, back then we lived in the Dongfang Garden Complex, and there was a big play area downstairs. Xue Yang smiled, his eyes crinkling. Who'd have thought I'd be in my 20s and still get to enjoy some late motherly care? Xueling chuckled softly. A mother's love is instinct. Next time don't scare me like that again. Sorry. Xue Yang grabbed her hand, nuzzling it like a child. I promise, Mom, it won't happen again. I won't make you worry anymore. Xueling laughed and sighed. Words are easy. Actions matter more. Yes, ma'am. Xueling smiled a little teasingly. You're in your 20s now, not a little boy anymore. If you like a girl, that's only natural. Hehehe. If you like someone, pursue her openly. Whether it works out or not, treat her sincerely. If it doesn't work, part ways peacefully. Don't drag things out or play games. I'll say it again. What matters most is that you like each other and treat each other well. I don't have high standards for a daughter-in-law, just decent looks, good values, and a positive attitude. Everything else can be overlooked. Hehehe. Don't just giggle. Xueling gave him a fond look. I'm being serious. Remember what I said. Xue Yang obediently replied, Okay, then mumbled, But nothing's happened yet. She might not even like me. Then go after her, Xueling said with a laugh. They say it's a mountain between a man and a woman. If you climb over, you'll know what's on the other side. Once you're better, go for it. Wang Xiaoxiao's parents were both teachers, cultured, polite, and humble. With parents like that, their daughter was almost certainly a good kid. For a future mother-in-law with simple requirements, that was already a pass. Xue Yang laughed. All right, I'll listen to you. Don't get too excited. Xueling pointed at his arm. It might not look bad, but it's a deep wound. Xue Yang shook his head. Mom, it's fine. I'm about to retire anyway. In a life or death moment, I didn't think about anything else. My arm's not ruined, I should be grateful. Compared to saving a life, this is nothing. As long as you're at peace with it. Xueling gently stroked his hair, looking at his still pale face, her heart aching. You lost so much blood yesterday. Mom, I'll recover soon, Xueyang said softly. Xueling knew he must be hurting inside, must have regrets, but he just didn't want the family to worry, but she couldn't bear to call him out on it. Come on, let me get you some kanji. Okay. Xueling was busy taking care of her second son until he was discharged 10 days later. The coach brought a rehab therapist to stay with him, so I'm not needed anymore. Liu Ying asked, When will he come home? He'll be back tomorrow, Xueling explained. He can stay at home for a month, just needs to go to the rehab center for an hour each day. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, What about his classes? Oh, come on, Grandma Xue laughed. Right now his health is the most important thing. Exactly, Liu Ying scolded her son with a look. Health comes first, classes can wait. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. At this rate, he'll be the king of repeat years at Imperial University. Don't worry, Xueling reminded him. He's not like other students. He just needs enough credits to graduate. Once he retires, he'll have time to focus on his studies. Grandpa Xue asked with concern, When is he retiring? Did he say? End of the year, Xueling replied. He said he still needs to discuss it with his coach, submit the application, get it approved. It'll take at least a month or two. That's good, Cheng Tianyuan said. He can settle down and study. His grades aren't top, but his foundation is solid. If he studies seriously, he'll probably graduate earlier than most. Let's aim for graduation next year or the year after, Xueling said. No need to rush. Grandpa Xue chuckled. He's already planning to start a business next year. He's in a hurry. What? Everyone was surprised. Grandpa Xue said, Huh? Didn't you know? He told me before that after retiring he wants to learn business, and even asked to borrow 100,000 yuan as startup capital. The other day he said since he's retiring early, he can start the business early too. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. Dad, don't pay him any mind. He's asking for startup money before he's even started. He probably doesn't know the first thing about business. Just ignore him. Grandpa Xue just played dumb and laughed. Xueling sipped her water, pretending not to hear. If her son asked her for money, she'd ask for details, but since he went to Grandpa instead, it was clear he didn't want his parents involved. In that case, let him be. 100,000 isn't a small sum, but even if he loses it, he can pay it back himself. No need to worry or interfere too much. Grandma Xue quickly changed the subject. By the way, Jillian came by earlier. He and his wife are going south for a little trip. Oh? Where to? When? Grandpa Xue asked. She didn't say when, probably these days. They said they haven't seen old colleagues in a long time, so while they're still able to travel, they want to catch up. That's good. Grandpa Xue sighed. He's been at odds with Ah Huan and his wife lately. Getting away for a bit will do him good. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Still about the kids' education? Yeah, Grandpa Xue explained. Ah Huan and his wife won't listen to him. Even said his ideas are outdated, which made Jillian really upset. I talked to Ah Huan too, but he said the competition is too fierce these days. If they don't push their kids, they'll fall behind and the parents will be anxious. He sighed deeply. In the end, it's all for the kids' future. As the saying goes, parents' hearts are always for their children. Jillian just feels sorry for the kids, and Ah Huan and his wife are trying to do what's best for them. No one's really wrong. Who can you blame? I don't understand all that, Liu Ying said honestly. I can't read, but I know how to live. I support the kids studying, but what I love most is seeing them healthy and strong. Health is more important than anything. Ha ha, Xueling laughed. Plain words, but true. Mom's right. Liu Ying waved her hand. No, I'm too old. My thinking can't keep up anymore. Grandma Xue hugged her arm. Let the young people worry about that. Let's go pick some celery and make dumplings for lunch. Great, I love celery dumplings. The two old ladies went off to the garden hand in hand. I don't like them, Grandpa Xue muttered, but no one listened. Xueling was never much of a cook, so she had no say. I'm fine with anything. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered, and he quietly beckoned his wife. That Xiao Xiao. She's out of the hospital, right? Xue Ling smiled. She was discharged a week ago. She has 2 competitions abroad at the end of the year, so she's back to training. Our second son is glued to his phone, texting her all day, grinning like a fool. I'd say it's pretty much a done deal. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat. Let's just pretend we don't know for now. Oh? Then why are you asking? Xue Ling teased. Our son's dating and you're more invested than anyone. Cheng Tianyuan looked embarrassed and slipped away. I'll go help with the dumplings. Dad doesn't like celery, so I'll make some chive ones for him. Xue Ling rolled up her sleeves and followed. Nothing else to do? Let's all make dumplings together. With everyone helping, the dumplings were soon ready. Old Li boiled them in hot soup and brought up 3 plates. There's seafood congee in the back, ready in 5 minutes. Great. Everyone ate happily, chatting as they went. Suddenly, Xue Ling's phone rang. She glanced at it. It was Xue Heng. Hello? Want some dumplings? Fresh chive dumplings, piping hot? Ling Ling, something's happened over here, huh? Xue Ling put down her chopsticks, frowning. What happened? Zhao Han and Zhao Yue ran away from home. They're both missing. Ran away. Xue Ling was startled, swallowing hard. What happened? Did you get the details? Today's Thursday. They should be at school. They left for school this morning but never went in. Zhao Han's teacher called me, asking why she wasn't in class. I told her I hadn't called in sick. After all, I dropped her off at the school gate. The teacher said she never came to class, not even for morning reading. I called my parents. They didn't know either. Dad called Aunt Fang, but she's at work and didn't pick up Zhao Han. We all rushed to look around the school. Then just now, Ah Huan called to say Zhao Yue is missing too. He didn't go to school either. Zhao Yue even left a note saying he and Zhao Han were running away and wouldn't be coming back. Did they come to your place? Have you seen them? Xue Ling blinked in panic, her voice trembling. No. Are you free? Please help us look. We're driving to the police station now. Xue Ling quickly said. Okay, we'll help look right away. Where are you reporting it? Remember to check the train station and airport. Xue Heng hurriedly agreed and hung up. Xue Ling put down her phone, trying to stay calm. Zhao Han and Zhao Yue had a fight with their families and skipped school. We need to get out and look for them, fast. Xue Ling was busy taking care of her second son until he was discharged 10 days later. The coach brought a rehab therapist to stay with him, so I'm not needed anymore. Liu Ying asked, When will he come home? He'll be back tomorrow, Xue Ling explained. He can stay at home for a month, just needs to go to the rehab center for an hour each day. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, what about his classes? Oh, come on, Grandma Xue laughed. Right now, his health is the most important thing. Exactly, Liu Ying scolded her son with a look. Health comes first. Classes can wait. Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. At this rate, he'll be the king of repeat years at Imperial University. Don't worry, Xue Ling reminded him. He's not like other students. He just needs enough credits to graduate. Once he retires, he'll have time to focus on his studies. Grandpa Xue asked with concern. When is he retiring? Did he say? End of the year, Xue Ling replied. He said he still needs to discuss it with his coach, submit the application, get it approved. It'll take at least a month or 2. That's good, Cheng Tianyuan said. He can settle down and study. His grades aren't top, but his foundation is solid. If he studies seriously, he'll probably graduate earlier than most. Let's aim for graduation next year or the year after, Xue Ling said. No need to rush. Grandpa Xue chuckled. He's already planning to start a business next year. He's in a hurry. What? Everyone was surprised. Grandpa Xue said, Huh? Didn't you know? He told me before that after retiring he wants to learn business and even asked to borrow 100,000 yuan as startup capital. The other day he said since he's retiring early, he can start the business early too. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. Dad, don't pay him any mind. He's asking for startup money before he's even started. He probably doesn't know the first thing about business. Just ignore him. Grandpa Xue just played dumb and laughed. Xue Ling sipped her water, pretending not to hear. If her son asked her for money, she'd ask for details. But since he went to Grandpa instead, it was clear he didn't want his parents involved. In that case, let him be. 100,000 isn't a small sum, but even if he loses it, he can pay it back himself. No need to worry or interfere too much. Grandma Shui quickly changed the subject. By the way, Jillian came by earlier. He and his wife are going south for a little trip. Oh? Where to? When? Grandpa Shui asked. She didn't say when, probably these days. They said they haven't seen old colleagues in a long time, so while they're still able to travel, they want to catch up. That's good, Grandpa Shui sighed. He's been at odds with Ah Huan and his wife lately. Getting away for a bit will do him good. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Still about the kids' education? Yeah, Grandpa Shui explained. Ah Huan and his wife won't listen to him. Even said his ideas are outdated, which made Jillian really upset. I talked to Ah Huan too, but he said the competition is too fierce these days. If they don't push their kids, they'll fall behind and the parents will be anxious. He sighed deeply. In the end, it's all for the kids' future. As the saying goes, parents' hearts are always for their children. Jillian just feels sorry for the kids, and Ah Huan and his wife are trying to do what's best for them. No one's really wrong. Who can you blame? I don't understand all that, Liu Ying said honestly. I can't read, but I know how to live. I support the kids studying, but what I love most is seeing them healthy and strong. Health is more important than anything. Ha ha! Xie Ling laughed. Plain words, but true. Mom's right. Liu Ying waved her hand. No, I'm too old. My thinking can't keep up anymore. Grandma Shui hugged her arm. Let the young people worry about that. Let's go pick some celery and make dumplings for lunch. Great, I love celery dumplings. The two old ladies went off to the garden hand in hand. I don't like them, Grandpa Shui muttered, but no one listened. Xie Ling was never much of a cook, so she had no say. I'm fine with anything. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered, and he quietly beckoned his wife. That's Xiao Xiao. She's out of the hospital, right? Xie Ling smiled. She was discharged a week ago. She has 2 competitions abroad at the end of the year, so she's back to training. Our second son is glued to his phone, texting her all day, grinning like a fool. I'd say it's pretty much a done deal. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat. Let's just pretend we don't know for now. Oh? Then why are you asking? Xie Ling teased. Our son's dating and you're more invested than anyone. Cheng Tianyuan looked embarrassed and slipped away. I'll go help with the dumplings. Dad doesn't like celery, so I'll make some chive ones for him. Xie Ling rolled up her sleeves and followed. Nothing else to do. Let's all make dumplings together. With everyone helping, the dumplings were soon ready. Old Li boiled them in hot soup and brought up 3 plates. There's seafood congee in the back, ready in 5 minutes. Great. Everyone ate happily, chatting as they went. Suddenly, Xie Ling's phone rang. She glanced at it. It was Xie Heng. Hello, want some dumplings? Fresh chive dumplings piping hot. Ling Ling, something's happened over here. Huh? Xie Ling put down her chopsticks, frowning. What happened? Xiaohan and Zhao Yue ran away from home. They're both missing. Ran away? Xue Ling was startled, swallowing hard. What happened? Did you get the details? Today's Thursday. They should be at school. They left for school this morning, but never went in. Xiaohan's teacher called me, asking why she wasn't in class. I told her I hadn't called in sick. After all, I dropped her off at the school gate. The teacher said she never came to class, not even for morning reading. I called my parents. They didn't know either. Dad called Aunt Fang, but she's at work and didn't pick up Xiaohan. We all rushed to look around the school. Then just now, Ah Huan called to say Zhao Yue is missing too. He didn't go to school either. Zhao Yue even left a note saying he and Xiaohan were running away and wouldn't be coming back. Did they come to your place? Have you seen them? Xue Ling blinked in panic, her voice trembling. No. Are you free? Please help us look. We're driving to the police station now. She Ling quickly said, "Okay, we'll help look right away. Where are you reporting it? Remember to check the train station and airport." She Heng hurriedly agreed and hung up. She Ling put down her phone, trying to stay calm. Xiao Han and Xiao Yue had a fight with their families and skipped school. We need to get out and look for them, fast. The elders were all terrified, insisting on joining the search for the children. Liu Ying was so anxious she started to cry, her voice trembling. "Xiao Han, my little Xiao Han." Shui Ling tried to comfort her. "They're just kids, probably just acting out. The sun's strong outside, you all should stay home and wait for news from us." "That's right," Cheng Tianyuan agreed, nodding. "Most likely the kids just snuck out to play together. They'll be back by nightfall. Don't worry, just wait at home for our updates." Shui Ling and Cheng Tianyuan couldn't eat anymore. They put down their chopsticks and hurried out. On the way, Shi Jilian called, the elders on the other end frantic. "We're at the district police station now. The officers are already checking the surveillance footage." Shi Ling asked, "What about Ah Huan and his family?" "They're here too." Shui Jilian's voice was choked. "Beijing is so big, so many people. We don't even know where to start looking." Shi Ling took a deep breath. "Uncle, try not to worry. The kids are teenagers, not little children. They know about danger and how to protect themselves. Don't worry, there are cameras everywhere now. We'll find out where they went soon." Shi Jilian sighed. "My mind is a mess right now. Just now, Aunt Fang called asking if Xiao Han skipped school. I didn't know whether to tell her. Ah Heng said there's no need to make another person worry, so I shouldn't tell her. But after hanging up, I felt bad. After all, Aunt Fang is Xiao Han's mother. How can we not tell her?" "It's okay. I'll tell her," Shui Ling reassured him. "Uncle, just try to stay calm. We're on our way to help." Shi Jilian hung up. Cheng Tianyuan, driving, asked, "Did the kids leave any address? Any clues?" Shi Ling gave a wry smile. "If they're running away, of course they wouldn't leave an address, and the school doesn't allow phones or smartwatches, so it's hard to track them with technology. We'll have to check all the surveillance around the school entrance, one by one." "Don't worry," Cheng Tianyuan said. "We caught it early, at most a few hours head start. We'll find them." Xue Ling was about to call Cheng Tianfang from her contacts when her phone rang. It was her. "Sis-in-law, are you home? Have you eaten?" Xue Ling hesitated. Halfway through. She'd only eaten half a bowl of dumplings, hadn't touched the seafood congee, and had rushed out. "Sis-in-law, I called Xiao Han's grandpa earlier, asked if Xiao Han was sick since she didn't go to school. He asked if I'd taken her out to play. I said no. I was busy with a TV crew at the time, so I hung up quickly. But just now he sounded evasive and it was noisy in the background. I think I heard him say it's nothing. Then he hung up. Sis-in-law, is Xiao Han's grandpa eating at the garden today? Xiao Han's not sick, right? Why didn't she go to school?" Xue Ling had no choice but to tell the truth. Cheng Tianfang was shocked, completely at a loss. "Oh my God, what are these two kids doing? Why run away? Just last weekend when I took her out for Western food, she was laughing and chatting. Nothing seemed wrong. How could this happen? What's happened these past few days? When did she disappear? Where?" Xue Ling tried to calm her. "Don't panic, just calm down. Fang, the two of them planned this. They're not missing, just ran away, so don't worry too much. Try to remember, when you were with her last weekend, did she say or ask anything unusual?" Let me think. Oh, yes. When we were eating ice cream, she asked me if Dad married another woman and had a new baby. Would he stop loving her? I told her no matter how many babies Dad has, she'll always be his precious girl. She didn't say anything after that. Xue Ling made a mental note and said quietly, "Xiao Han probably can't accept Ah Heng dating again. As for Xiao Yue, it's probably the pressure from his parents about school. They're not in the same situation, but both are under a lot of stress, so they decided to run away together. Sis-in-law, I'm taking leave to look for Xiao Han. Where are her dad and grandpa? Did they check the school?" "They're at the police station now. We're on our way too. Fang, take leave and come help. Once the police check the surveillance, we'll split up to search. Okay, I'll take leave and drive over now. The call ended. Xue frowned and put her phone away. Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim. The mess of the previous generation always ends up hurting the kids. If adults get along, they marry. If not, they divorce. But they only think of themselves, never about the kids' future. Xiaohan is more sensitive than most, even struggles with her own cousin, so you can imagine how hard it is for her to get along with others. It's a tragedy. All right, Xue sighed. Now's not the time for this. What's done is done. We have to find the kids and help them through this. That's the priority. Cheng Tianyuan said, as long as they're still in Beijing, we'll find them before dark. Let's hope so, Xue murmured. But, as always, the more you worry, the more things go wrong. After more than half an hour of reviewing surveillance footage, it was confirmed. Yao Yue and Zhao Han never entered the school. Instead, they met at a nearby milk tea shop. Then, they took a taxi south out of Beijing. Along the way, they switched taxis, then took an unlicensed car, and even rode a rural bus. By around 10 in the morning, they'd left the city. The police showed a few blurry images. This is the last shot from the highway. The car was heading toward Luzhou. I'll contact our colleagues there to check where the car stopped. An hour later, more bad news arrived. The kids switched vehicles in the city, took a bus to the mountains, then got off and walked up. There's no surveillance in the mountains, so we can't confirm their exact location for now. Everyone was anxious, their faces grim. Shijilian, eyes red, asked, why did they go up the mountain? What's the name of the mountain? Is there a tourist spot up there? Luzhou Mountain, the officer replied. There's a small temple at the top, but nothing else. Shuaheng asked anxiously, where did they go? What are they doing up there? The police shot him a look. You're their father. If you don't know, how could we? The kids entered the mountain over half an hour ago. There's no surveillance up there. You'd better hurry and look for them. Once it gets dark, the mountain will be dangerous. Hurry! Let's drive over! Zheng Xiaoyi choked out. Xue Huan put his arm around her shoulders and called, Bro, let's go look for them. All right. Xue Heng nodded, then couldn't help but ask, Officer, can you help us search? Of course, the officer replied. A few of us will go with you. Everyone stay in touch and try not to stay on the mountain after dark. We'll notify you immediately if we hear anything. No one cared about the time or darkness. They all rushed out and piled into their cars, heading for the highway. She Heng drove his parents, Cheng Tianfang drove herself, Xue Huan and his wife shared a car, and Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling brought up the rear. Wait, Xue Ling reminded. Let's look for a convenience store on the way. Buy some food, drinks, and flashlights or lanterns. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Right, we need to be prepared. There's nothing on the mountain, and everyone's so worried about the kids no one thought to get supplies. Xue Ling, the calmest, immediately pulled out her phone and started recording a list. Flashlights, bread, milk, jackets, bottled water, tissues, torches, megaphones. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Can you even buy a megaphone at a convenience store? Xue Ling looked ahead. There's a shopping plaza up there. There'll be a supermarket. Let's split up and buy whatever we can, even if we double up. With so many people, nothing will go to waste. All right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Let's meet back at the car in 15 minutes. They quickly pulled into the parking lot. The couple split up, one to buy megaphones and lanterns, the other to the supermarket for food and drinks. With the help of a store clerk, Xue Ling soon bought a case of bottled water, several bags of bread, a case of milk, and 2 packs of tissues. Do you have flashlights? Where are the lanterns? I need ones that don't need charging, or at least can charge in the car. The clerk asked curiously, Are you going camping? No, we're going to search for someone in the wild, Xue Ling replied. The clerk quickly said, Then I recommend a hiker's kit, fully equipped, holds a lot, and comes with a long-range flashlight. I'll take 2, Xue Ling said at once. Are you sure? The clerk led her over, whispering, These are imported and a bit pricey, but the quality is top-notch. For the first time, Xueling was blunt. I'll take 2, I can afford it. She quickly bought 2 big black packs, stuffed everything inside, and hurried to the parking garage. Cheng Tianyuan arrived at the same time, holding 3 megaphones, 2 bullhorns, and a little bee, portable speaker. Let's go! They jumped in the car and headed for the nearest highway entrance. At a red light, Xueling opened the bread, tore off a piece, and handed it to her husband. Cheng Tianyuan took a big bite, then a swig of water. Autumn days are short. It's already 4 o'clock. Even if we drive fast, we won't reach Luzhou until at least 5:30. That Luzhou mountain is way out there. By the time we get there, it'll be dark. Xueling pulled out her phone. Even if it's late, we have to go. Just then, Xueheng called. Hello? Lingling? Where are you? We're already on the highway, but there's so much traffic. We can't go fast at all. Xueling quickly advised. Don't rush. We're looking for the kids, but don't get into an accident. If you crash, it'll only slow things down. I'm in the main lane. Fang just passed us. She's in front. Juan switched lanes, but he's stuck in traffic too. We're not on the highway yet. We stopped to buy supplies and food. Great! Don't take the number 3 highway entrance. Head out to the suburbs, less traffic there. Once you're out of the city, get on the highway and you'll avoid this jam. Damn! There must have been an accident up ahead. It's getting worse. We're stuck in the middle. Xueling could hear the frustration in his voice. Okay, got it. Don't worry, the police will clear the road soon. She hung up and told Cheng Tianyuan to take the suburban route. He agreed and did as she said. Just then, Xue Huan called, also asking their location and suggesting they take the suburban highway. He was anxious and frustrated, taking deep breaths. Xueling soothed him, lowering her voice. You're the backbone of your family. If you panic, what will Xiao Yi do? She's even more upset than you. You can't fall apart. Xue Huan took a deep breath. Sis, I know. She's still crying. She even wanted to get out and run there. I stopped her. Even the calmest person would lose it in a situation like this. Kids running away to a strange remote place. Anything could happen. He didn't dare imagine the worst. Xueling sighed. Hand the phone to Xiao Yi. I'm just sitting here anyway. Let me talk to her. Maybe I can help calm her down. Thanks, sis, Xue Huan said gratefully. As soon as Xueling said hello, she heard Zheng Xiaoyi sobbing uncontrollably. Ling, what do we do? We're stuck. It's getting dark. It's getting dark. Why did they go up the mountain? What if there are wild animals? They'll be in danger. Are those two crazy? Did they even think about the consequences? Zhao Yue grew up in Beijing. He's barely even been to a park, let alone the wild. And we're still stuck. Why aren't the cars moving? If only I'd installed a tracker. Or bought him a phone. He was acting strange this morning, said he was tired, asked if he could skip school. Why did I scold him? Why did I nag him about his grades? Why didn't I just ask what was wrong, why he was tired? How could I be so stupid? So stupid. Zheling sighed deeply, unable to get a word in for a long time. Zhao Yi, calm down just a little. Now's not the time to blame anyone or look for fault. The most important thing is to find the kids and bring them back safely. The traffic jam is only temporary. It'll clear soon. The kids are teenagers, not little children. They have basic judgment and self-protection skills, so we don't need to panic too much. Zheng Xiaoyi was both anxious and full of self-blame. Seeing the traffic at a standstill, she cried even harder. Xueling comforted her over the phone for a long time, only hanging up after they finally got on the highway, and she assured her the road ahead was clear, telling everyone to stay in touch. Cheng Tianyuan kept his eyes on the road and said, "What's the use of regretting now? When the kid fainted from study pressure and had to be sent to the hospital, they still didn't take it seriously. And they're both doctors." Sigh. Xueling couldn't help but sigh. It's because they're doctors. They just thought it was temporary dizziness from overexertion, and that with enough rest, he'd recover quickly. Cheng Tianyuan retorted, "Isn't Uncle Jillian a doctor too? Ah Huan and Zhao Yi are really something. Uncle Jillian has never been a strict parent. He's always accommodating, open-minded, and smart. He's raised Zhao Yue for years, and suddenly he steps in. Didn't they ever wonder why he'd act so out of character? Maybe something was really wrong. But they're stubborn and won't listen, always thinking they know what's best for their kid. All they care about is pushing him to succeed. But did they ever think he might not be able to take it and would run away? If they'd thought of that, this wouldn't have happened, Xueling sighed helplessly. Cheng Tianyuan's face was grim. I'm only saying this to you. I wouldn't dare say it in front of the elders. Uncle Jillian and Auntie are already on the verge of collapse. I wouldn't dare add fuel to the fire. You're not adding fuel, Xueling said with a wry smile. You're just telling the truth. Ah Huan and Zhao Yi really didn't handle this well. They were too stubborn. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. We're not really in a position to lecture anyone. Our eldest was a late bloomer. His grades weren't great until his second year of high school. The second got into college as an athlete. The third and fourth are doing well, but they're only in their second year of high school, haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet, so there's nothing to brag about. Their Zhao Yue is truly outstanding, good at everything, took 7 or 8 tutoring and interest classes over the summer. We can't compare. We can't, Xueling shrugged. Our only advantage is that we have a good attitude. Even if the kids do badly on exams, we're still cheerful. Our kids look forward to coming home for the holidays, but their Xiao Yue ran away and went off to a deserted mountain. The couple sighed together. Caring about a child's education is a good thing, but too much is as bad as too little. A truth not everyone understands. Clearly, Ah Huan and Zhao Yi had gone too far. Cheng Tianyuan said, Uncle Jillian was right before. This is a classic case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. If the kid's body can't take it, his mind won't last either. And now his words have come true. Not long ago, Uncle Jillian was so upset he moved to the family compound for a few days. Cheng Tianyuan had heard him complain many times, and both he and his father-in-law had tried to persuade Shuo Huan, but he wouldn't listen, saying that junior and senior high were the most critical 6 years and the kid had to work hard to get ahead, couldn't waste precious study time. They tried, but there was nothing more they could do. Uncle Jillian was so angry with his son and daughter-in-law that he decided to go south to visit old friends and colleagues to get away and relax. Who knew before he could leave the conflict would explode? Xueling glanced at the sky and lowered her voice. It's getting dark. I wonder if the kids have come back to the city. Call the police and ask, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. They told us to stay in touch. Xueling called, only to learn that the police were also stuck in traffic, but traffic police were clearing the way and they'd be moving soon. They said the Luzhou officers have already gone up the mountain to search, but there's no news yet. Cheng Tianyuan tried to reassure her. Don't worry, with the police helping, there'll be good news soon. Xueling stretched her neck, exhausted, and murmured, I hope we find the kids before dark. Close your eyes and rest a bit, Cheng Tianyuan suggested. Xueling shook her head. I can't sleep. You just focus on driving, I'll keep you company. An hour later, they reached the Luzhou area and headed straight for Luzhou Mountain on the car's GPS. Xue Heng and Xue Huan were still on the road, but Cheng Tianfang had arrived first. Xueling clutched her phone in disbelief. How did you get here so fast? I don't know. I just drove as fast as I could, Cheng Tianfang said. I didn't even dare look at the speedometer. Xueling muttered, Crazy. Cheng Tianfang said awkwardly, Sis-in-law, I'm already at the foot of the mountain. There are 2 police cars here and an officer won't let me go up. Why? Xueling asked. Is it because it's getting dark? Yes, Cheng Tianfang said anxiously. He said there are no streetlights on the mountain, except at the temple on the summit. Did the kids go to the temple? Xueling pressed. Ask them quickly. No. The police already checked the summit, no sign of them, and the temple said no visitors today. The mountain road is winding and endless. It's getting dark. Why did those 2 go up the mountain? Where are they? Zhaohan, Mommy's here to find you. Mommy's here. Here. Woo! Xueling's heart ached listening to her, and she was too choked up to speak. On the other end, a man's voice tried to comfort Cheng Tianfang. Ma'am, please calm down. My colleagues are searching the mountain. We'll find the kids soon. It's almost dark. Your phone's flashlight won't help much. Even locals don't dare go up the mountain at night, let alone someone unfamiliar with the area. Cheng Tianfang sobbed quietly. Xue Ling couldn't listen anymore and hung up. How much farther? She asked. 3 or 4 kilometers, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Mountain areas are usually remote, and at dusk, there were few cars or people. Cheng Tianyuan drove fast, and 10 minutes later they reached the foot of the mountain, spotting the nearly hysterical Cheng Tianfang and a middle-aged police officer on the phone. Sis-in-law! Cheng Tianfang ran over and threw herself into Xue Ling's arms, sobbing again. Xue Ling comforted her while telling Cheng Tianyuan to quickly unload the supplies. We brought flashlights and lanterns. Fang, don't cry. We have to be strong. The kids are counting on us to find them. Let's eat something to keep up our strength, then go up the mountain and call for them. We even brought megaphones. If the kids are still on the mountain, we'll definitely find them. Even though they were well equipped, the police still stopped them. Please don't be impulsive. I know you're worried about the kids, but none of you have wilderness experience. You absolutely cannot go up the mountain at night. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. It's already dark. We can't wait any longer. How about I go up with you and my sister and wife stay here? Would that work? No, the officer replied. My orders are to stay here and coordinate. I'm not just standing around. Going up alone is dangerous. You can easily get lost. If you run into wild animals, it's very risky without a group. Cheng Tianyuan, anxious, looked up at the now completely dark sky. We still have a few people on the way. The kids' fathers are almost here. I'll go up with them when they arrive. The officer shook his head. Let me check with my superiors for any updates from the search team. But the signal in the countryside was poor. After several tries, he finally got through. Sorry, still no sign of them. Hearing this, Cheng Tianfang broke down in tears. Xue Ling held her hand and found it icy cold. The temperature dropped quickly at night in the wild, and the mountain wind was biting. Everyone's clothes were clearly not warm enough. Xue Ling hurried back to the car, grabbed a jacket, and handed another large black one to the officer. These are just what I grabbed at the supermarket, men's and women's, all a bit big. It was all so sudden, so just wear them to keep warm. Cheng Tianfang sobbed. Sis-in-law, why aren't Ah Heng and the others here yet? They're stuck in traffic, Xue Ling explained, and now it's dark, so they can't drive too fast on the highway. Cheng Tianfang looked at the pitch-black mountains, tears streaming down her face. It's so dark, so cold. What are they doing up there? Zhaohan is so timid. She's afraid of everything, even a little spider, let alone wild animals. Woo! Half an hour later, Xue Heng and the others arrived. Not just their whole family, but a whole police van full of officers. After a quick discussion, Cheng Tianyuan, Xue Heng, and Xue Huan went up the mountain with the police, bringing megaphones, food, and several flashlights. Xue Jilian wanted to go too, but everyone stopped him. Whether from fear or cold, the two elders kept trembling, even with the jackets Xue Ling brought. Xue Ling quickly called out, Let's not stand out here in the wind. Fang, Xiaoyi, help uncle and aunt into my car. I'll turn on the heat so they can warm up. Everyone got into the van. Xue Ling turned up the heat and poured cups of hot water she'd filled at the highway rest stop. Don't catch a cold, warm up. Zhezhilian sipped slowly, his eyes and nose red, silent for a long time. His wife just sobbed quietly, not saying a word. The car was oppressively quiet, heavy with worry. Cheng Tianfang and Zheng Xiaoyi both cried softly, occasionally letting out a sob. Just then, Xue Ling's phone rang. It was Zheng Duoduo. He'd gone to the family compound for dinner after work, and when he heard his nephew had run away, he was so shocked he dropped his chopsticks. Xue Ling explained the kids hadn't been found yet, but it should be soon. Zheng Duoduo asked her to send their location and said he'd come right away. Xue Ling tried to calm him, saying it would take over 2 hours to drive there at night, and it was safer to come in the morning. Honestly, it's too dangerous to go up the mountain. If you come, you'll just be waiting with us at the foot. Once the kids are found, we'll go home. But Zheng Duoduo couldn't sit still. Coincidentally, Titu came back this morning. We'll take turns driving so we can look out for each other. I'll call him now. Sis, send me your location. Knowing she couldn't stop him, Xueling said, Bring plenty of hot water, fill up the car, bring extra coats and blankets. There's everything you need at the compound, just load it all up. Zheng Duoduo agreed and hung up. Xueling told Zheng Xiaoyi that Duoduo and Titu were on their way. Zheng Xiaoyi choked out, Lingling, please tell him. Don't tell Auntie yet. She's always doted on Xiao Yue. If she finds out, she won't be able to take it. Okay, Xueling called back and told them to come quietly and not alarm the elders. Zheng Duoduo agreed, saying they'd be there soon. They waited in the car for over an hour, still with no news. Xueling asked the police if there was a gas station or rest stop nearby. The officer said there was a small gas station about 3 kilometers away with some food and drinks. All right, Xueling thanked him and drove over. Everyone used the restroom, bought some hot milk tea, and then returned to wait. The waiting was agonizing and miserable. No one spoke except for the occasional sob. About half an hour later, finally, some good news. On a rock halfway up the mountain, they found some brand new snack wrappers. She Heng said those were Xiaohan's favorite snacks. She must have dropped them. Everyone was overjoyed. The kids can't be far. Great, they must be nearby. On the mountain, Xue Huan and Xue Heng took turns calling out with the megaphone. Xiaohan, Xiao Yue, dads are here to find you. Where are you? If you hear us, answer. Xiaohan, Xiao Yue. But in the pitch-black mountain, there was no reply, only the howling wind. Everyone was exhausted, but no one stopped to rest. Xue Heng, panting, felt like his heart was being cut with a knife. It's freezing up here and there's no moon or stars. We've been searching so long. A police officer tried to comfort him. Don't lose hope. The kids might be hiding. Let's keep moving and calling out. The mountain path was rugged, the grass so tall it was higher than a grown man. Xue Huan checked his phone. It was already past 11. There's one hill after another. We can't just keep searching and shouting like this. The officer suggested, Since your kids ran away, they probably don't want to be found. Let us call out instead. Xue Huan and Xue Heng exchanged a look, eyes full of pain and regret. How upset must the kids have been to run off to such a remote place? Maybe it was the emotional strain or maybe just a moment's carelessness. But Xue Heng suddenly lost his footing and tumbled down the slope. Ah! Bro! Xue Huan cried, rushing to grab him. Careful! The police hurried over to help. After a while, they got Xue Heng back up. He'd hurt his back and twisted his ankle, which was badly swollen. He clearly couldn't walk. Cheng Tianyuan decided to help him down the mountain, but he refused, insisting on staying. Cheng Tianyuan was both anxious and angry. You can't even take care of yourself right now. How are you supposed to look for the kids? Xue Heng sat on the dirt, choking up. I'm not going down. Not unless we find Xiaohan. Cheng Tianyuan nearly raised his hand to hit him. There are plenty of people searching. We don't need you. It's pitch black, the grass is tall, and there's not even a path. How are you going to search? It's better to go down now, and when it's light tomorrow, we can get more people to help. No! Xue Heng shook his head. We can't stop. It's so dark everywhere. The kids must be terrified. And who knows what wild animals might be out at night. Enough, Cheng Tianyuan said, frustrated. If you keep this up, the kids won't be found and you'll worry yourself to death. It was the first time Xue Heng had been scolded by Cheng Tianyuan, and he lowered his head in grievance. Brother-in-law, why don't you go with the others? The more people searching, the better the chances. Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice, If I leave you here alone and you run into wild animals or wolves, what then? Didn't they say not to act alone in the wild? You always need a companion. Let's just sit here and rest. I'll massage your ankle. The lead officer said if there's no progress in an hour, they'll pull back and search the other side of the mountain. Sigh. Xue Heng was anxious but helpless, unable to move. Why am I so useless? I break down at the critical moment. The kid's been down these past few days. Why didn't I take her out, talk to her? Maybe if we'd talked, none of this would have happened. That's not the root of the problem, Chung Tianyuan said, hitting the nail on the head. After you and Ah Feng divorced, Xiaohan was destined to grow up in an incomplete family. If she was lucky, maybe she'd be as well adjusted as other kids. But how many kids are that lucky? Xiaohan's always been sensitive and suspicious, not very social, and more thoughtful than most. This isn't new. Xue Heng's eyes were red as he sighed in silence. Chung Tianyuan didn't want to say more. Nothing he said would help right now. The two of them sat quietly on the narrow mountain path. The forest was full of small animals and insects, their sounds blending together and making the night feel even deeper and quieter. Chung Tianyuan pulled out his phone and saw he had only a sliver of signal. He sent a message to Xue Ling. A while later, she replied, "Wife, get him down the mountain as soon as you can. If not, find someone to help carry him." Chung Tianyuan explained that Xue Heng refused to leave and that they'd wait another hour to see if there was any progress. If not, they'd move to another slope and try to get him down then. After a long time, there was no reply from Xue Ling. Chung Tianyuan checked his phone and saw there was no signal again. Suddenly, Xue Heng spoke up. "Brother-in-law, do you think, if Ah Feng and I pretended to get back together, would Xiaohan get through her rebellious phase more smoothly?" Chung Tianyuan nearly rolled his eyes and couldn't help but snap, "Are you crazy?" "For Xiaohan, I'd do anything," Xue Heng said seriously. "I told her before that I was trying to date, hoping to build a family and give her a warm home. She hated it, said she didn't want anyone else as her mom, didn't want any aunties in her life. She even asked if I could get back together with Ah Feng. I refused, and she was really disappointed and upset. Now I regret it. If she insists on us getting back together, giving her a complete family, I'll do it." Chung Tianyuan scolded him again. "Shut up! You're not thinking straight. Don't say crazy things. Even if you wanted to get back together, would Ah Feng agree? How happy can a family with no love be? Xiaohan isn't stupid. She's grown up. Even if you fake being in love and pretend to remarry, she'll figure it out eventually. Then what? Divorce again and hurt her a second time? Huh?" Xue Heng was still reluctant, mumbling, "Just tough it out for a few years until she's through her rebellious phase and in college. Maybe when she's older, she'll understand how hard it was for me and her mom. Don't you think?" "Don't ask me," Chung Tianyuan said irritably. "You're not thinking rationally right now. Anything you say is nonsense. If I start discussing this with you, I'm just as crazy as you." "Brother-in-law." "Don't call me that. Take off your shoe, I'll rub your ankle." Xue Heng's injury was bad, and he yelped in pain. Chung Tianyuan wasn't a professional, so he just did what he could. Seeing how much pain Xue Heng was in, he soon stopped. Half an hour passed, and there was still no news from ahead. Xue Heng grew more anxious, muttering nervously, "It's so late. The kids can't have gone far, they don't have the stamina." Just then, Chung Tianyuan's phone rang. It was his wife. "Honey, Ah Huan and the others went around to the other side of the mountain and ended up above a highway. It's dark, and the mountain paths are confusing. They're all hungry and exhausted, so they can't keep searching. We're going to drive over and pick them up. You two stay put if you're safe, and try to build a fire to keep wild animals away. The new shift of officers will come in to find you and keep searching." Chung Tianyuan asked, "So they ended up on the side of the mountain?" It's night, and with no paths, they just wandered out. Now it's just you two left in the mountain, and they don't know your exact location. Send me your location and build a fire. The new police team will come in to get you and keep searching." Chung Tianyuan agreed and sent his location. Even though GPS in the mountains wasn't very accurate, it was better than nothing. At least it gave a general direction. He then used his flashlight to gather some small branches, found a medium-sized dead tree, kicked it down, and used his Swiss Army knife to chop off a few pieces. He found a relatively flat spot, helped Xue Heng over, and cleared the area. Finally, he used his lighter to ignite some dry grass, then the branches, and soon had a good fire going. Xue Heng had never camped or built a fire before. "Brother-in-law, is it supposed to burn this fast? Will it last?" Chung Tianyuan replied, "These pieces will burn for half an hour. I'll chop more. Keep these small ones by your side and feed the fire. Don't let it go out. I don't know how, Xue Heng admitted. By the time I was old enough to remember, our family was already using coal stoves. Cheng Tianyuan explained, Don't throw it all on at once. Add a little at a time, just keep the fire going. I'll be nearby, I won't go far. After a while, the fire began to die down. Xue Heng carefully added more branches, waiting for Cheng Tianyuan to return. After some time he came back, carrying a bundle of dry branches and leaves. With his experience, Cheng Tianyuan soon had the fire burning brightly again. The two of them warmed themselves by the fire, drank some water, and waited for the new shift of police officers to arrive. Xue Heng checked his watch. It's past 2. Cheng Tianyuan pulled out his phone and saw that Xue Ling had sent a message. They'd already picked up Ah Huan and the others, and police were monitoring all the areas with surveillance along the way. But so far, there was still no sign of the 2 kids. Xue Heng held his head. Xiao Han, Xiao Yue, where are they? Dawn's coming. Cheng Tianyuan comforted him. Once it's light, it'll be easier to search. We can get more people to help then. Xue Heng looked around and sighed. Why is this mountain so big? The two sat in silence, waiting. Over an hour later, the new shift of police finally found them and took turns carrying Xue Heng down the mountain in the other direction. Xue Ling and the others were already waiting by the roadside at the foot of the mountain. Not just Xue Huan and his wife, but also Zheng Duoduo and Chen Xinji, who had just arrived. Let's go to the hospital first, Cheng Tianyuan said. His ankle's sprained. Xue Heng refused. My dad's an orthopedic specialist. Why go to the hospital? Dad, come help me out. Hurry. Stop shouting, Xue Ling said. Earlier, Duo and the others took Uncle Jillian and Auntie to the nearby hospital for oxygen and rest. What? Xue Heng was startled. What happened? What's wrong with my dad and Mom? They were just too worried, Xue Ling explained. First, Uncle Jillian had trouble breathing, then Auntie did too. They're getting older, so I didn't want them waiting out here. Duo and the others had just arrived, so I asked them to take them to the hospital. Xue Heng was extremely anxious and quickly looked at Zheng Duoduo. How are they? Nothing serious, right? Just oxygen? Zheng Duoduo nodded. The doctor said it's nothing major. Probably just too much heat in Lingling's car earlier. They just need some oxygen and sleep. We'll pick them up later. Xue Heng breathed a sigh of relief and slumped against his brother's arm. Lingling, do you have a first aid kit in your car? Give me some painkillers or a patch. I'll be fine soon. Knowing he wouldn't leave, Xue Ling fetched the kit, sprayed his ankle with pain relief and anti-swelling medicine, and applied several patches. Cheng Tianyuan, being older, was exhausted after driving and searching all night. He fell asleep in his seat. Chen Xinji found a small blanket to cover him. Zheng Duoduo poured hot water and gave Xue Heng some anti-inflammatory medicine. Xue Heng was also exhausted, but he couldn't sleep. His heart was twisted with worry for his daughter, and he was afraid to even close his eyes. Chen Xinji spoke in a low voice. Madam, with a mountain this big, if the kids are hiding somewhere asleep, it's almost impossible to find them. Once it's light, we should climb to the highest peak and use binoculars to search area by area. That's the most efficient way. All right, Xue Ling nodded. Go buy more binoculars. We have 2 in our backpack, but get as many as you can. Chen Xinji said, We bought about 10 on the way here. Zheng Duoduo quickly explained. Before we left Beijing, T2 said we should get some outdoor survival gear. We rushed to a store just before closing and basically bought out half the place. Good thinking, Xue Ling praised. Zheng Xiaoyi, exhausted, leaned against Xue Huan and murmured, Duo, T2, sorry to trouble you both, making you worry and come all this way so late. We're family, don't say that. Zheng Duoduo sighed. Sis, why don't you try to get some sleep? Dawn's coming. You've all been up for a day and a night. Rest now so you'll have energy to look for Xiao Yue later. Tears streaming down her face, Zheng Xiaoyi whispered, I can't sleep. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. Chen Xinji said quietly. The kids still need you to search for them. For their sake, you have to stay strong. It's not fully light yet, so there's nothing we can do. Rest up now so you'll have the energy to search later. A woman may be weak, but a mother is strong. Only the thought of her child could truly motivate her. Sure enough, Zheng Xiaoyi wiped her tears, wrapped herself in a blanket, and closed her eyes. She Heng remembered something and looked to the back row of the car, seeing Cheng Tianfang slumped motionless, apparently asleep. He sighed softly. Xie Ling was already exhausted, sleeping under a blanket beside Cheng Tianyuan. Chen Xinji went to sleep in his own car, while Zheng Duoduo sat beside his sister, keeping watch. Cough, cough. Xie Huan cleared his throat. Zheng Duoduo handed him a thermos. Xie Huan thanked him, unscrewed it, and took a sip. The water was a bit hot, but it warmed him up and made him feel a little better. Zheng Duoduo murmured, Brother-in-law, you should sleep too. I'll wake you when it's light. Xie Huan nodded gratefully and leaned his head back. Zheng Duoduo closed his eyes to rest, but beside him, Zheng Xiaoyi slept fitfully, her body and head twitching, even waking up crying. Sis, don't be like this. Zheng Duoduo hugged her, comforting her. Xiao Yue is already a teenager, not a little kid, and he's got Xiao Han with him. They're together, so they should be safe. Choking up, Zheng Xiaoyi said, Duoduo, I suddenly realize what a failure of a mother I am. When Xiao Yue was little, I had to go to school and couldn't take care of him full time. Later, when I started working, I was always busy. He was almost always at Lingling's house or with Auntie. Only when he started elementary school did he live with us, but I was still busy, dropping him at school, then at aftercare, picking him up when I could, or his dad would if I couldn't. Every winter and summer break, he had to study this and that, never had 2 or 3 days of real rest. I always thought, since we're busy, he should be busy too, or he'd fall behind his peers. I was wrong, so wrong. Why did I want him to be the best? I'm not the best myself, so why did I expect him to be? He's such a good kid, but we pushed him to run away. He doesn't want us anymore, doesn't want this family. Woo! It's not that bad, Zheng Duoduo said, frowning. Xiao Yue just acted on impulse. He's a teenager now. Even the best kids get rebellious sometimes. Sis, when you get him back, just change your approach and it won't happen again. Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed. I just hope he comes back safe. Nothing else matters. Really. Zheng Duoduo comforted his sister until she calmed down a bit, then poured her a cup of warm water. Zheng Xiaoyi drifted in and out of sleep, crying intermittently, sometimes awake, sometimes sobbing. Xie Huan wasn't doing much better, teetering on the edge of collapse. But he didn't dare show it, forcing himself to hold on, afraid that if he broke down, his elderly parents and Xiao Yi would only feel worse. Zheng Duoduo frowned at him, unable to find words of comfort, so he focused on soothing his sister, hoping to ease his brother-in-law's burden a little. Dawn broke, but the children were still missing. The police continued searching the mountain, doing their duty with dedication. After everyone had rested, the group prepared to set out again, leaving Xue Heng behind. I'll wrap my ankle, I can walk, Xue Heng called out. But no one agreed, insisting he stay in the car to watch over the vehicles and wait for news at base camp. Xue Ling said, Someone has to stay behind, and since you're injured, it should be you. Don't worry, we'll definitely bring the kids back. Now that it's light, it'll be much easier to search. Enough arguing, Cheng Tianyuan said with a frown. Do you want your ankle to heal or not? Just stay here and stop talking. Xue Heng, embarrassed, could only nod in agreement. The group set out in force. With plenty of equipment, lots of people, and daylight on their side, even the police on duty couldn't stop them. They just reminded everyone not to split up and to stay in contact at all times, then allowed them all to enter the mountain. Chen Xinji led the way, with Cheng Tianyuan guiding them to the spot where the kids' snack wrappers had been found. With daylight, the forest was much clearer. The group split into smaller teams based on the number of paths, agreeing on a time to regroup. Most of them were not young and had no experience hiking in the wild, so they were soon exhausted and struggling, even before noon. Only Chen Xinji had the stamina to help, often supporting Shui Ling and Zheng Xiaoyi, and even carrying Zheng Xiaoyi for a long stretch. After noon, everyone gathered at the small temple on the mountaintop, quickly ate some bread and milk to regain strength, and then resumed searching. Panting, Zheng Duoduo said, holding binoculars, "After dark last night, they probably found somewhere to hide and sleep. These mountains are endless and the forest is thick. Other than this little temple, there's no other building. They probably slept in a cave." "There's not much water in these mountains, so there may not be many caves," Chen Xinji said. "Judging by the terrain, those 2 or 3 small peaks over there are more likely to have caves." Cheng Tianfang came out of the temple, looking exhausted and disheveled. "No one. Just 2 old monks, nothing else." Shueling sighed and explained, "I donated all my cash to the offering box, hoping the bodhisattva will keep the kids safe." Cheng Tianyuan helped her sit down and handed her a bottle of water. "Drink. Rest your feet." Cheng Tianfang leaned against the old mottled wall, tears glistening in her eyes. Cheng Tianyuan, face stern, handed her a bottle of milk. She was startled, but took it instinctively. "Thank you, brother." Cheng Tianyuan turned and walked away. She couldn't hold back her tears, which fell silently. Just then, Chen Xinji called out, "The police are searching the last peak. They've stopped. Looks like they found something." Everyone was instantly excited, jumping up. "Really? What did they find?" "They found them?" Chen Xinji pointed in a direction. "They might have found them roughly over there. The trees are too thick. Let me check again." At that moment, Shu Huan's phone rang. He answered quickly. Then, with joy, he nodded, "Yes, that's me. They found them." "Huh? Down a slope? Injured? Is it serious?" "Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Please get them up safely." Everyone was overjoyed. "Thank goodness, they're finally found." Shu Huan, eyes shining with tears, explained, "They found them, down a slope. The police are rescuing them right now." "Thank heavens. Oh my God, finally." Cheng Tianfang and Zheng Xiaoyi wept with joy, unable to stop crying. Shu Huan's eyes were wet as he explained, "One of them might be hurt, but it's not serious. Both are conscious and cooperating with the rescue." Everyone hugged each other in excitement. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "What now? Can we go around to meet them?" "No," Chen Xinji explained. "That slope is very steep and the grass is tall. There could be snakes. In this weather, snakes are out eating before hibernation. It's dangerous." "Then let's go down and wait," Shu Ling suggested. "The police will bring the kids down. We should go buy some hot food and drinks. The officers have been working all night with little rest or food. They've worked so hard." Yes, Zheng Duoduo agreed. "Let's go down and wait." Zheng Xiaoyi and Cheng Tianfang were still desperate to see the kids. "Can't we go around another way? We don't know how badly they're hurt. If we go, we could help with first aid." "Don't make things harder," Shu Huan said. "Let's listen to everyone and go down first." With red eyes, Zheng Xiaoyi looked to her 2 brothers for help. "Duoduo? Titu, can you try?" Chen Xinji calmly said, "We'll go down first. When we reach halfway, Duoduo and I will go around to meet the kids. If we go down that valley, we should meet them as they come down. We'll go. You all don't have the strength, so wait below." Zheng Xiaoyi was still reluctant, but Zheng Duoduo comforted her. "Sis, trust us. Don't worry, I've learned some basic first aid and medical care. I can help." Zheng Xiaoyi had no choice but to agree. "Then, just be careful, and remember to bring the first aid kit." "Got it?" they both replied. The group then headed down the mountain. Now that the kids had been found, everyone felt lighter and moved quickly, reaching the foot of the mountain in just an hour. Xue Heng had already heard the news and was waiting happily with his phone. "I've already called Mom and Dad. We'll pick them up on the way back. By the way, where's Xiaohan? Where are they?" Cheng Tianfang explained, frowning and choking up. "They said one's injured but conscious. We just don't know how bad it is." Xue Heng sighed and patted her shoulder. If they're conscious, it's nothing serious. No matter what, the kids are coming back. We'll talk to them, comfort them. This was mostly my fault. I ignored how much Xiao Han was struggling. Afang, I'm sorry. I promise nothing like this will ever happen again. Cheng Tianfang was stunned, her eyes shimmering with tears. After all these years, they'd had countless interactions because of their daughter, but every time it was hurried. Even if their eyes happened to meet, they'd quickly look away, avoiding conversation, let alone any physical contact. Her feelings were a complicated mix. She couldn't even say exactly what she felt. All these years, though they'd raised their daughter together, their lives had no overlap except for this one connection. He suddenly did this. Was it for their daughter? No matter what, it was a good start. For her daughter, she was willing to give everything, even her life. Deep down, Xiao Han hoped their relationship wouldn't be so tense. Even if it was just for her sake, even if they had to pretend, she was willing to go along for her daughter. With tears streaming down her face, Cheng Tianfang nodded. We'll do our best to comfort her. Seeing her agree, Xue Heng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least when it came to their daughter, they could quickly reach a consensus. A very good start. Before everyone could even celebrate, an ambulance pulled up and stopped beside them. The police on duty explained, "Both kids are injured, so we called an ambulance ahead of time. No matter how serious or minor, they can get treatment right away." Thank you. Thank you. Everyone expressed their gratitude, but their faces were still clouded with worry for the children, though no one dared say it out loud. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, "The sun's getting hot. Let's not stand outside. Get in the car, have some water, and rest your eyes for a bit." "Yes," Xue Yang agreed loudly. "The kids have been found, so let's relax a little." Everyone got into the cars, drinking water and eating bread as they waited. Seeing Zheng Xiaoyi's pale face and lack of appetite, Xue Huan couldn't help but urge, "Eat something or you'll collapse and won't be able to take care of the kids." With a sigh, Zheng Xiaoyi took the milk and sipped a little. Xue Huan explained, "Aunt Chun called earlier, asking if she needed to pick up Xiao Nu this afternoon. I told her we'd all be on duty tonight, so Xiao Nu would stay with her, and Xiao Yue's grandparents would pick him up. I also said we've been really busy lately and hoped she could keep helping with our second child. Aunt Chun promised to pick up Xiao Nu from kindergarten on time and told us not to worry, just to focus on work and rest." They were both extremely busy. He was a deputy director with many research projects, and she was a renowned OB/GYN, always running around. Luckily, the grandparents and Aunt Chun helped with the kids, or they'd never manage. Xiao Nu loved Aunt Chun and often stayed overnight at her place. This time, they'd kept everything about Xiao Yue from Aunt Chun and the little sister, not wanting to worry the old or the young. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, too tired to speak. Cheng Tianyuan drove off to buy food and drinks nearby, while Xue Ling stayed behind with everyone. The mountain wind howled, leaves rustling, echoing their restless, anxious mood. 20 minutes later, Cheng Tianyuan returned, the car loaded with over 20 hot fried rice and noodle boxes from a highway rest stop, plus 2 cases of water. Everyone was still anxiously waiting for the kids to come down the mountain, too worried to eat. Finally, close to 4 in the afternoon, the 2 children were carried out on makeshift stretchers. "Xiao Yue! Xiao Han!" Everyone rushed forward, crowding around the stretchers. Xiao Yue was unconscious, his face pale, both legs bloodied. At the sight, Zheng Xiaoyi nearly fainted, breaking down in tears. Zheng Duoduo supported her, explaining, "It's not serious. We checked. No broken bones, just scrapes and cuts. He slid down the slope and scraped his knees and legs, but it's not too bad." Xiao Han was awake, but one arm couldn't move, possibly a bone injury. When she saw her parents, she burst into tears. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were both overcome, crying as they comforted her. "You're home now. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here." "Dad! Mom!" Xiao Han cried as she was loaded into the ambulance, frightened. Both parents rushed to her side. "We're here. We'll go to the hospital with you. Don't be scared. Xiao Han, don't be scared." "Xiao Yue, wake up! Can you hear us? Xiao Yue! Xiao Yue!" It was chaos and tears all over again. Around midnight, old Chen the driver brought Cheng Tianyuan and Shuiling back to the family compound. Exhausted, the two walked hand in hand to their room. But the living room was brightly lit. The three elders were still awake, all looking worried. Leaning on the sofa, Shuiling frowned. "Why are you all still up? It's almost 1. Didn't I call earlier and tell you to rest? How could we sleep?" Liu Ying wiped her tears and asked, "How's Xiaohan's arm? Any other injuries? Is it serious? When can she come home?" Cheng Tianyuan collapsed onto the sofa, drained. "She broke a small bone, but the rest are just scrapes. Nothing serious. The doctor said small bones heal easily. She'll be fine in a month or 2. Liu Ying quickly made a prayer gesture, murmuring, "Bodhisattva, please bless her. Bless her. As long as the kids come home safe." She's father frowned. "What about Xiao Yue? Is he still unconscious?" "Not yet," Shuiling replied. "He slid down the slope and hit his head. Mild concussion. Lots of cuts, but all superficial. No damage to muscles or bones." She's mother gasped. "His head isn't badly hurt, is it? He won't be left with any problems, right?" No, Shuiling reassured her. "Just a mild concussion, nothing serious. The doctor said he'll probably wake up later tonight. Xue Huan checked him too. He's an expert, so it should be fine." The elders sighed. "What a mess. These 2 kids. Now's not the time to scold them," Shuiling murmured, exhausted. "Let's take care of them first. Comfort them. They spent a night in the wild and got hurt. They're suffering physically and emotionally. I've already told everyone not to scold them, just to be gentle for now." Liu Ying couldn't help but sigh. What's with kids these days? They have big houses, nice cars, plenty to eat and drink. Why would they run away? "Mom, times have changed," Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. "It's not like when we were young. Back then, we were too busy worrying about food to have time for all these feelings." "Enough. We're all exhausted," Shuiling waved. "Let's shower and get some sleep." Cheng Tianyuan got up and followed her to their room. Go on. Get some rest." Cheng Tianfang was stunned, her eyes shimmering with tears. After all these years, they'd had countless interactions because of their daughter, but every time it was hurried. Even if their eyes happened to meet, they'd quickly look away, avoiding conversation, let alone any physical contact. Her feelings were a complicated mix. She couldn't even say exactly what she felt. All these years, though they'd raised their daughter together, their lives had no overlap except for this one connection. He suddenly did this. Was it for their daughter? No matter what, it was a good start. For her daughter, she was willing to give everything, even her life. Deep down, Xiaohan hoped their relationship wouldn't be so tense. Even if it was just for her sake, even if they had to pretend, she was willing to go along for her daughter. With tears streaming down her face, Cheng Tianfang nodded. "We'll do our best to comfort her." Seeing her agree, Xue Heng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least when it came to their daughter, they could quickly reach a consensus, a very good start. Before everyone could even celebrate, an ambulance pulled up and stopped beside them. The police on duty explained, "Both kids are injured, so we called an ambulance ahead of time. No matter how serious or minor, they can get treatment right away." "Thank you. Thank you." Everyone expressed their gratitude, but their faces were still clouded with worry for the children, though no one dared say it out loud. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, "The sun's getting hot. Let's not stand outside. Get in the car, have some water, and rest your eyes for a bit." "Yes," Xue Yang agreed loudly. "The kids have been found, so let's relax a little." Everyone got into the cars, drinking water and eating bread as they waited. Seeing Zheng Xiaoyi's pale face and lack of appetite, Xue Huan couldn't help but urge, "Eat something or you'll collapse and won't be able to take care of the kids." With a sigh, Zheng Xiaoyi took the milk and sipped a little. Xue Huan explained, "Aunt Chun called earlier, asking if she needed to pick up Xiao Yu this afternoon. I told her we'd all be on duty tonight, so Xiao Yu would stay with her, and Xiao Yue's grandparents would pick him up." I also said we've been really busy lately and hoped she could keep helping with our second child. Aunt Chun promised to pick up Zhao Niu from kindergarten on time and told us not to worry, just to focus on work and rest. They were both extremely busy. He was a deputy director with many research projects, and she was a renowned OB/GYN, always running around. Luckily, the grandparents and Aunt Chun helped with the kids, or they'd never manage. Zhao Niu loved Aunt Chun and often stayed overnight at her place. This time, they'd kept everything about Zhao Yue from Aunt Chun and the little sister, not wanting to worry the old or the young. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, too tired to speak. Cheng Tianyuan drove off to buy food and drinks nearby, while Xue Ling stayed behind with everyone. The mountain wind howled, leaves rustling, echoing their restless, anxious mood. 20 minutes later, Cheng Tianyuan returned, the car loaded with over 20 hot fried rice and noodle boxes from a highway rest stop, plus 2 cases of water. Everyone was still anxiously waiting for the kids to come down the mountain, too worried to eat. Finally, close to 4 in the afternoon, the 2 children were carried out on makeshift stretchers. Zhao Yue! Xiao Han! Everyone rushed forward, crowding around the stretchers. Zhao Yue was unconscious, his face pale, both legs bloodied. At the sight, Zheng Xiaoyi nearly fainted, breaking down in tears. Zheng Duoduo supported her, explaining, "It's not serious. We checked, no broken bones, just scrapes and cuts. He slid down the slope and scraped his knees and legs, but it's not too bad." Zhao Han was awake, but one arm couldn't move, possibly a bone injury. When she saw her parents, she burst into tears. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were both overcome, crying as they comforted her. "You're home now. It's okay. Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad are here." "Dad! Mom!" Zhao Han cried as she was loaded into the ambulance, frightened. Both parents rushed to her side. "We're here. We'll go to the hospital with you. Don't be scared. Zhao Han, don't be scared." "Zhao Yue, wake up! Can you hear us? Zhao Yue, Zhao Yue!" It was chaos and tears all over again. Around midnight, old Chen the driver brought Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling back to the family compound. Exhausted, the 2 walked hand in hand to their room. But the living room was brightly lit. The 3 elders were still awake, all looking worried. Leaning on the sofa, Xue Ling frowned. "Why are you all still up? It's almost 1. Didn't I call earlier and tell you to rest?" "How could we sleep?" Liu Ying wiped her tears and asked, "How's Zhao Han's arm? Any other injuries? Is it serious? When can she come home?" Cheng Tianyuan collapsed onto the sofa, drained. "She broke a small bone, but the rest are just scrapes. Nothing serious. The doctor said small bones heal easily. She'll be fine in a month or 2. Liu Ying quickly made a prayer gesture, murmuring, "Bodhisattva, please bless her. Bless her, as long as the kids come home safe." Xue's father frowned. "What about Zhao Yue? Is he still unconscious?" "Not yet," Xue Ling replied. "He slid down the slope and hit his head. Mild concussion. Lots of cuts, but all superficial. No damage to muscles or bones." Xue's mother gasped. "His head isn't badly hurt, is it? He won't be left with any problems, right?" No, Xue Ling reassured her. "Just a mild concussion, nothing serious. The doctor said he'll probably wake up later tonight. Xie Huan checked him too. He's an expert, so it should be fine." The elders sighed. "What a mess. These 2 kids. Now's not the time to scold them," Xue Ling murmured, exhausted. "Let's take care of them first, comfort them. They spent a night in the wild and got hurt. They're suffering physically and emotionally. I've already told everyone not to scold them, just to be gentle for now." Liu Ying couldn't help but sigh. What's with kids these days? They have big houses, nice cars, plenty to eat and drink. Why would they run away? "Mom, times have changed," Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. "It's not like when we were young. Back then, we were too busy worrying about food to have time for all these feelings." "Enough, we're all exhausted," Xue Ling waved. "Let's shower and get some sleep." Cheng Tianyuan got up and followed her to their room. Go on. Get some rest." Hospital. Inpatient department. At the break of dawn, Xue Jillian got up, planning to go out and buy breakfast for his grandson and granddaughter. "Don't go, dear," Mrs. Chen called out to him in a low voice. This isn't the capital. We don't know the area at all. When Ah Huan wakes up, let him go buy it. Shua Jillian shook his head. Xiao Yue might be waking up soon. I need to get some food ready in advance. The kids haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Are you worrying yourself silly? Mrs. Chen gave a wry smile and sighed. Ever since the kids got to the hospital, they've been on IV drips. How many bottles of glucose have they had? It's not like we didn't see. Glucose isn't enough, Shua Jillian said. I need to buy Xiao Yue's favorite shrimp dumplings and Zhao Han's favorite steamed egg custard. You're being silly again. Mrs. Chen waved her hand. This is just a small county hospital. There aren't any big restaurants nearby. How could you possibly find delicious shrimp dumplings and steamed egg custard so early in the morning? Shua Jillian looked a bit troubled and rubbed his hands. I'll go out and look. Maybe I'll get lucky. Don't go. Mrs. Chen wrapped herself tighter in the blanket Shua Ling had given her and said softly, It's so early. There's no way you'll find those things. It's chilly in the morning, and you're dressed so thinly. I won't let you go out. Shua Jillian looked at his little grandson sleeping soundly on the nearby hospital bed and couldn't help but ask, When you came over just now, was Zhao Han awake? No. Mrs. Chen held his arm. The kids are all still sleeping. Even if you could buy something, it wouldn't be good to wake them up for breakfast. Sit down. When they wake up, we'll ask what they want to eat and then go out to buy it. All right then. Shua Jillian sat down beside her and asked with concern, Did Zhao Han have any nightmares in the second half of the night? The child had been frightened in the mountains, and maybe because she'd been lying on the hillside for too long, both her mind and body had been under too much stress, plus the fear of an unfamiliar environment. Last night, little sister Xiao Han had been having nightmares and talking in her sleep, breaking out in cold sweat. Mrs. Chen sighed with heartache. After taking some sedative medicine, she slept much more soundly. She slept well in the second half of the night. When I came over, she still hadn't woken up. That's good, said Shua Jillian. Xiao Han is a girl, so it might be inconvenient for me to be around. These days you take care of Ah Heng and I'll look after Xiao Yue. Mrs. Chen nodded. Ah Heng's foot isn't serious. Ah Fang has been by the bedside, holding Zhao Han's hand and comforting her. With her there, the child is much calmer. She's exhausted these past 2 days, fell asleep leaning on the bed. She's the child's mother. Shua Jillian lowered his voice. Children always rely on their mothers, especially girls. Mrs. Chen looked at the sleeping Xiao Yi not far away and sighed softly. The children came back safe, but they were all scared out of their wits. Old man, you and I understand. Shua Jillian nodded. After such a scare, they'll handle things better themselves. We shouldn't add fuel to the fire or they'll just feel more guilty. No one can bear to see the children suffer like this. That's for sure. Mrs. Chen's face looked a bit pale and she sighed deeply. At first, I really wanted to scold them, but before I could say anything, I saw Xiao Yi holding back tears, sobbing and sniffling, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. To be fair, she and Ah Huan meant well for the kids. We're parents too, we should understand. No one wanted things to turn out like this, especially the parents. I held back from scolding them for the same reason. Shua Jillian patted her hand gently and said in a low voice, In the end, it's because we didn't teach the children well enough. Tears glistened in Mrs. Chen's eyes. I don't agree with you there. The two of them may not be the best, but they're not bad either. Out in the world, how many families can say they've raised 2 sons like ours? That's exactly why we thought they wouldn't make big mistakes, said Shua Jillian. We kept believing they'd handle things, but when problems piled up and suddenly exploded, it turned into such a big mess. Mrs. Chen was at a loss for words for a moment and stammered, You can't say that. They're just too busy and neglected Zhao Han and Xiao Yue. No one's perfect, Shua Jillian sighed. No matter what, it's because we trusted them too much that things ended up like this. In the future, we'll have to ask Lingling to point out their mistakes. In this big family, only Wu Ge and Lingling are really convincing. If I say something, they might just think it's an old father nagging. Wu Ge is getting old too. Can't always trouble him. If something like this happens again, we'll have to get Ling Ling to prod them. Mrs. Chen was completely at ease with Xue Ling. I'll remember that next time. But after this lesson, I'm sure we won't have to worry again. I couldn't bear to go through something like this again. It won't always be the same thing, Xue Jilian reminded her. We still need to stay vigilant. Better safe than sorry. Mrs. Chen wrapped the blanket tighter around herself and murmured, Looks like we won't be able to go south this time. Let's spend more time with Xiao Han and Xiao Yue for now. The others still have to work and can't take leave forever. Xiao Han and Xiao Yue need rest and recovery, so we'll have to be the main support. Xue Jilian nodded. When they're discharged, I'll ask Ling Ling to help find a housekeeper for chores, and we'll take care of the 2 kids for now. Mrs. Chen agreed that this was a good idea. Your own grandchildren, of course you want to dote on them yourself. Xue Jilian squinted his eyes, then suddenly stood up and walked over to the hospital bed. Xiao Yue? Xiao Yue? Wonderful, you're finally awake. The boy on the bed stared at him blankly, seeming a bit dazed and confused. Xue Jilian took his hand and smiled kindly. It's all right now. It's all right. Everyone has already rescued you from the mountains, thanks to the police and all your family. Grandpa? Xiao Yue still hadn't quite processed everything. At this moment, Zheng Xiaoyi, who was beside them, woke up with a start. Seeing her son finally open his eyes, she was overjoyed and rushed over. Xiao Yue! Yue, my son! Looking at his mother's haggard and disheveled face, Xiao Yue was still a bit out of it. Xue Huan also woke up and hurried over. How are you? Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Xiao Yue was stunned for a moment, then finally remembered what had happened, and his eyes quickly reddened. Xue Jilian, heart aching, gently stroked his forehead. Don't cry. It's all over now. A real man doesn't cry easily. Let's not cry, okay? But Zheng Xiaoyi had already broken down in tears. You child, you scared us to death, skipping class for no reason, running away from home, going off to such a wild, remote place. Were you all out of your minds? Do you have any idea what kind of place that was? How could you go there? On the hospital bed, Xiao Yue lowered his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Xue Huan pulled Zheng Xiaoyi aside and said softly, All right. It's enough that the child is back. Let's not make a fuss right now. Zheng Xiaoyi sobbed, heartbroken. Xue Jilian and Mrs. Chen stepped forward and separated them. Xiao Yue, how are you feeling now? Take a moment and see, do you feel dizzy? Xiao Yue murmured, It hurts a bit, and I feel a little dizzy. Xue Jilian sighed. You fell down the hillside and hit your head. That's why you've been groggy and sleeping so much. It's from the bump. It's all right, you'll be fine after a couple of days' rest. Xiao Yue seemed a bit confused, staring at them for a while before nervously asking, Xiao Han? How is she? Is she okay? She has a minor fracture, Xue Jilian explained. It's not serious, she just needs some time to recover. Mrs. Chen wiped her tears and choked out, Why were you two so disobedient? Why did you have to run away from home for no reason? You nearly scared us to death. Xiao Yue closed his eyes and refused to answer. All right. Xue Jilian pulled her away and said quietly, If the child doesn't want to talk, let's not ask. Xiao Yue, are you hungry? Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to eat something? Xiao Yue whispered, Water. Xue Jilian quickly helped him drink a few sips of water. Grandpa? Xiao Yue frowned in discomfort. My head hurts. Let me lie down. Xue Jilian and Xue Huan carefully helped him lie back down. Don't worry, you'll be fine after a couple of days' rest. There's no rush. Mrs. Chen asked with concern. Can you eat something? Do you want to try? No. Xiao Yue closed his eyes and soon fell back into a deep sleep. Beside him, Zheng Xiaoyi anxiously checked his pulse and heartbeat. Xue Huan couldn't help but advise, Stop fussing, go get some sleep on the bed next door. But Zheng Xiaoyi was reluctant to leave. Let me wait a bit. I'm not tired. Xue Huan frowned. You look terrible. You haven't really slept for 2 days and nights. How could you not be tired? This is a hospital. How could I possibly rest? Mrs. Chen suggested. Go get a room at a nearby inn or hotel, have a good sleep, wash your face, and change your clothes. Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head. Dad, Mom, you need rest more than I do. I'm used to staying up late. As long as the child is safe, it doesn't matter if I look a mess. Xue Huan firmly objected. We can't all stay here. Mom needs to help take care of Xiao Han. Dad will stay here with me for now. You go get some sleep and later come back to relieve Dad. The kids won't be discharged for at least 2 or 3 days. Are you planning to stay here the whole time? Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes dimmed and she said quietly, All right. Ah Huan, you two go eat first and find a place to rest, said Xue Jilian. Also, try to tidy yourselves up a bit and bring us some breakfast when you come back. No, said Xue Huan. I'll get you breakfast first, and also buy some for Big Brother and Sister Fang. After we eat, we'll go buy clothes and find a hotel. Mrs. Chen nodded. That works. At least fill your stomachs first. Xue Huan and Zheng Xiaoyi took their wallets and car keys and left. After leaving the hospital, the two of them picked a small noodle shop nearby for breakfast. Xue Huan ate quickly, but Zheng Xiaoyi barely touched her food. Do you think Xiao Yue resents me? I feel like he didn't really want to talk to me after he woke up. Xue Huan was taken aback and shook his head. How could that be? He's dizzy from the concussion and he's been through a shock and got hurt. He's just feeling awful. Sigh. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes were red as she spoke softly. It's all my fault. Lately, I feel like I've been possessed. The psychological pressure is overwhelming, especially when I hear colleagues praising their kids or see everyone's children doing so well on social media. I really feel so much pressure. I'm afraid Xiao Yue will fall behind his peers, and even more afraid that if he doesn't get a good future, it'll affect his whole life. Xue Huan frowned. He's still young. We really don't need to worry so much. Even if he's not the best student, it doesn't mean he won't have a good future. And being a top student doesn't guarantee he'll be a good person. It used to be fine, but not anymore. Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head. Without a good degree or a good university major, the child's future... There you go again, Xue Huan interrupted coldly. If you can't change this mindset, your anxiety will never go away. If this keeps up, the child will run away from home again sooner or later. You, Zheng Xiaoyi choked up. Why are you blaming me now? When I discussed it with you before, why didn't you object? Didn't you also agree that he should study more and build a good foundation? Now that something's happened, now you're lecturing me after the fact? I'm not, Xue Huan retorted. I'm just talking about the situation, not blaming you. I'm at fault too. I was too busy and didn't notice the child's resistance, or that things had gotten so bad. Am I the kind of person who shirks responsibility and blames others when something goes wrong? You are now, Zheng Xiaoyi said angrily. Xue Huan pulled out a tissue and said in a low voice, You're being unreasonable. I'm telling you, if you can't change this anxious mindset, I'll take over all responsibility for his studies from now on. You don't need to worry about it anymore. You can handle it? Zheng Xiaoyi got even angrier. If you could, why didn't you say so earlier? Fine, you take over all of it. But if his grades drop, can you take responsibility? I've learned my lesson. This time his running away made me realize how serious the problem is, Xue Huan said seriously. I've decided, from now on, I'll just make sure he grows up healthy in mind and spirit. I won't force anything else. We'll let things take their course. Zheng Xiaoyi glared at him. Don't regret it later. I definitely won't regret it, said Xue Huan. If I regret it, it's still not too late because the child isn't grown up yet, and I'm grateful nothing happened this time. If I don't adjust his environment now, it'll be too late to regret it later. You, Zheng Xiaoyi was still angry. So you're just deciding this on your own? I'm his mother, I have the right to educate him. Why didn't you discuss this with me? Looking at his wife, hair disheveled, face pale as paper, tear-streaked, Xue Huan calmed down a bit, and his anger quickly faded. When you're not upset and have calmed down, I'll discuss it with you. I believe you feel the same as I do. Xiao Yue is our child, our own son. We both love him. You're just under too much pressure. That's why you're anxious and irritable. After this accident, I believe we'll both see through all those messy education trends." After hearing this, Zheng Xiaoyi burst into tears again. "How can we not see through it? But we can't have any more accidents. I was nearly scared to death." Seeing his beloved wife crying so sadly, all of Xue Huan's anger and frustration melted away. "Don't cry anymore. The most important thing is that the child came back safe. For us, as long as our child grows up healthy, physically and mentally, that's enough. We shouldn't ask for more. Some things, the more you force them, the less likely you are to get them. Instead, you just make yourself more anxious, and the more you rush, the further you get from your goal." Zheng Xiaoyi wiped her tears and said nothing. Xue Huan comforted her softly. "As long as our child is healthy in body and mind, even if he's not the best, he'll never be bad. Both of us are high-income earners in the capital, and I own 10% of the pharmaceutical company. Our net worth is already in the billions. Even if we stopped working now, as long as the family doesn't spend recklessly, it's enough for several generations. As long as the child has good character and is healthy, let's just let everything else happen naturally." Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes flickered, as if she had come to terms with a lot. "All right, what you said makes sense. Maybe I was just too anxious before and didn't give the child enough guidance and support. Otherwise, why would Zhao Yue have run away from home? He must have reached his limit and wanted to escape." "Yes." Xue Huan patted her hand gently and said warmly, "From now on, let's remind each other. Xiao Yue is our first child and a boy, so it's natural we pay more attention and are stricter with him. From now on, as long as he doesn't break the rules or the law and his grades aren't too bad, let's try to treat things with a normal heart and not interfere too much. Those without feet envy those who can run barefoot. Those who are barefoot envy those with shoes. And those with shoes envy those with fancy leather shoes. Human desire is endless. There's never a peak or an end. Sometimes letting go and seeing things more lightly is a relief for both the child and the family." Zheng Xiaoyi sighed softly. "This time, it really scared me." Xue Huan said gently, "Once Xiao Yue's emotions are more stable, let's take some annual leave together, bring the kids and the elders, and go on a vacation for a few days to rest and have fun." "You've been saying that for years, but when will you actually have time?" Zheng Xiaoyi grumbled. "I'm busy and you're even busier. We haven't had a vacation together in years, let alone gone on a trip." Xue Huan took a deep breath and apologized. "This time I really mean it. I promise I'll keep my word." "All right." Zheng Xiaoyi finally smiled. The next day, both Xiao Han and Xiao Yue were feeling much better. Xue Huan contacted the Capital People's Hospital and arranged for a medical transfer for the two children. After returning to the capital, the hospital environment was much better, and the adults' spirits improved as well. After all, running between two places, balancing work and caring for the children, was truly exhausting. With her parents by her side, Xiao Han became noticeably more cheerful. One day, Cheng Tianfang went to work, leaving Xue Heng and Grandma to look after Xiao Han. Grandma yawned, and Xue Heng told her to nap on the sofa in the corner. Then he asked his daughter if she wanted an apple. "No," Xiao Han said sweetly. "I want the little bananas Aunt Lingling brought. They smell so good." Xue Heng doted on his daughter and immediately brought her the little bananas. Xiao Han ate happily, a big smile on her face. Seeing his daughter smile, Xue Heng felt a weight lift from his heart. When his daughter first woke up, she saw her parents sitting on either side of her, both with red eyes, and she couldn't help but cry too. She said she'd been feeling lost lately, always troubled and worried that after her dad got a girlfriend, he'd marry someone else and have children with another woman. She was afraid that not only would her parents grow further apart, but she'd also become more distant from her dad because he'd start a new family with someone else, and she'd become an outsider. She was so worried, but she didn't dare tell her mom. At that time, she noticed that Xiao Yue was also troubled and, after asking, found out he was under too much pressure from all the study tasks his parents set for him every day. The two unhappy kids stuck together, unable to comfort each other, both just wanting to escape their current environment. So they hit it off and decided to run away from home for a few days, to find a place where their parents couldn't find them, to calm down and clear their minds. They'd heard there was an old temple on the top of Lushan Mountain with only 2 monks and hardly any visitors, a place almost cut off from the world. Thinking they could be close to nature and listen to Buddhist teachings, the 2 troubled youngsters decided to hide out on the mountain for a few days. They secretly planned their runaway route and schedule and left the city together, but they overestimated themselves. They got lost on the mountain path, and as it got dark they grew more anxious and hurried, until, in the darkness, Xiaohan slipped and fell down the slope. Xiao Yue, trying to save her, fell down after her. Both of them passed out, and when they woke up, it was already the next morning. She cried. Her hand hurt so much she couldn't climb back up the slope. Xiao Yue was dizzy, couldn't even lift his head, and felt groggy. At that moment, the 2 of them held hands and promised that if something happened and they couldn't survive, no matter if it was heaven or hell, they'd stay together and try to be siblings again in the next life. That's when they started to regret their impulsive escape and began to miss their parents and grandparents at home. After waking up in the hospital, seeing her parents right there, she burst into tears, terrified that she'd never see them again, truly, deeply afraid. Her parents kept comforting her, soothing her, and stayed by her side. Before, her parents' relationship was very tense. Even though they took turns caring for her, one on weekdays, the other on weekends, they wouldn't talk even when they met, not even making eye contact, just nodding and leaving. Other than talking about her parents never discussed anything else, not a single word, as if they were enemies. But now, things were different. Even if they weren't as loving as other parents, they would greet each other, chat, and discuss things. She could vaguely sense that her parents' relationship had eased, a huge improvement. No matter what the future holds, she's already satisfied. As long as her parents don't resent each other, even if they're just ordinary friends, she's happy and content. She Heng never expected his daughter's wish to be so simple, just that her parents wouldn't hate each other. Feeling ashamed and regretful, he promised his daughter he'd communicate with her more, and also talk more with her mother, doing his best to meet his daughter's wish. Seeing his daughter eating so quickly, She Heng couldn't help but coax her. "Don't eat too much, bananas are cooling. You shouldn't have too many." "I know," Xiao Han muttered. She Heng put away the remaining bananas and suggested, "The weather's lovely outside. How about Dad takes you for a walk?" "Okay," Xiao Han nodded with a bright smile. Father and daughter went out for a stroll. She Heng explained, "Xiao Yue will be discharged tomorrow." "That's soon," Xiao Han pouted. "Then when can I go home?" "Probably in a day or 2 as well," She Heng replied. "Xiao Yue's dizziness is gone and he's looking much better. He could have been discharged earlier, but your uncle and aunt insisted he stay a few more days." "That's so nice," Xiao Han asked suspiciously. "They didn't force him to hurry back to school? He doesn't have to study and do homework while recovering." She Heng chuckled indulgently. "It's not that extreme." Xiao Han lowered her voice. "It used to be that extreme, Dad. You know that, right?" She Heng gave an awkward smile. "I believe after this, your uncle and aunt won't push Xiao Yue so hard anymore." "Really?" Xiao Han was skeptical. "Is that possible?" She Heng nodded firmly. "Your uncle has already canceled all of Xiao Yue's tutoring and extracurricular classes. Your aunt said from now on he only needs to finish his regular schoolwork. If he gets bored during winter or summer break and wants to take a class, he can choose whatever he likes." "Wow!" Xiao Han could hardly believe it. "Isn't this a total turnaround?" She Heng couldn't help but laugh. "That phrase doesn't quite fit here. What's wrong with it?" Xiao Han was genuinely happy for her cousin. Now he won't be under so much pressure, won't faint, and won't feel like running away from home anymore. Hearing this, She Heng felt a pang of sadness and said softly, "Your uncle and aunt have really let go. I even talked to them a few days ago. There's no need to focus so much on grades, just let things happen naturally. I used your cousins and Shin as examples. Achong and Shin only have one extracurricular class each, no tutoring at all, and they still got into the top high school with excellent grades. There's no need to cram so much into a child's schedule, it just makes them suffer. Dad, you're right. Xiao Han happily hooked his arm. I've never been first in my class, but you and Mom always just tell me to do my best and you never force me into tutoring. My parents are the best. Seeing the happiness and confidence in his daughter's eyes, She Heng felt a quiet relief. Ever since things started to thaw between him and Fang, his daughter's eyes had gained a spark of confidence and mischief. This was progress and a very good thing. In a few days, it'll be Achong and Shin's 18th birthday. 18 means they're officially adults. It's on a Sunday, and your Aunt Ling is planning a little birthday party for them, inviting us all for a big meal and cake. Yay! Xiao Han cheered. The whole family will go. Grandma has already forgiven Mom, so this time Mom can finally come with us to Xinyuan. Shui Heng nodded with a smile. Because of Xiao Han's accident, his mother-in-law had been coming to the hospital every other day. Every time Fang saw her, she'd tear up and didn't dare approach. But it was the mother-in-law herself who let go, sighing that she was already half in the grave and didn't want to see her daughter always so lonely, urging her to start over and live well. Fang broke down in tears, knelt before her mother, and called out, "Mom." Everyone present was moved to tears. So many years had passed, and even the deepest grudges had faded with time. Although her mother-in-law was still a bit cold toward Fang, it was already a very good start. Both he and Fang knew in their hearts that they could never go back to how things were. But for their daughter's sake, he was willing to let go of old resentments and try to be ordinary friends with Fang, maintaining a basic harmony as parents in front of their daughter. Achong and Xiao Han are both in their final year of high school with a heavy workload. They have extra classes on Saturdays and only come home Sunday morning. Your Aunt Ling wants to give them a big surprise, so let's not mention it for now. Xiao Han giggled. Okay, I won't say a word. Shui Heng continued walking. I heard Achong's grades are excellent, top 5 in the whole grade. Shin's are a bit lower, around 20th. Your Aunt Ling hopes they'll both go to a northern university next year, not too far away, so they can come home every month or two. As for you, just aim for a university in the capital so you can come home every week. But my grades... Xiao Han sounded doubtful. Shui Heng didn't mind at all. There are so many universities in the capital. As long as you aim for a mid-level one, that's fine. Hee. Xiao Han laughed. I'm not as good as my cousins, so I don't aim too high. Dad, I really admire Shin. Lots of people's grades drop when they start dating, but she's still around 20th in the whole grade. That's amazing. Huh? Shui Heng asked suspiciously. How could that be? When did she start dating? She did, Xiao Han replied. With that Chen Xinji. Oh, and Jin calls him Ironhead brother. Shui Heng laughed. He's not Jin's boyfriend. He's her big brother. Ironhead used to be our neighbor. He played with your cousins, and he's their big brother. That's not all, Xiao Han insisted. He's Jin's boyfriend now. Shui Heng shook his head. Kids don't know what a boyfriend is. He's more than 10 years older than Shin. He really cares for her, but as a little sister, not what you're thinking. No way, Xiao Han muttered. I saw him kiss Shin last time. Shui Heng was a bit embarrassed and incredulous. Was it on the forehead? Grown-ups sometimes kiss kids on the forehead, like how I kiss you. Xiao Han shook her head. No, he kissed Shin on the lips. What? Shui Heng was stunned for a long moment, stammering. Maybe you saw it wrong? Xiao Han, you can't just say things like that. Shin is still a kid, she's only just turning 18. This is her most important year of high school. You really can't say things like that. Xiao Han nodded earnestly. Really, I really saw it. I remember it was Dragon Boat Festival. Aunt Ling told me to go eat zongzi in the garden. At first I was picking vegetables with Grandma in the back garden. Later, Uncle told me to call my cousins to the dining room. When I got to Shin's room, I saw Chen Xinji hugging her. They were happily chatting, and then he kissed her on the lips. Xin was smiling so happily. Xue Heng. As evening fell, Xue Ling was in the backyard with the 3 elders, turning the soil and fertilizing the garden. "Madam, Mr. Xue Heng is here," the bodyguard reminded her. Xue Ling looked up to see Xue Heng hurrying over carrying a large bag. She quickly went to help. "Oh my!" Xue Ling took the bag and frowned. "What is this? It's so heavy." Xue Heng replied with a smile. "Coconuts." Xue Ling quickly set the bag down and shook out her hands. "You should have said something. I thought it wasn't heavy. Now my hand's all cramped." Xue Heng stifled a laugh. "I didn't have time to say anything. Are you okay? Is it serious? Let me see." "It's just a bit numb." Xue Ling massaged her wrist and asked, "Where did the coconuts come from? They look like young coconuts." Xue Heng nodded. "He Miao Miao gave them to me. She went on a business trip to the southern islands and brought back 2 big bags of coconuts. Gave me one. I thought since you're hosting a banquet the day after tomorrow, I'd bring them over so the kitchen can make coconut chicken soup." "Great." Xue Ling accepted them cheerfully. "Ah, Heng," called Xue's father. "Stay for dinner." Liu Ying smiled. "We're having blackfish congee tonight." "Uncle, Auntie, Mom." Xue Heng waved. "No, you go ahead. Xiao Han has a violin lesson tonight at 7. I'm worried about traffic, so I'll take her to eat downstairs at the training center." "All right," Xue's mother reminded. "Remember to come early the day after tomorrow. Dinner starts around 6 and we'll have the big cake after 8. Xue Heng nodded. "Got it. I'll be early for sure." "Come on, I'll walk you out," Xue Ling said, washing her hands. "There's some fresh fruit in the living room. Take some home for Xiao Han." "Thanks." Xue Heng asked, "Is your hand okay now?" "It's fine." Xue Ling shook her head helplessly. "I'm getting older. My joints aren't what they used to be. If I'm not careful, my hands get sore." Xue Heng massaged her wrist and asked, "Where's your husband? Not home yet?" "He has a dinner engagement," Xue Ling explained. "He won't be home for dinner." The 2 of them walked slowly ahead, soon out of sight of the elders. "So, how are things with He Miao Miao?" Xue Ling asked. Xue Heng was momentarily surprised, then gave a wry smile. "What else?" It just fizzled out. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. "You brought it up? You heartless jerk?" "Hey," Xue Heng protested with a laugh. "That's not fair. I didn't do her wrong and I didn't let her down. We just didn't feel anything for each other, so it's better to be honest early on, otherwise it'd just be awkward later." After Xiao Han's accident, He Miao Miao had cleverly guessed the reason and quietly apologized to him. He told her it wasn't her fault, but his own lack of communication and attention to his daughter. It had nothing to do with her. "He Miao Miao's a lawyer. She's always been rational," Xue Ling said. "She knows how much Xiao Han means to you, so while things weren't too deep, she wisely chose to step back." "Yeah," Xue Heng said softly. "She's a lady, so I didn't want to bring it up first. I waited for her to mention it, then wished her happiness." Xue Ling pursed her lips. "From now on, unless you really fall for someone, don't get involved. Otherwise, you'll just get a bad reputation as a jerk." "You're the only one who calls me that," Xue Heng grumbled. "He Miao Miao called me a gentleman. She even shook my hand and said we'd still be friends and partners." "She's half a businesswoman," Xue Ling said mercilessly. "She still wants to do business with our group, so of course she won't offend you, her client. You dated her without real feelings, and in the end you were the first to back out. Just those 2 points are enough to earn you the jerk title." Xue Heng. "These fruits were delivered by Ironhead's assistant yesterday," Xue Ling said. "The kids aren't home, so we haven't eaten much. There's still a big basket left. He said he'll bring 2 more boxes of the freshest fruit for the birthday party." Xue Heng's eyes flickered, and he said quietly, "Then I'll take some back. Xiao Yue and Niu Niu are coming over tomorrow, and they both love fruit." "Good. Fruit is healthy," Xue Ling smiled. "Xin has always loved fruit too. Lots of vitamins, good for the skin." Xue Heng absent-mindedly said, "These fruits are so pretty, really appealing. By the way, How's Ironhead, Chen Xinji's fruit business? It's been over a year, right? Yes, Xueling replied. Several big supermarkets and 3 markets in the capital have regular orders with him now. He's also signed contracts with a few restaurant companies to supply fruit. The business is quite big now, with over 20 employees in the city center. Xue Heng couldn't help but ask, does his orchard really have that much fresh fruit, all year round? More than that, Xue Ling said. Besides his own orchard, he's got exclusive deals with 2 others. He supplies top-quality fruit all year. Xue Heng's eyes shifted, and he said quietly, that kid seems pretty well off. He is, Xue Ling praised sincerely. He's done a great job, lots of businesses, lots of assets, and he's good-looking too. Chunjia's 2 sons are both outstanding. Xue Heng chuckled. Duoduo's over 30, and Chen Xinji is almost 32, right? How come neither of them has a partner? Are they too picky? Probably. Xue Ling poured him a glass of water and took one herself. Young people these days have high standards and are focused on their careers, so marriage gets put off. Maybe they're secretly dating and just haven't told you, Xue Heng hinted. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What? Duoduo's in love? That's great. No, Xue Heng stammered. I'm just saying, young people these days are sneaky, dating in secret and not telling their parents. You think they're single, but maybe they've been dating for ages. True, Xue Ling agreed. They all do that. Ran Ran and Yang Yang are the same way. Xue Heng rolled his eyes. I'm talking about Chen Xinji. Really? Xue Ling asked with a delighted smile. That kid's in love too? You saw it? That's wonderful. Chunjie will be so happy she won't be able to sleep. Xue Heng waited and waited, but when she didn't ask more, he couldn't help nudging her. I mean, aren't you curious who he's dating? Why don't you ask? Xue Ling shrugged. If they're keeping it secret from the parents, it's probably because they don't want interference. These kids are all clever. They'll only bring someone home when they're sure it's serious. Since they don't want us meddling, let's just pretend we don't know. Xue Heng. Knock knock. Come in. Xue Heng pushed open the door, raising his eyebrows. Busy? Zheng Duoduo looked up from behind his computer, surprised and smiling. What wind blew you here today, Henge? It's a rare guest indeed. Xue Heng shrugged, glancing around the brand-new office. Tsk tisk! The big boss really is different. Look at this decor, this style, this… Henge, spare me. Duoduo stood up and invited him to sit. We usually only meet in the conference room. This is your first time gracing my office. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive your little brother. Xue Heng laughed heartily. Duoduo took out his treasured tea and coffee, asking, Which would you like? Tea? Xue Heng shook his head and sighed. I'm not as young as you guys, drinking coffee like water. If I have too much, I get insomnia and then my head feels foggy. I just can't handle it anymore. Duoduo teased. You're in your prime. How can you say that? Would real old folks agree if they heard you? It's just the truth. Xue Heng let out a breath, sinking into the soft sofa. To be honest, I came here today to talk about something pretty important. All right. Duoduo quickly switched to his usual businesslike manner, looking serious. Is it about last week's packaging proposal not passing? Henge, to be honest, I'd only give that plan a 90 out of 100. It's not perfect yet. I think there's still room for improvement. Have the advertising department push a bit more, at least get it to a 97 or 98? No, Xue Heng interrupted. I'm not here for business. I get that you're a workaholic, but I'm not the one doing the work. It's all the young folks under you. You gave the word last week, so they're working overtime to get it done. Without your approval, no one dares slack off. Duoduo smiled politely, a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. So it's not business. Could it be personal? Hengye, don't tell me you're pulling a Lingling and want to set me up with someone. Xue Heng shook his head. I'm not that kind. I don't even have a partner myself. How could I help someone else find one? Hey, why does she only play matchmaker for you guys and not for me? So unfair. Favoring one over another. Ha ha. Duo clasped his hands together. Henge, if I ever get a good opportunity like that, I'll recommend you first. You have to keep your word, though. Otherwise, I'll tell Lingling everything you just said. No, no, Shuaheng dodged like a snake. I'm already half a monk, can't drag any more women into this, and I don't want to get involved in worldly affairs again. Duo laughed out loud. Henge, here, have some water first. Shuaheng took a sip, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. Duo felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and asked suspiciously, Henge, do you need my help with something? Something difficult? Sort of. Shuaheng stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow. Your brother, Chen Xinji, how's he doing lately? Duo was momentarily surprised, then smiled gently. Him? He's been doing well. I didn't expect that in just over a year his business here would expand so much. He's got a real head for business, always finding opportunities in unexpected places, and he makes money fast. Right? Shuaheng narrowed his eyes, thinking back to the days living at Ronghua Mall. I remember when he was a kid. He was so hardworking. He'd eat breakfast early and go downstairs to collect cardboard boxes before school. After school, he'd collect boxes, beer bottles, or plastic. Anything that could make money, he'd spot it. Yeah, Duo admitted. I was older than him, but I always asked my dad for spending money. He not only earned his own tuition, but also helped pay for groceries and even bought toys for Ranran and the others. I'd run out of pocket money before the end of the month, but he managed to save every month. Shuaheng seemed to recall something, murmuring, He matured early, steady, with a calmness you don't see in other kids his age. I have to say, he's a really good young man. Duo nodded in agreement, smiling. He earns more than I do, and he's much better at business, so his assets are several times mine. That much? Shuaheng was a bit incredulous. With your company shares, you're already a billionaire. Duo shook his head. He's way ahead of me. He's got a lot of assets abroad, and all his new ventures are solid and profitable. I'm just working for Lingling, and my vision and boldness can't compare to his. Oh, Shuaheng nodded. I really admire him for that. I haven't interacted with him much, especially since he came back. Just saw him at the garden, said hello, nothing more. He seems even steadier and calmer than before. By the way, what's his personality like now? Duo couldn't help but laugh. Henge, what's up? Why are you suddenly so interested in my brother? Just tell me. It's important, Shuaheng said seriously. Duo had no choice but to answer, He's even more steady now. Maybe it's from working alone for so long, but he's a bit cold, even colder than when he was young. Except with family and close friends, he's always got a serious face. Really can't tell. Shuaheng suddenly sighed. At first I couldn't believe it. He looked so cold and indifferent. How could he do something like that? Duo was confused. Henge, what are you talking about? Shuaheng narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Duo, you can't tell me you don't know about your brother's good deed, right? Duo's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed nervously. Henge, I don't know what you're talking about. Ironhead is a man of principle. Pfft! Shuaheng snorted. Don't tell me you don't know he's dating Shin. Principle? What kind of principle is that? What? Duo's eyes flickered in shock, but he forced himself to stay calm. Henge, how did you find out? Shuaheng got angry, poking his arm. So you do know. He only has you as a brother, and you grew up with the same mom. You couldn't not know. Just as I thought. You're too much. Lingling and I trust you so much, even put the whole group in your hands, and you keep this from us, helping him hide it. Henge! Duo grabbed his wrist, cutting him off. Calm down. Let me explain first. Shuaheng was still furious and shook off his hand. Explain what? That brat is a real bastard. How old is Shin? She's only turning 18 tomorrow. And he actually made a move on her in secret. No, Zheng Duo hurriedly said. It's not what you think. Really, it's not. Ironhead is serious about Shin. Very, very serious. Serious? Xue Heng glared. So what if he's serious? Who cares if he's serious? That guy's gone too far. We all treat him like family. Lingling and my brother-in-law both care about him so much, and he does something so outrageous. Shin is so sweet, so innocent. How could he do this to her? Duo frantically waved his hands. It's not like that. They're in a normal relationship. Ironhead is serious. He truly likes Shin. He's a pervert, Xue Heng growled. Shin is still a high schooler. She's not even an adult until tomorrow. He's already 30, right? A 30-year-old man going after a little sister. What a bastard. No. Duo shook his head. Henge, calm down. Let me explain. Ironhead isn't that kind of person. Absolutely not. Don't make excuses for him, Xue Heng snorted. You care about Shin too. You watched her grow up. Would you ever have romantic feelings for her? Of course not. Duo gave a wry smile. But Ironhead is different. He watched Shin grow up too, Xue Heng said loudly. He's more than 10 years older than her, at least a full zodiac cycle. How could he do this? If my brother-in-law and Lingling find out, how are they supposed to handle it? How could they ever accept it? Shh. Duo quickly made a shushing gesture. Henge, calm down, don't shout. Xue Heng swallowed, still fuming. You'd better tell me everything and help me figure out what to do, or I'll go straight over and beat that bastard up. If it weren't for Aunt Chun being close to our family and an old neighbor, I'd have gone over to beat him up already, you know? I know. Duo forced a smile. Just calm down, please. This can't get out. Absolutely can't spread. We can't let Lingling and the others know yet, so please, keep your mouth shut. Xue Heng glared at him, too angry to speak. Duo quickly handed him a cup of tea, forcing a bitter smile and lowering his voice. Henge, to be honest, when I first found out, I was just as angry as you, even wanted to give him a good scolding. But Ironhead is stubborn as a mule. Once he's set on something, even Auntie can't talk him out of it, let alone anyone else. Xue Heng snorted. When did this start? How long has it been? Duo lowered his voice. Since he came back, I guess. It's been a while. What? Xue Heng was about to explode. So it's been over a year? Duo gave a bitter smile. Henge, everyone knows Ironhead has always doted on Shin. He's always cared for her, ever since she was a little kid. Enough! Xue Heng cut in coldly. Are you saying he's had improper thoughts about her since she was a child? No. Duo was startled and quickly explained. When they were kids, it was just a big brother's love for his little sister. Nothing else. When Ironhead ran away from home, he was only a teenager and Shin was just 4 or 5. How could that be possible? Worse than an animal, Xue Heng cursed. Even if it only started a year ago, he's still a bastard. Duo swallowed and explained. Ironhead told me before, after being away for years, he came back and found Shin had grown up, and before he knew it, he fell for her. The feelings just changed without him realizing. At first, I thought maybe he was just lonely after being away so long and confused family affection with something else. But he's a very clear-headed person. He said he knows exactly what he feels for Shin, and it's romantic, not brotherly. That's still not okay, Xue Heng fumed. Shin is still so young, she doesn't know anything. Duo rubbed his nose and said quietly, Henge, you're underestimating high schoolers these days. Even elementary schoolers date now, let alone 17 or 18-year-old girls. Nonsense, Xue Heng retorted. Shin is a good girl, always has been. She'd never do something like this. Your brother must have tricked her. He'd always treated Shin like his own daughter, so even if the feelings were mutual, he instinctively believed it was Chen Xinji who seduced his niece. Shh. Duo quickly shook his head. Henge? That's not fair. At most, he loved her in his own way, doted on her and made her fall for him too. They're both in love. How can you call it trickery? A man who's traveled abroad and done business for years, a grown man, and a little girl who's been sheltered and protected all her life. What does she know? Of course she was lured in by your brother. Duo's face burned with embarrassment, and he said quietly, Maybe, but they really are in love, deeply. Are you sure? Sheheng pressed. Does Shin really like him? That little girl probably doesn't even know what love is. If it weren't for Chen Shinji always doting on her. No, Duo interrupted. Ironhead spoiled her, gave her gifts, cared for her, and Shin was moved and fell for him too. He coughed awkwardly. They confessed to each other at the beginning of the year. Shin confessed to Ironhead herself. They really are in love. Sheheng's face turned red and white, and he stammered, So what does your brother want, huh? Does he have a brain? Shin is in her last year of high school, the most important time. He's getting involved now. Doesn't he realize he could ruin her future? Does he really love her? Has he thought about her at all? He has, Duo quickly replied. Of course he has. Has what, huh? Shueheng demanded. Can he guarantee it won't affect her studies? Her future? Of course he can't. Shin used to have better grades than a Chong. Now she can't even keep up. In 6 or 7 months, she'll be facing the most important exam of her life. Chen Shinji is such a bastard. She'll be fine. Zheng Duoduo's tone was a little less certain, and he said quietly, Shin's grades are still excellent, and she's at the top high school in the capital. No matter what, her grades aren't bad. If it weren't for your brother's influence, she could definitely get into one of the very best universities in the country, Shueheng said seriously. Duo shrank his neck and gave a placating smile. Heng Ge, with Shin's current grades, she can get into any university in the country. There's really nothing to worry about. Besides, she might have other plans too. Shueheng narrowed his eyes, wary. What do you mean? You know something else, don't you? No, Duo played innocent. I already warned him not to interfere with Shin's studies, and especially not to let Lingling and the others find out. And then? Sheheng interrupted. So as long as we don't know, your brother can do whatever he wants? Duo's handsome face turned red with embarrassment, and he stammered, Henge? That's going too far. Ironhead is a man of principle. He'd never cross the line. He's been busy helping Shin apply to universities, planning for her to study abroad in Wen country. What? Shueheng exploded. He wants to take Shin away, is that it? Dream on. Their family can't even bear to let their 3 sons go far, let alone their only daughter. Shh. Duo was nearly in tears. Henge, nothing's set yet, don't get so worked up. Shueheng glared at him, furious. You knew and didn't say anything. How are you any different from an accomplice? What's your brother up to? Secretly dating is bad enough. Now he wants to sneak our precious Shin out of the country. Way out of line. Not yet. Duo shook his head. Nothing's decided. She's just applying, that's all. Wen country has a great environment and a relaxed academic atmosphere. If Shin can study abroad, it'll be a golden opportunity. Seeing the world is a good thing, right? Excuses, Shueheng snorted. Don't think I don't know what your brother's really after. Heh. Duo tried to appease him. Henge, daughters grow up and eventually get married off, right? Sooner or later it's going to happen. If it's someone we know well, isn't that better than a stranger? Shueheng was taken aback, and his tone finally softened a bit. That does make some sense. Your brother, for all his faults, is mature and steady. He'd never dare mistreat or let down Shin. But he's just too old. Shin is only 18. She's an adult now, Duo said with a smile. Some kids are even more curious and mischievous. Who knows how many have already dated by now? Sheheng glared at him, mocking. You think everyone's as desperate as your brother? No way, Duo quickly defended. Ironhead is actually very pure. All these years abroad, he's only worked and studied, never had time or interest in dating. Auntie even asked him, and he said he never met anyone who moved him. Then why did he fall for our Shin? Shueheng grumbled. Clearly he's up to something. Duo laughed. It's just fate. Henge, think about it. Ironhead went abroad, built up his own business from scratch, and became wealthy at a young age. He's really accomplished, right? Sheheng nodded. No doubt about that. Your brother is truly capable, I never doubted that. When he was that age, he was still relying on his uncle and Lingling to scrape by. Some people are still clueless at 30, but Chen Xinji had already made a name for himself abroad. Even She Ling admired him for that, let alone anyone else. Duo grinned slyly. Henge, Ironhead may be 30, but he looks so young. Tall, handsome, over 1.8 meters with a great build. He's better looking than most models. No matter if it's in Wen country or the capital, he's top tier. You were a looker when you were young too, and you have a sharp eye. Be honest, don't you think Ironhead and Shin are a perfect match in looks? Xue Heng thought for a moment, then said quietly, "They do match. Shin is tall and beautiful, a chess prodigy. She'd get scouted by talent agents anywhere. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect pair." Duo nodded. "They're just made for each other." Xue Heng grunted, but still reminded, "Except for the age gap, there's nothing to complain about." "Exactly," Duo agreed. "Sure, he's a bit older, but older men know how to care for people. He's always doted on Shin more than anyone else. That's a fact everyone knows. Henge, honestly, I watched Shin grow up and Auntie raised her herself. If anyone bullied her, Auntie and I would fight to the death. But if she ends up with Ironhead, there's no need to worry about in-law problems. Auntie loves her like a treasure, and so do I. She's spoiled by her elders at home, and if she marries into our family, she'll be spoiled by us too. She'll still be the little princess." Xue Heng nodded slowly. "That really isn't a concern." "Exactly," Duo laughed. "If you think about it, this is family marrying into family. True kinship. As the saying goes, don't let good things go to outsiders. If Shin married someone else, we'd have to investigate the guy's background, worry if he's a good match, worry she'd be mistreated, or even get tangled up with some gold digger." "Right. The worst is those spineless, disgusting men," Xue Heng agreed. "Exactly," Duo pressed on. "With Ironhead, there's no need to worry. No in-law drama, no money issues. Ironhead's assets may not match Lingling's yet, but he could surpass her in time. Plus, our finances are always separate. When we each have our own families, we'll just take care of Auntie. If Shin joins our family, she'll have nothing to worry about." Xue Heng's expression finally relaxed, and he even smiled a little. "Now that you put it that way, it all sounds pretty good." Duo gave a thumbs up. "It's practically perfect." "So," Xue Heng hesitated. "What now? Lingling and the others still don't know." "Let it be," Duo said seriously, pressing his hand. "They've only just started dating. Let's pretend we don't know. When the time is right and everything falls into place, they'll end up together. How great would that be? Then Ironhead will wait for Shin to graduate, wait for her to grow up, and then they'll get married naturally. Everything will be fine." "Well, all right then." Night falls. Ronghua Mall. After work, Jua Chun went to the nearby market to buy fresh meat and vegetables, getting ready to make dinner at home. Both her sons were workaholics and never came home before evening. Because of this, she pushed dinner back to 8 p.m. to accommodate her two workaholic sons. Just before 8, Jung Duo came home. "Auntie, I'm back." Ju Achun poked her head out of the kitchen and smiled. "Wash your hands and have some water. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay." Jung Duo looked around and asked, "Ironhead isn't back yet?" Ju Achun explained. "He said this morning he had to pick up an international package in the evening, so he'll be late. He told us to eat first." "International package?" Jung Duo's eyes flickered. "Must be a birthday present for Shin, right?" Tomorrow was Shin and Chong's birthday, their 18th, the official coming of age. Everyone had quietly received a verbal invitation from Lingling to come to the garden for a big meal and a little celebration for the two kids. He always prepared birthday gifts for Ranran and the others, but ever since Ironhead came back, no matter how carefully he picked, his gifts couldn't compare. Ironhead was especially generous with Shin. As long as she liked something, even if it was the stars in the sky, he'd find a way to get it for her. Last year, for Shin and Chong's birthday, he publicly gave each a computer, but privately bought Shin 3 sets of diamond jewelry. Afraid she wouldn't dare keep them at home, he even opened a large safety deposit box at the bank just for her to store precious things. Since then, he'd bought Shin all sorts of valuable things, rare treasures of every kind. Every time he bought something, he'd knock a couple zeros off the price and tell Shin it wasn't expensive, that it was an investment, and if the price went up she could sell it, just like pocket money in the bank. Even though Lingling was wealthy, apart from the luxury of Xinyuan, there were hardly any luxury goods at home. Their family was always low-key, buying only practical things, rarely anything expensive. Shin's chess teacher, though highly respected, lived in a military compound and used only ordinary things. Because of this, Shin had no concept of luxury, which gave Ironhead the chance to win her heart with these gifts. Busy cooking, Ju Achun said, "Probably. Shin is 18 now, a grown-up girl. Tomorrow's birthday present can't be careless." "Auntie, are you getting Shin a gift?" Zheng Duo couldn't help but say, "Let me buy it for you." Ju Achun smiled. "No need. I've already prepared something. I knitted her a sweater and made her a pair of gloves." Zheng Duo smiled. "Then I'll buy her some stationery. Shin's taking the college entrance exam next year. Good stationery is a must." "Don't buy anything too expensive," Ju Achun reminded. "Otherwise, Madame will be unhappy. Last time Ironhead bought a computer, Madame hinted it was too much and said in the future just buy them notebooks." "I know," Zheng Duo muttered. "You should remind Ironhead about that." Ju Achun gave a wry smile. "I don't know what's up with him. He seems frugal, but every time he buys something, it's always the expensive kind. That jade guanyin he gave me last time, it looks so valuable I don't even dare take it out, just keep it locked up." "That one? It's fine," Zheng Duo said. "It's not that expensive. If you like it, you should wear it." Ju Achun shook her head. "Better not. I work as a cleaner. Wearing something so valuable, people might laugh. We should be open and honest, but some coworkers gossip, so it's better to keep good things hidden. We see each other every day, so it's best to get along." Zheng Duo nodded. "I understand, Auntie. Just wear it when you're not working to match your clothes." Ju Achun agreed. Just then the door opened. Chen Xinji came in carrying a big box, careful and solemn, step by step. Seeing how cautious he was, Zheng Duo couldn't help but tease, "Hey, what are you carrying? Someone's true heart?" Chen Xinji shot him a look, called "Mom," toward the kitchen, and continued carefully toward his room. Zheng Duo followed, peeking, and whispered, "What is it? You look so nervous. Is it something fragile?" "Yeah," Chen Xinji nodded. "Porcelain? Ceramics?" Zheng Duo guessed. "No." Chen Xinji shook his head. "What is it then?" Zheng Duo was dying of curiosity. Chen Xinji ignored him, went to wash his hands, and changed into casual clothes. "Hey," Zheng Duo raised his eyebrows. "I did you a huge favor today, you know." Chen Xinji replied calmly, "What favor?" "About you and Shin." Zheng Duo lowered his voice. "A really, really big favor." Chen Xinji raised his eyebrows in surprise and said quietly, "It's a rare red coral inside. A friend helped me find it. I'm giving it to Shin as a birthday present tomorrow." Satisfied, Zheng Duo finally explained how Xue Heng had discovered their big secret. "I spent a ton of effort, talked for over an hour, and finally managed to calm him down." Chen Xinji lowered his eyes, his expression a bit heavy. "Our situation, sooner or later Madam and Sir will have to know." "No," Zheng Duo said with a wry smile. "At least wait until Shin's in college." Chen Xinji explained, "Her study abroad application is almost approved. It should go through next month. Whether she stays in the capital or goes to Wen country, I'll be able to take care of her." He'd expanded some of his business to the capital just to have more chances to be with her, to avoid the pain of missing her. Most of his business was in Wen country, so if she could study there, that would be perfect. Zheng Duo reminded, "It's not a sure thing yet. It's up to Shin. Lingling and the others really value the kid's own choices. If she insists on going and you're there to look after her, they'll probably agree. Chen Xinji suddenly said, I have a backup plan. If our relationship gets found out, I'll just propose to Jin on the spot, formally ask Sir and Madam for her hand. What? Zheng Duoduo was stunned. Propose? Oh my God, don't scare me. Their daughter just grew up. She's only turning 18 tomorrow. Why are you in such a rush? Calm down. I am in a rush. Chen Xinji coughed awkwardly. I've waited so long for her to come of age. I just want her to be with me openly every day. No way. Zheng Duoduo didn't even think before slamming on the brakes. If you propose now, your and Jin's future will be in jeopardy for sure. Never mind anything else. Just the accusation of ruining Shin's studies would be enough to haunt you for life. Did you forget my sister's example? She'd already gotten into college, but halfway through she got pregnant with Zhao Yue and had to drop out to get married and have a baby. Our family almost fell apart. If it hadn't been for Lingling and Uncle working so hard to patch things up, Zhao Yue might not have been born, and my brother-in-law might not even be our brother-in-law. Chen Xinji was finally cooled down a bit by this cold shower. Then I'll wait another year or so. After Shin finishes her college entrance exams, I'll take her to Wen country and we'll go public with our relationship then. No. Zheng Duoduo cut him off loudly. That won't work either. Chen Xinji's thick brows furrowed. Shin and I are in love. How can we keep sneaking around like this? Every time feels like we're thieves. I hate seeing her so nervous and scared. Wait until she finishes her exams next year, Zheng Duoduo reminded. Take her to study abroad in Wen country. Once you're far away, you can be as affectionate as you want, stick together 24/7, and no one will interfere. Not even before she leaves for study abroad? Chen Xinji raised an eyebrow. No. Zheng Duoduo lowered his voice. Shin is still too young. Lingling and the others would never let her get married so young. Even if it's you, they'd be 1,000 times reluctant. It's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Chen Xinji frowned. But you're rushing it, Zheng Duoduo countered. Think about it. If you had 3 sons and only 1 daughter, wouldn't you treasure her like a jewel? If someone came to marry her the moment she turned 18, wouldn't you feel upset and unwilling? I can't imagine it, Chen Xinji shook his head. Anyway, it's a definite no. Take Shin to study abroad, date her properly far away, and when she's about to graduate, start dropping hints to Lingling and the others, then go public. Chen Xinji frowned, troubled. Shin's got a heavy workload right now, and I'm in the capital most of the time. At best, I see her on weekends for a date or 2. It'd be better to take her to Wen country for school. The academics there aren't as tough as here, and with her grades, she'd be a top student. You've got all the application stuff ready? Zheng Duoduo asked. Chen Xinji shook his head. The path is set, but I need some documents from her parents. I'll talk to Lingling and the others about it tomorrow. That might be tricky, Zheng Duoduo analyzed. Wen country is a small nation, and its academic reputation isn't great internationally. Shin is a top student. She could easily get into the best universities here. If it were another country, Lingling and the others might agree. But for Wen country, they might not be satisfied. Chen Xinji felt sorry for his beloved. Shin's workload is so heavy. Endless tests, weekly, monthly, midterms, finals. It's crazy. High school is one thing, but I don't want her to be so stressed in college, too. College is usually a bit easier, Zheng Duoduo reminded. But what about Ran? He's in grad school and it doesn't seem easy for him. He's in medicine, Zheng Duoduo explained. That's always tough. Plus, Ran is super ambitious. He does research, writes papers, interns at the hospital and at a pharmaceutical company. He's doing the work of several students, so of course it's not easy. Chen Xinji shook his head. I just want Shin to study more chess and do what she loves. The one he loved should be cherished, protected, and cared for all her life. He could shield her from the storms and only let her see sunshine and blue skies. Don't think like that, Zheng Duoduo warned. Lingling and the others may seem easygoing, but they have high hopes for their kids. Chong and Shin are both top students. They won't spoil Shin just because she's a girl. Shin isn't spoiled, Chen Xinji said. She won't be. But Lingling and the others don't see it that way. Think about it. Lingling is fiercely independent and strong, a businesswoman who's made her own way. Like mother, like daughter, she'd never let her only daughter be coddled by you. Chen Xinji's eyes flickered. So, you're saying they might not agree to Xin studying in Wen country? Yeah, Zheng Duoduo analyzed. You want to give Xin a comfortable, easy environment, but they want her to work hard and grow. Just on that point, you'll have a hard time seeing eye to eye. Chen Xinji sighed. I've been away from the capital for years, haven't spent enough time with Madame and Sir, and don't know them well. I thought Madame was so busy with business she wouldn't care much about the kids' education or be too strict. It's the opposite, Zheng Duoduo explained. Lingling is busy, so Uncle Yuan had to sacrifice his own career to take care of the family. His career slowed down for years because of it. Only recently, with the kids grown and Lingling semi-retired, has he had time to focus on his own work. Sir is easy to talk to, Chen Xinji said. Only if you're not his son-in-law. All fathers-in-law are the same. They see sons-in-law as people who steal their daughters. Uncle Yuan is strict with the boys, but he's soft on Xin because she's his precious girl. Chen Xinji glared at him. You've shot down every idea I have. Why don't you offer a good suggestion instead of just saying no? I'm working on it, Zheng Duoduo said miserably. No going public, no study abroad. Chen Xinji frowned. How can you give up without even trying? That's not me. If I have to choose, I'll at least fight for the study abroad option. Or maybe Xin could do what Zhao Yue did, use escaping pressure as an excuse? That's not a good idea, Zheng Duoduo shrank back. Don't scare the elders. Chen Xinji rolled his eyes. No need to go to extremes. Just let Xin show a bit of the pressure she's under in her senior year, make them feel sorry for her. Then I'll suggest studying in Wen country. Start low, then go high. How about that? Early in the morning, Xin Yuan was already bustling with activity. The coming-of-age ceremony meant a lot to a vibrant young man and woman. The twins had rarely celebrated their birthdays growing up, mainly because Xueling believed that since the elders in the family never really celebrated their own birthdays, there was no need for the kids to make a big deal out of theirs either. A special meal and a small cake were enough to mark the occasion. Other than taking a birthday photo of the kids each year, there weren't really any other traditions. But the coming-of-age ceremony was the first real milestone of adulthood, so the family took it seriously. When Ranran had his coming-of-age, the family ordered a big cake, bought him a pile of gifts, and let him invite all his friends to a KTV for a day of wild fun. When Yang Yang's turn came, he happened to be in training for a major international competition. The training was intense, but he was clever and knew how to sweet-talk the coach, so he managed to get half a day off. Everyone prepared gifts for him, and Xueling even bought him a really nice phone for the first time ever, which made him so happy he was bouncing around all day. The twins' birthday and coming of age fell on the same day, and everyone felt it had been a long time since there was something to celebrate, so they wanted to make it a big event. However, Xueling always preferred to keep things low-key and didn't want a huge, noisy party. She turned down the idea of a grand celebration and decided to just have a lively gathering in the garden, inviting only the closest families for a meal, cake, and candles. Both kids were in their crucial senior year of high school, and no one wanted them to be distracted, so the whole thing was kept secret from them until last night, when they were finally told and picked up to come home for their birthday. They'd just finished a round of monthly exams, had been studying hard for days, and after coming home last night, they showered and went straight to bed. Xueling didn't have the heart to wake them, so she had the party staff prepare everything in the back garden and simply decorated the dining room. The third plan, youthful but still warm and cozy. The staff immediately got to work, bustling back and forth. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his schedule and came to help after breakfast. Wife, I heard from Mom that we don't need to order a cake. What's going on? Is someone sending one over? Xueling nodded. Ironhead said a few days ago he'd take care of a big cake, that he had a baker friend helping out, so I shouldn't order one. He's sending it? Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows, a little worried. Is it going to be one of those super expensive ones? Chen Xinji was wealthy and always generous with Xin, so he was worried it might be too extravagant or flashy. Sheling shook her head. He didn't say much, just told me to leave it to him. All right then. Chung Tianyuan smiled wryly and shook his head. It's probably one of those fancy cakes from a top baker. Sheling laughed too and said quietly, It's a kind gesture and I can't really refuse. He's always doted on the kids, and since he offered, all I could do was remind him not to go overboard. A small cake is enough. There's not much else I can say. Chung Tianyuan sighed. Well, the 18th birthday is important. A little extravagance is fine. Their family wasn't short on money, so letting the kids have a high-profile moment or two was okay, better than having them complain that their parents are too stingy. Sheling asked, Did you tell Xiaohu and Yu to come early? I did, Chung Tianyuan replied. I told them to come over as soon as they woke up, hopefully before 11. Knowing Xiaohu, he usually sleeps until 2 or 3 in the afternoon, so if he makes it by 11, that's already early for him. That guy, Sheling frowned. Still staying up late every night? Chung Tianyuan sighed. Yeah, he says he's used to it. Even if he doesn't have to compete or train, he can't sleep early. He gets more energetic after midnight and just can't fall asleep. Xueling snorted. Nonsense. At his age, how could he have insomnia? When we were that age, we'd stick to the bed like glue and never want to get up. Habits can be changed. If he doesn't try, of course he can't do it. Chung Tianyuan said softly, Staying up late all the time has made his complexion terrible. Pale and dull, no glow at all. He has to fix it himself. Xueling shook her head. We can't help him. It's up to his own discipline. Yu told me several times to persuade him to stop staying up late. I've tried, but he just won't listen. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment. Maybe he needs some medicine to help adjust his routine. Sheling paused, then suggested, When Uncle Jillian comes over, I'll ask if he has any ideas. When Xiaohu gets here, we'll have him check his pulse and prescribe something. Uncle Jillian's medical skills weren't as good as the late third uncle's, but he was more than capable of handling minor issues like this. Xiaohu was so proud, he'd never go to the hospital for something minor. But if they caught him at a family gathering, he'd have to give in and listen. Chung Tianyuan nodded. I'll leave it to you. That kid can't keep this up. Ever since Xiaohu got into esports, he'd started staying up late. Once it became his career, the habit stuck. In the past 2 years, his club had grown, with several teams under his wing, making money hand over fist. Earlier this year, he bought Ah Hu and Wang Qing a luxury villa and a fancy car. When his sister got into college, he gave her several million and bought her an apartment near campus. He didn't neglect his in-laws either. Last summer, he spent 10 million for Shan Yu to buy another big fishery and bought a luxury apartment in the city center for the 2 elders. Shan Yu and his wife were more and more satisfied with him, constantly urging Shan Yu to give them another granddaughter. Shan Yu had tried, but hadn't gotten pregnant yet. Xiaohu wasn't worried. He'd bought 2 apartments in the capital in her name and told her to take care of Xiaohu and let the next child come naturally. Now that they were financially secure, Shan Yu started worrying about his health and routine. Xiaohu's long-term late nights and irregular meals had led to recurring stomach problems. Xue Jillian had prescribed him medicine before, and after months of care, he'd barely recovered. But young people forget pain once they heal, and with bad habits, the stomach issues kept coming back. Xue Ling promised to ask Xue Jillian for help again. This bad habit of staying up late has to change, and the stomach problems need to be taken care of. He's still young, he can't waste his health. His father's example should be enough of a warning. Mom, Chung Huanran yawned, scratching his dark hair. I'm full. Anything you need help with? Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What's up? Stayed up late last night? Nope. Huanran grinned sheepishly. I was asleep before midnight, got 7.5 hours, slept plenty. Xue Ling couldn't help poking at his weak spot. You got home after 9, went to your room after 10. Why not sleep until midnight? Talking to your girlfriend? Ayo, Mom. Huanran hugged her, acting cute. Even if you know, you have to pretend you don't, or I'll be so embarrassed. Xue Ling teased mercilessly. It's not like it's anything shameful. Why be so secretive? You're in your 20s. What's wrong with dating? You're not bad looking, your grades are fine. If no girls liked you, that'd be weird. Young people dating is totally normal. Huanran giggled, lowering his voice. It's just not time to go public yet. When is the right time? Sheling countered. When you're getting married? Huanran pretended to think seriously. I guess so. Xueling nodded, playing along. All right, just let us know when you get your marriage certificate and when you're throwing a banquet. Don't worry, we won't interfere. Mom. Huanran bent down and kissed her cheek. Okay, I give up. Don't worry. Once we graduate, I'll bring her home for New Year's. You're my mom. If you don't care about my marriage, who else could, right? Wrong. Sheling finally smiled. Of course your marriage is your own business. I'm just reminding you, don't let the girl feel wronged. If you're serious, you have to take the initiative. Our family has to take the initiative. Oh. Huanran nodded quickly. We'll talk after we graduate. Sheling smiled dotingly. As long as you know what you're doing. Don't let her feel neglected, okay? Got it, Huanran explained. She's not the clingy type. Independent, strong, hardworking. She won't feel wronged, don't worry. If I suddenly brought her home to meet the parents, it'd probably scare her. Xueling lowered her voice. Strong girls need care and affection in private even more. Be good to her. Be thoughtful, okay? Yes, Huanran replied loudly. Xueling chuckled. Did Yang Yang tell you? He and that Zhao Xiao have confessed to each other and are officially dating now. That kid, Huanran laughed. Took him long enough. All right, our second finally figured it out. Xueling was pleased, her voice gentle. You all need to work hard and treat your girls well. As for the third and fourth, they'd better not cause any drama before the college entrance exam. Let them get into college smoothly so we can finally relax. Don't worry, Huanran patted his chest. I guarantee their grades are better than mine. Xueling waved him off. You're all unique in my heart, no need to compare. Thanks, Mom. Huanran grinned. I've got my gifts ready. Anything else you need? Xueling pulled a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. Here's today's lunch menu. Go check with Uncle Lee and the others in the kitchen. See if anything needs to be added. Got it. The eldest son took the list and dashed off to the back kitchen. Just then, Dad Xue walked by, fiddling with his tie. Ling, why can't I get this tie right? Come help me. Xueling stifled a laugh and quickly helped him. Dad, why are you getting so dressed up? You're not the star today. Dad Xue chuckled. Chong and Xin are all grown up now. We're just happy. There's a photographer coming for a family portrait, so we have to dress up. Oh, and remember to take a photo of me and your mom together later. Don't worry, Xueling gave a thumbs up. I'll make sure you two look your best. Dad Xue grinned. All right, I'll go hurry your mom. That dress you bought her looks great. She has to wear it for the photo today. Go! Xueling waved. You have to coax her into it. Dad Xue happily went off. Just then, Cheng Huancheng wandered over, yawning and scratching his head. Mom, why is it so noisy? What time is it? Xueling checked her watch. Almost 8. She helped straighten her younger son's pajamas. Go wash up, then put on the clothes I bought you. It's your birthday. You have to look sharp. Cheng Huancheng blushed. Mom, what gift did you get me this year? Don't ask. Xueling raised an eyebrow. It's a secret for now. Wait for the surprise. Cheng Huancheng pouted. Fine, a few more hours won't kill me. Go wash up. Xueling pushed him toward the bathroom, then knocked on her daughter's door. Xin, time to get up. The room was quiet. No response. Xueling didn't push it and went back to work. By noon, guests started arriving. Zhu Achun and Zheng Duoduo were first, both carrying bags full of gifts. We came early. Ironhead said he'll be late, probably off getting a present. She Jilian and the Chens arrived with their 3 kids, laughing. Ah Heng and Ah Fang went to buy gifts, so they dropped us off first. Xiao Yi has a half-day off. Ah Huan will pick her up after work. Cheng Tianyuan brought out fruit and snacks, and the kids swarmed around. Slow down, there's plenty. Here, these are roasted chestnuts from the big kitchen. Smells amazing. Dad, I want some too! She Yang dropped his backpack and dove in. Smells so good. Everyone laughed and teased him. Yang Yang's back. Hey, I heard Yang Yang's in love. Look at that energy and big smile. Yang Yang, teach me your tricks. Duo wants to find a girlfriend too. Shui Yang laughed and ran off with snacks and his cousins. Cheng Tianyuan nudged his younger son and whispered, Chong, it's past 10. Your sister isn't still sleeping, is she? Go get her up. Okay. Huan Chong ran off. A while later he came back looking puzzled. Dad, Shin's not in her room. I checked everywhere, she's not here. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Did she go out? Go ask the gate guard. Okay. Huan Chong ran off again. A moment later he returned, looking strange. Dad, the guard said she went out after 11 last night and hasn't come back yet. What? Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. Where did she go? She's been out all night? Really? What were the guards and bodyguards doing? Everyone was startled. What happened? What's going on? What about Shin? Cheng Huancheng's face was a little pale as he shook his head. I don't know. The security booth said a familiar car picked her up. A familiar car? Did you check? Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly got up and ran toward the gate. Didn't you ask who it was? How could you just let Shin go? She's been gone all night. That's never happened before. What if something happened? Everyone was worried about Shin and rushed after him in a panic. She Ling and Zheng Duoduo were in the back discussing business. Halfway through, they noticed everyone in the living room rushing toward the front door. Sensing something was wrong, they followed. What's going on? Is everyone going out to greet a guest? Zheng Duoduo smiled elegantly. Probably. She Ling felt uneasy and stood up. Duoduo, let's go check it out. Zheng Duoduo nodded, then asked, Linglingji, do you really approve of this plan? I do. She Ling patted his arm warmly. You like to attract consumers in unconventional ways, grabbing attention and saving on advertising. Such a clever two-birds-one-stone approach. How could I not approve? Be confident, you're the best. Zheng Duoduo flashed a big white smile. With your support, I feel much more confident. As they walked out, they saw everyone gathered at the security office, looking anxious and worried. Xie Ling quickened her pace. What's wrong? Mom, Cheng Huanchong said anxiously. Shin didn't come home last night. Everyone's worried sick. We're checking the security footage now. What? Xue Ling was truly shocked. Wait, why didn't she come home? When did she leave? She only got home from school after 7 last night. Zhu Achen turned and explained anxiously. They said a familiar car picked her up late at night and she left. She hasn't come back since. Don't panic, maybe it was Ironhead, Zheng Duoduo suggested. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan stepped away from the monitor, visibly relieved. It's okay. It really was Ironhead's car, not someone else. The security guard was new on shift and wasn't sure if it was Shinji. I checked carefully. It was his car. The bodyguard on duty last night wanted to follow, but Shin refused. Shinji got out and spoke to him for a bit. The bodyguard didn't mention it during the morning shift change, which gave us all a scare. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, someone raised a question. That's odd. Why did Ironhead pick up Shin in the middle of the night? Yeah, and she didn't come home all night? Did something happen? Zhu Achen's face went pale with worry. Ironhead didn't come home last night either. I'll call him right now. Auntie, Zheng Duoduo squeezed forward. Let me call. He looked around and tried to reassure everyone. Don't worry, Ironhead is always careful. Something must have come up or he'd have brought the birthday girl home by now. Call him. Yeah, better to check. Shin never goes out to play or stays out all night. Something must have happened. Zheng Duoduo, a little nervous, quickly called Chen Xinji. After a while, the call was answered. Zheng Duoduo lowered his voice. Where are you? Is Shin with you? Yes. Chen Xinji's voice was a little hoarse, as if he'd just woken up. Zheng Duoduo's head throbbed. Bro, do you know what time it is? You took someone's daughter out in the middle of the night and didn't come home? It's almost noon. You... After a while, he hung up, turned to everyone and forced an awkward smile. Ironhead took Shin out to play in the water last night, but they overdid it and Shin caught a chill. He isn't familiar with the roads in the capital, and it was dark, so he took a wrong turn and ended up in the suburbs. He was worried Shin would get sick, so they found a clean hotel to stay at. Shin's still sleeping and he's making her ginger tea. As soon as she wakes up, he'll bring her home. So that's what happened. She just caught a chill? That's nothing. Some ginger tea and she'll be fine. Young people recover fast. She'll be bouncing around by the afternoon. Jua Chun was relieved, but still apologetic. That boy is always traveling, has no sense of time, and took Shin out in the middle of the night. He probably wanted to give her a special birthday, but didn't think it through and let her catch a chill. He really doesn't know how to take care of her. I'll have to scold him later. It's fine, Xue Ling smiled. Don't scold him, he meant well. Ironhead has always doted on Shin. Probably just wanted to give her a special coming-of-age gift, but it backfired. Yeah, Zheng Duoduo added with a forced smile. He took the wrong road, ended up in the suburbs. Oh, and he said he ordered a big cake for Shin and Chong to be delivered at 11:30. It's from a 5-star hotel, made by a top pastry chef, started last night and finished this morning. Everyone's attention shifted to the cake. Wow, what kind of cake takes that long? Must be huge. A top pastry chef? It must be delicious. We're in for a treat. 11:30? That's soon. We'll feast our eyes and our stomachs. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged subtle looks. Let's all go back to the living room for tea and snacks. When the cake arrives, we'll all enjoy it together. All right. Everyone filed back to the living room. Zheng Duoduo tried to slip away, but Xue Ling grabbed him. Cheng Tianyuan joined in, pulling him into a corner. Duoduo, what's really going on? Tell us the truth. Huh? Zheng Duoduo swallowed nervously, but smiled warmly. What do you mean? About what? Xue Ling narrowed her eyes and snorted. The truth. Zheng Duoduo slowly lowered his head and said quietly, Jin wants to study abroad. Ironhead suggested she consider going to Wen country for university and grad school. Jin's interested, but worried you wouldn't agree. Last night, Ironhead showed her the application info, and she was really tempted but too anxious to say yes. While he wasn't looking, she drank a glass of wine and got drunk. Ironhead tried to take her home but got lost and ended up in the suburbs. Really? Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. Second version? Zheng Duoduo shook his head desperately. That's the truth. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. So she didn't catch a chill? Was it a cold or was she drunk? Zheng Duoduo quickly replied, a little bit of both, but mostly drunk. I just didn't want you to blame Shin, so I didn't tell the whole truth. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a look, both only half convinced. Everyone in the garden was sharp. Except for a few elders, the rest were all half skeptical, even starting to suspect something. Everyone had seen how much Chen Xinji doted on Shin over the years. Because of their age gap and the fact that they'd grown up as close neighbors, no one had ever thought much of it. But this time, it was clearly different. In the past, at family gatherings, the two of them being a bit closer was normal, and no one thought twice. But for him to pick Shin up in the middle of the night and both of them not come home all night, what did that really mean? No one said anything, but everyone was guessing and secretly suspicious. Ju Achen's face didn't look good. She pulled Zheng Duoduo to the back garden to admire the fish. I covered for Ironhead just now, but Madam and Sir are both so smart, they're bound to think more than I do. What on earth is Ironhead up to? Zheng Duoduo rubbed his nose, stammering, I don't know. Ju Achun frowned. You may not be my biological son, but I raised you myself. Do you really think you can fool Auntie? Is that possible? Zheng Duoduo gave a sheepish, ingratiating smile. Auntie, I really don't know much. Yesterday evening, Ironhead told me Shin wanted to study abroad, but was worried the family wouldn't let her go far, so she asked him for help. He planned to help her apply to Wen country for university and grad school. Ju Achen shot him a look. And what does that have to do with them being out all night? You can only apply to study abroad at night? In the middle of the night? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Jung Duo scratched his head awkwardly and said quietly, Shin accidentally got drunk. Ironhead got lost and they ended up stuck in the suburbs. That brat! Juachun couldn't help but scold. Is he out of his mind? How could he take Shin out drinking? That girl is so well behaved she hardly even drinks soda. And he let her drink alcohol. Auntie, don't be mad, don't get worked up. Jung Duo gave a wry smile. There's probably more to it. Juachun glared at him. More to it? I think it's a secret romance. And you're helping him cover it up. Are you two trying to drive me crazy? No. Jung Duo was startled and quickly tried to calm her. Auntie, let me explain. It's not as bad as you think, really. Really. Juachun was usually gentle and rarely raised her voice, let alone got angry. Jung Duo was truly scared and stammered, I'm not lying, actually it's a good thing. Juachun frowned and said quietly, Shin is still so young. She's only 18 today. Is he really serious? Jung Duo didn't dare answer. Juachun sighed. Don't bother covering for him. It's my fault for being careless and not thinking deeper. He's not the type to go out of his way for just anyone, only for someone he truly cares about. He's always been so good to Shin, I should have guessed. Her own son had always doted on Shin, so when he came back and spoiled her even more, with all sorts of treats and gifts, she thought it was just like before. Who would have thought? Sigh. Juachun frowned. He's stubborn and tough. Even I might not be able to talk sense into him. I know you must have tried, but he wouldn't listen. Jung Duo pouted and nodded, feeling wronged. Auntie, just pretend you don't know. It's not one-sided. They both like each other. We should be happy for them. Juachun glared at him. Pretend not to know? That was fine before, when I really didn't know. But now that something like this has happened, how can I keep pretending? What will Madame and Sir think? Well, he made his own mess, Jung Duo muttered. Let him explain it. Let him take responsibility. Juachun lowered her eyes, full of worry. Jung Duo hugged her, comforting. Auntie, don't worry about him. Ironhead is a tough nut. No one can do anything with him. If he wants to do something, no one can stop him. If he doesn't, you could hold his head down and he still wouldn't budge. If he dares to do this, he must have his own plan and sense of responsibility. Juachun gave a bitter smile. Now I just hope Madame and Sir won't blame him. Should we help plead his case? No need, Jung Duo whispered. He needs to know how hard it is to win Shin, so he'll cherish her more. If it were anyone else, it might be tough to get approval. But Lingling and the others know Ironhead well. At most they'll worry Shin is too young. There's nothing else to criticize. Juachun snorted. He's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Don't put him down like that, Jung Duo laughed. Ironhead is a top-notch guy, a real catch. Juachun scoffed quietly. So what? Still a toad. Jung Duo coaxed. Auntie, you watched Shin grow up and love her? Don't you want her as your daughter-in-law? Of course I do. Juachun finally smiled, a little embarrassed. Shin is beautiful, has a great personality, so sweet and pure. I've always treated her like a treasure. Jung Duo laughed quietly. Then let's keep pretending not to know and let him handle it. In my opinion, the fewer people involved in love, the better, especially since it's not time to talk marriage yet. Juachun finally nodded. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were full of suspicion inside, but outwardly remained calm, cheerfully entertaining the guests. Xue Yang and his cousins went off to play, blissfully unaware of any of this. A while later, the big cake arrived. A large truck, a huge freezer, a dozen people helping. Even the pastry chef and assistants came along. The exquisite cake was 8 layers tall, mainly pink, decorated with cartoon characters. Everyone was dazzled and full of praise. Cheng Huanchong stood on tiptoe and was delighted to see the cartoon characters were the protagonists from his own published book and couldn't help but smile with joy. Ironhead Gi is so thoughtful. I thought, it was just for Shin. Next to him, Chung Huanran nudged his brother, eyes warning. Huan Chong quickly shut up. She Yang shouted, laughing, "Wow, what a beautiful, huge cake! Ironhead Ji really went all out. Look, it's a castle princess and prince. So romantic." Everyone gathered around the cake, full of praise and excitement. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look, both with a helpless, wry smile in their eyes. That afternoon, one of the main characters was absent from the celebration and missed out on the cake. Everyone enjoyed a happy meal and the big cake before heading home. Ju Achun looked like she wanted to say something, but Zheng Duoduo quietly pulled her away. Then he hurried over to say goodbye to Xue Ling and the others, explaining that he had an important meeting at the group in the afternoon. "It's fine. Go ahead," Xue Ling said warmly. "Drive safe." Zheng Duoduo smiled and waved. "I'll take Auntie home first. See you later." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling watched their slightly hurried figures, unable to help but find it all a bit funny. "So, they've decided to play dumb and pretend they don't know? Maybe we really are overthinking it. What do you think?" Sigh. In the afternoon, Chen Xinji finally brought Xue Xin home. Xin's face was flushed, her big eyes full of shyness and worry. "Ironhead Gi, what do we do?" Seeing her so embarrassed, ashamed, and scared, Chen Xinji couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. "Xin'er, don't worry. I'll handle everything." Xin was frightened, her eyes wide with surprise. Don't say anything to my parents. As long as we both deny it, they can't do anything without proof. You mustn't say anything." Seeing her like a startled little deer, Chen Xinji suddenly changed his mind. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to your room to shower, change, and rest. I'll go explain things to your parents. I already spoke to Duoduo earlier. He's helped cover for us. Don't worry, it'll be fine." Xin was still anxious, whispering, "Do you remember exactly what you told him? What if Duoduo slips up? Should you call and double-check, make sure nothing got out?" Looking at her so jumpy, Chen Xinji's eyes were full of pain and tenderness. "All right, I'll call Duoduo right now." Xin couldn't help but remind him, "Hurry, and tell Duoduoga not to say a word to anyone." "Okay." Chen Xinji smiled gently. "Let me take you to your room first." Xin nodded, then shook her head nervously. "Never mind. There are too many people at home today." Chen Xinji took her hand and squeezed it tightly. "Don't worry. They won't suspect anything. Come, I'll take you to your room." He walked steadily, his face calm, his eyes showing the composure of someone used to storms. The girl beside him, though, was flustered and nervous, peeking around like a runaway who'd done something wrong. "Big brother!" Xue Xin suddenly straightened up, her face pale, stammering. Why are you here?" Cheng Huanran glanced at her, his gaze falling on Chen Xinji. The other man's eyes were calm and steady, his demeanor cool as always, and he nodded in greeting. Cheng Huanran sighed inwardly, secretly raising the white flag. All right, in front of Ironhead Ji, who's seen it all and can stay calm even if the sky falls, he, a 20-something intern doctor who's seen all kinds of bloody surgeries, was still just a kid. He smiled warmly. "You're finally back. We waited for you to eat and have cake, but you never showed, so we started without you. We saved you 2 whole layers of cake. Make sure you eat it." "Okay." Xin visibly relaxed, her eyes sparkling. "We'll go have some in a bit." Cheng Huanran waved her over. "Come on, your present's still waiting for you in my room." Jin's eyes lit up at the mention of a gift. She started to run over but turned back, still worried, and looked at Chen Xinji. Then she asked nervously, "Big brother, where are Mom and Dad?" Cheng Huanran smiled. "They've been busy all day and went to rest. They're probably in their study or bedroom." Xin's eyes darted, and she smiled happily. "Ironhead, don't go explaining anything to my parents. After I get my present, we'll eat cake and then you just go home like usual. Judging by my brother's face, nothing happened at all. Let's just act like always, as if nothing happened." Chen Xinji's gaze lingered on her slightly swollen pink lips, his voice gentle and doting. Go shower and change, then open your present. I'll go talk to Duo, then we'll eat cake together. Okay. Shin grinned and ran to Chung Hwan-ran. Big brother, where's my present? Chung Hwan-ran put his arm around her and led her away. Don't worry, your present's safe, waiting for you to open it, birthday girl. As he spoke, he glanced back at Chun Shin-ji. The other man caught his look, calmly watched them go, then turned and headed for the study. The house was big, but everyone's rooms and living areas were fixed, so even without wandering, it was easy to find the right place. Xie Ling and Cheng Tianyuan's room was next to their large study, where they usually worked or kept documents and contracts. Chen Shinji thought for a moment, then went straight to the study instead of their bedroom. Knock, knock! Knock, knock! He knocked twice and waited calmly. Come in, Xue Ling's voice called from inside. Chen Shinji pushed the door open. He saw Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling in matching loungewear, sitting leisurely on the wooden sofa by the window, the air filled with the scent of tea. One was washing teacups, the other looking at a phone. Chen Shinji paused, swallowed quietly, then strode forward. Sir, ma'am, I have something to say to you. Xue Ling didn't look up, still washing the cups. Take your time. Come, let's talk over tea. Chen Shinji pulled out a sandalwood chair and sat across from them, sitting tall and composed. His gaze was a little hesitant, but he looked steadily at Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling. Sir, ma'am, first I have to say I'm sorry. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. Sorry for what? Why the sudden apology? Cheng Tianyuan looked up from his phone, his gaze a little cold. Chen Shinji didn't flinch, speaking calmly. Shin and I have been dating for a while, but I never told you clearly. I'm truly sorry. A while? Xue Ling frowned. How long is a while? When did it start? Chen Shinji lowered his eyes. More than half a year ago, but my feelings for Shin go back even further, love that started without me realizing, and has only grown deeper. Xue Ling couldn't help but rub her forehead, looking at the steaming teacups in front of her. You two aren't even childhood sweethearts. Are you sure it's not just a deep sibling bond? Shin is so innocent, a girl we've always protected. She seems clever, but her head's empty. She'd help count the money if someone sold her. No, Chen Shinji nodded. I'm very sure, and so is she. In a parent's eyes, their children are always young, but Shin is an adult now. She understands a lot, including love between a man and a woman. Xue Ling couldn't help but feel a little awkward when she heard this. She only just became an adult today, yet she's already been in a relationship for half a year. T2, you really have a big heart. She's still so young, still at an age where she's confused about love. Maybe you're sure about your feelings, but she definitely isn't. Chen Shinji's gaze was resolute as he said, Madame, no matter whether Xiaoxin can be sure in the future or not, I will always love her, care for her, and cherish her as I always have. You? Xue Ling gave a wry smile. Why put yourself through this? Taitu, you're a man who takes things so seriously. I'm afraid you'll be the one who gets hurt the most in the end. Chen Shinji was moved, his voice a little hoarse. Madam, you really understand me. Since you do, please let us be together. Please believe me, I will use my life to protect Xiaoxin, to ensure her happiness and well-being for the rest of her life. Xue Ling frowned in distress and said softly, Taitu, you're already in your 30s, always so mature and steady. Why are you suddenly being so impulsive? Promises of lifelong love are not something to be made lightly. They're hard to keep. Besides, Xiaoxin is still just a child, not someone you can fully trust with such things. Chen Shinji's eyes were firm and strong. Madam, you know I always keep my word. No matter what the future holds, I think I'll only ever love Xiaoxin in this life. Please, let us be together. How can you be so impulsive when it comes to love? Xue Ling waved her hand and sighed. Taitu, you've always been so thorough and calm in everything you do. You shouldn't be so reckless about feelings. Chen Shinji lowered his eyes, his handsome, noble face full of weariness. Sir, madam, I grew up in a broken family. I had a cruel, alcoholic, abusive father and a weak, kind, lonely mother. From the moment I became aware of things, I swore to take on the responsibility of the family, to save my mother from her suffering, and give her a complete and happy home. Later, my mother lost a child from being beaten and her spirit nearly collapsed. If Madame hadn't risked her life to save her, my mother would have died long ago. Afterwards, you both helped us many times, gave us a place to stay, and brought us so much warmth. Even though life got much better, my family was still broken, never whole. I couldn't bear to see my mother always working alone under the lamp, so I supported her in remarrying Uncle Zhang. Their family is wonderful, but I never really felt like I belonged. Usually, apart from Xiaoxin and a few of the other kids, almost no one could bring me real happiness. No matter how well I did in school, no matter how much money I made, my heart always felt hard and cold. Sometimes even I hated myself for it. Family to me is both unfamiliar and deeply attractive. Deep down, I long for a complete, happy family, but I could never find it, never experience it, and even drew suspicion from Zheng Datong. I didn't want my mother to worry, so I kept everything bottled up, became extremely sensitive, and was fiercely independent. That's why I left home in a fit of anger. But leaving wasn't just about running away. I wanted to escape that environment, even my mother. So I fled from the northern capital to the southern coast. I heard some people were sneaking off to Southeast Asia to start businesses, crossing the sea to get far from the mainland, and I got on the boat without hesitation. During those 10-odd days on the boat, I saw the vast, surging sea and faced life and death situations more than once. The boat hit a reef, and I saw the hysteria of people terrified of dying. My hard heart seemed to feel something for the first time. I missed home, missed my mother, and missed all of you. So I swam desperately, kept swimming, and finally, in the chaos, grabbed onto a piece of wood. It was a dark, windy night, the waves like black curtains crashing over me again and again. All I could do was cling tightly to that plank. At that moment, I thought I might die. But I was lucky. A fishing boat rescued me at dawn, and I woke up after sleeping half a day. Not knowing the language, in a completely different environment, I suffered all kinds of hardships at first. I slept on the streets at night, drank from streams, dug up wild vegetables to eat, and was often bullied by street thugs, punched and kicked, nearly crippled twice, limped for months, and had to set my own bones with a stick, enduring excruciating pain to get through it. During those days, the only thing that kept me going was the thought of going home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived. I missed you all so much. It was you who gave me the faith to keep living and pushing forward. It wasn't until I heard a familiar dialect and went up to talk that I met my first local Chinese expatriate. He took pity on me, gave me a place to stay, and found me a job. With shelter, I finally found my footing there. I slowly learned the local language and writing. After earning some money, I started attending the local school. I learned quickly and gradually discovered many business opportunities. Slowly, I started my own business there while still attending school. Luckily, the system was based on credits, so as long as I passed the exams, the teachers would turn a blind eye if I missed classes. Eventually, I succeeded both academically and in business. Actually, during that time, I'd already gotten citizenship there and could return to the capital at any time. But for some reason, I always felt a kind of nervousness about coming home. My mother called again and again, urging me to come back when I could. I wanted to, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. At this point, he let out a long sigh. It wasn't until I finally came back that I realized what I was afraid of. Even with my mother, it was hard to be close. Years of estrangement, so many dangers and hardships, had put a barrier around my heart. Deep down, I missed my mother and Duoduo and all of you very much. But I'd gotten so used to being independent that I couldn't get close to anyone, always feeling a sense of distance. But there's one person who's very special. She can easily cross that barrier and reach straight into my heart, touching the only soft spot deep inside me. I don't know why, but she just can. She's Xiao Xin. He looked at Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling, speaking with deep sincerity. Sir, Madame, my feelings for Xiao Xin aren't a moment's impulse, nor are they childhood infatuation. I'm absolutely certain she's the only one for me in this life. Only when I'm with her does my heart feel soft and I feel truly alive. Ling's eyes shimmered with tears as she said softly, "To have such a loving big brother, Xiaoxin is truly very lucky. Taitu, to be honest, if you were any other man, we probably would have sent you away long ago. After all, at Xiaoxin's age, relationships are usually just childish games or self-destruction. It's only because you're our Taitu that we're willing to give you a chance to explain, to hear what you both really think." Chen Xinji grew a little agitated and raised his voice. "Madam, this is how I truly feel. Please allow me to be with Xiaoxin." This, Ling was clearly troubled. She glanced at Cheng Tianyuan, who had been silent the whole time, only to see him looking down, unwilling to comment, as if he didn't want to speak. She felt hesitant as well. After a pause, she said softly, "Titu, talking about this now, it's really too soon." "No," Chen Xinji replied earnestly. "Actually, it's not too soon. Xiaoxin is already an adult. Kids these days mature early. Some have already dated several times by their teens. I'll do my best not to affect her studies, and I'll help her grow and mature so that together we can build a happy family." "Knock, knock! Knock, knock!" He knocked twice and waited calmly. "Come in," Ling's voice called from inside. Chen Xinji pushed the door open. He saw Cheng Tianyuan and Ling in matching loungewear, sitting leisurely on the wooden sofa by the window, the air filled with the scent of tea. One was washing teacups, the other looking at a phone. Chen Xinji paused, swallowed quietly, then strode forward. "Sir, ma'am, I have something to say to you." Ling didn't look up, still washing the cups. "Take your time. Come, let's talk over tea." Chen Xinji pulled out a sandalwood chair and sat across from them, sitting tall and composed. His gaze was a little hesitant, but he looked steadily at Cheng Tianyuan and Ling. "Sir, ma'am, first I have to say I'm sorry." Ling's eyes flickered. "Sorry for what? Why the sudden apology?" Cheng Tianyuan looked up from his phone, his gaze a little cold. Chen Xinji didn't flinch, speaking calmly. "Xin and I have been dating for a while, but I never told you clearly. I'm truly sorry." "A while?" Ling frowned. "How long is a while? When did it start?" Chen Xinji lowered his eyes. "More than half a year ago. But my feelings for Xin go back even further. Love that started without me realizing, and has only grown deeper." Ling couldn't help but rub her forehead, looking at the steaming teacups in front of her. "You two aren't even childhood sweethearts. Are you sure it's not just a deep sibling bond? Xin is so innocent, a girl we've always protected. She seems clever, but her head's empty. She'd help count the money if someone sold her." "No," Chen Xinji nodded. "I'm very sure, and so is she. In a parent's eyes, their children are always young, but Xin is an adult now. She understands a lot, including love between a man and a woman." Ling couldn't help but feel a little awkward when she heard this. She only just became an adult today, yet she's already been in a relationship for half a year. "Titu, you really have a big heart. She's still so young, still at an age where she's confused about love. Maybe you're sure about your feelings, but she definitely isn't." Chen Xinji's gaze was resolute as he said, "Madame, no matter whether Xiaoxin can be sure in the future or not, I will always love her, care for her, and cherish her as I always have." "You?" Ling gave a wry smile. "Why put yourself through this? Taitu, you're a man who takes things so seriously. I'm afraid you'll be the one who gets hurt the most in the end." Chen Xinji was moved, his voice a little hoarse. "Madam, you really understand me. Since you do, please let us be together. Please believe me, I will use my life to protect Xiaoxin, to ensure her happiness and well-being for the rest of her life." Ling frowned in distress and said softly, "Taitu, you're already in your 30s, always so mature and steady. Why are you suddenly being so impulsive? Promises of lifelong love are not something to be made lightly. They're hard to keep. Besides, Xiaoxin is still just a child, not someone you can fully trust with such things." Chen Xinji's eyes were firm and strong. "Madam, you know I always keep my word. No matter what the future holds, I think I'll only ever love Xiaoxin in this life. Please, let us be together." "How can you be so impulsive when it comes to love?" Ling waved her hand and sighed. "Taitu, You've always been so thorough and calm in everything you do. You shouldn't be so reckless about feelings." Chen Xinji lowered his eyes, his handsome, noble face full of weariness. "Sir, madam, I grew up in a broken family. I had a cruel, alcoholic, abusive father and a weak, kind, lonely mother. From the moment I became aware of things, I swore to take on the responsibility of the family, to save my mother from her suffering and give her a complete and happy home. Later, my mother lost a child from being beaten and her spirit nearly collapsed. If Madam hadn't risked her life to save her, my mother would have died long ago. Afterwards, you both helped us many times, gave us a place to stay, and brought us so much warmth. Even though life got much better, my family was still broken, never whole. I couldn't bear to see my mother always working alone under the lamp, so I supported her in remarrying Uncle Zhang. Their family is wonderful, but I never really felt like I belonged. Usually, apart from Xiaoxin and a few of the other kids, almost no one could bring me real happiness. No matter how well I did in school, no matter how much money I made, my heart always felt hard and cold. Sometimes even I hated myself for it. Family to me is both unfamiliar and deeply attractive. Deep down, I long for a complete, happy family, but I could never find it, never experience it, and even drew suspicion from Zheng Datong. I didn't want my mother to worry, so I kept everything bottled up, became extremely sensitive, and was fiercely independent. That's why I left home in a fit of anger. But leaving wasn't just about running away. I wanted to escape that environment, even my mother. So I fled from the northern capital to the southern coast. I heard some people were sneaking off to Southeast Asia to start businesses, crossing the sea to get far from the mainland, and I got on the boat without hesitation. During those 10-odd days on the boat, I saw the vast, surging sea and faced life and death situations more than once. The boat hit a reef, and I saw the hysteria of people terrified of dying. My hard heart seemed to feel something for the first time. I missed home, missed my mother, and missed all of you. So I swam desperately, kept swimming, and finally, in the chaos, grabbed onto a piece of wood. It was a dark, windy night, the waves like black curtains crashing over me again and again. All I could do was cling tightly to that plank. At that moment, I thought I might die. But I was lucky. A fishing boat rescued me at dawn, and I woke up after sleeping half a day. Not knowing the language, in a completely different environment, I suffered all kinds of hardships at first. I slept on the streets at night, drank from streams, dug up wild vegetables to eat, and was often bullied by street thugs. Punched and kicked, nearly crippled twice, limped for months, and had to set my own bones with a stick, enduring excruciating pain to get through it. During those days, the only thing that kept me going was the thought of going home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived. I missed you all so much. It was you who gave me the faith to keep living and pushing forward. It wasn't until I heard a familiar dialect and went up to talk that I met my first local Chinese expatriate. He took pity on me, gave me a place to stay, and found me a job. With shelter, I finally found my footing there. I slowly learned the local language and writing. After earning some money, I started attending the local school. I learned quickly and gradually discovered many business opportunities. Slowly, I started my own business there while still attending school. Luckily, the system was based on credits, so as long as I passed the exams, the teachers would turn a blind eye if I missed classes. Eventually, I succeeded both academically and in business. Actually, during that time, I'd already gotten citizenship there and could return to the capital at any time. But for some reason, I always felt a kind of nervousness about coming home. My mother called again and again, urging me to come back when I could. I wanted to, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. At this point, he let out a long sigh. It wasn't until I finally came back that I realized what I was afraid of. Even with my mother, it was hard to be close. Years of estrangement, so many dangers and hardships, had put a barrier around my heart. Deep down, I missed my mother and Duoduo and all of you very much. But I'd gotten so used to being independent that I couldn't get close to anyone, always feeling a sense of distance. But there's one person who's very special. She can easily cross that barrier and reach straight into my heart.
touching the only soft spot deep inside me. I don't know why, but she just can. She's Xiao Xin. He looked at Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling, speaking with deep sincerity. Sir, Madame, my feelings for Xiao Xin aren't a moment's impulse, nor are they childhood infatuation. I'm absolutely certain she's the only one for me in this life. Only when I'm with her does my heart feel soft and I feel truly alive. Zhe Ling's eyes shimmered with tears as she said softly, to have such a loving big brother, Xiao Xin is truly very lucky. Taitu, to be honest, if you were any other man, we probably would have sent you away long ago. After all, at Xiao Xin's age, relationships are usually just childish games or self-destruction. It's only because you're our Taitu that we're willing to give you a chance to explain, to hear what you both really think. Chen Xinji grew a little agitated and raised his voice. Madam, this is how I truly feel. Please allow me to be with Xiao Xin. This, Xue Ling was clearly troubled. She glanced at Cheng Tianyuan, who had been silent the whole time, only to see him looking down, unwilling to comment, as if he didn't want to speak. She felt hesitant as well. After a pause, she said softly, Titu, talking about this now, it's really too soon. No, Chen Xinji replied earnestly. Actually, it's not too soon. Xiao Xin is already an adult. Kids these days mature early. Some have already dated several times by their teens. I'll do my best not to affect her studies, and I'll help her grow and mature so that together we can build a happy family.
Zhe Ling sighed softly after hearing this. Titu, I think you may have misunderstood my views on education. My children may not be the best of the best, but overall they're not bad. That's thanks to a lot of our effort and the whole family's dedication. Aiwan even once gave up his career to focus on the family and the kids, because we were afraid that if both of us were busy making money, we'd have no time for their education. That could twist their worldview and values, lead them astray in life, or even ruin their future. Chen Xinji finally calmed down a bit and said quietly, Xiao Xin has a good personality and she's pure. You don't need to worry about that. Xue Ling nodded. We know that the best thing we can give our children isn't money, but the best education and proper guidance. If both of us were just chasing our careers and the kids grew up wrong, then even if we made a fortune, they could squander it all in a few years. To us, our children are the biggest, most focused, and most cautious investment of our lives. Madam, I understand what you mean. Chen Xinji nodded slowly. But Xiao Xin is a girl after all. I can give her better protection and a better environment, and I can guarantee she'll have nothing to worry about for the rest of her life. But Xue Ling shook her head and said softly, Titu, Xiao Xin is a girl with a lot of potential. If you love and protect her too early, you might take away her chance to shine on her own. If you truly love her, you should let her make her own choices, encourage her to face life's challenges, not just hide behind you and let you shield her from everything. I have the ability to protect her, Chen Xinji pressed on. My own childhood and youth were too hard, too full of hardship. I can't bear for her to suffer in life or work because I'm strong enough now. But that's not the point of how we're raising her. Xue Ling shook her head again. Taitu, a lasting marriage isn't about one person always giving and protecting, and the other always being cared for and receiving. It's about both sides giving and caring for each other. In fact, after all you've been through, you need someone who understands you, who feels for you, and who can care for you too. Madam, Chen Xinji frowned and said quietly, So, you're against Xiao Xin going to study abroad in Wenguo with me? Yes, Xue Ling replied. The study environment in Wenguo is very relaxed, and with you by her side, protecting her, she could easily finish her university studies, even her graduate courses, but that goes against our basic principles for her education. Taitu, you're very capable, which is why you were able to amass such wealth so quickly in Wenguo. But when you came back to the capital, you found the competition here is fierce, the market is big, there's a lot of talent, and every industry has its own unspoken rules. That's why you needed my help, and had to hire more professionals to work for you. You were able to adapt from a relaxed environment to the harsh competition here, But if Xiaoxin settles into comfort at an age when she should be learning and growing, she'll be left behind by society in just a few years. You love her and want her to grow up happy and carefree under your protection. You feel bad that her studies at Capital Number 1 High are so demanding, so you want to help her apply to study in Wenguo early, even skipping the college entrance exam. That way you'd have more time together, killing two birds with one stone. At this, Xueling shook her head again. I'm sorry, but if that's the case, we'd rather stop you two now. No. Chen Xinji quickly relented. Madame, sir, you should at least ask Xiao Xin what she really thinks. Xueling gave a helpless, quiet laugh. Everyone loves comfort, unless they're extremely self-disciplined. People are always defeated by the word ease. She really wants to go study in Wenguo now, and she really wants to be with you now, to never be apart, right? There's no need to ask. We all know that's what she wants. Chen Xinji looked a little embarrassed and said quietly, Yes. Xueling nodded gently. Freedom in love, freedom in marriage. As parents, we really shouldn't interfere in our children's relationships or marriages. All we can do is offer the most sincere advice. We can agree to let you date, but you shouldn't do it your way. If you truly want what's best for Xiaoxin, you should let her stay here and continue her studies. She needs to stay, adapt to this highly competitive environment, and learn to manage the business I'm giving her. Taitu, a partner who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you is no less than a woman who just hides behind your protection. Chen Xinji seemed thoughtful and didn't respond for a moment. Xueling glanced toward the door and deliberately raised her voice. We know you care for her and can't bear to see her face the harshness of society, but we can't always shield her completely. She has to learn to adapt on her own. She's the child I risked my life to bring into this world, the one we raised day by day. Of course we love her, but if she wants to be with you, she has to work hard too. Taitu, you're truly outstanding. The best young man I've ever met, bar none. I don't want your partner to be someone who just hides behind you, but someone who can stand beside you. Even if she's not a career woman, she can't be useless, living off your love alone. Even the calmest sea has its storms, and even the most capable person can't guarantee they'll always stand tall in business. You've worked hard to get where you are. If she really cares for you, she shouldn't just hide behind you and live an easy life. If she can share your burdens and joys, that's a beautiful thing too. A marriage where only one side gives and sacrifices can't be truly stable. Xiaoxin has so much potential. You shouldn't hold her back, and she shouldn't hold herself back either. True happiness is something she has to fight for herself. You shouldn't take over everything and make her miss out on so many opportunities. In the end, it comes down to this. We're doing this for her good, for your good, and for your future together. With that, Xueling let out a long breath. That's how we feel. We agree to let you date, but these are our conditions. Chen Xinji sat calmly, his brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, a lively figure burst in at the door. Mom, I accept the conditions. I agree. Night fell, and laughter echoed in and around the garden. Cheng Tianyuan, however, was holed up in his room, napping, and hadn't come out for a long time. Xueling couldn't stand it anymore. She turned off the air conditioning in the room and opened the large window facing the back garden. The autumn breeze was cool and gentle, slowly filling the room. Cheng Tianyuan turned over awkwardly, pulling the thin blanket tighter around himself. Xueling couldn't help but chuckle softly and nudged him. What's wrong? Our daughter isn't even married yet, and she probably won't marry far away in the future. Do you really have to be this down? If you're like this now, what are you going to do when it's actually time to give her away? Carry a knife to the wedding? Earlier, when Titu came to the study to talk with them, Cheng Tianyuan had stayed silent the whole time, not saying a single word. Titu might not have understood his real feelings, but as his wife of over 30 years, how could she not know? Cheng Tianyuan looked a little embarrassed and shot her a glance. Isn't it normal for me to be reluctant to let go of my daughter? She's the apple of my eye, and now, all of a sudden, someone's been thinking about her for who knows how long, and we only just found out. If we hadn't discovered it early, She might have been whisked off to Venguo in a few months. Even with all the modern conveniences and money, it's not like she could come home every other day, right? She's our only daughter. As a mother, Sheling had always treated all her children equally. But in this big family, with 3 sons and 1 daughter, and the daughter being the youngest, it was inevitable that she'd be a little more doted on. Cheng Tianyuan had always been strict with his 3 sons, but with his daughter, he couldn't help but spoil her a bit more. After all, she was his only little cotton-padded jacket, his sweetheart from a past life. How could he not love her more? So, like every father-in-law in the world, the moment he heard his daughter was in a relationship and that the boy was about to take her away, his fatherly instincts exploded. If it wasn't Titu, I'd have kicked him out myself. Xiao Xin is still so young and she's in her last year of high school. How could he secretly date her? Isn't that just hurting her? Xueling tried to hold back her laughter and nodded. Cheng Tianyuan continued loudly. He only thinks about himself. Just because he likes Xiao Xin and spoils her, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. Has he ever respected our opinions? Has he ever considered our feelings? We're Xiao Xin's real parents. That's true, Xueling said with a quiet laugh. Taitu really didn't handle this well. Otherwise, why would Duo and Sister Achun pretend not to know and let him face us alone? Not well at all, Cheng Tianyuan grumbled. He's so self-righteous. He thinks whatever he arranges is best, whatever he thinks is right, keeping Xiao Xin in the palm of his hand, giving her the best food, the most expensive things. Does he think that's what's best for her? Our family isn't lacking in any of that. Who's missing out? Sheling laughed quietly. Cheng Tianyuan glared at her again, annoyed. What are you laughing at? Don't let him fool you. I led the whole conversation. Sheling shrugged. In the end, Xiao Xin listened and Titu compromised. Things will go the way we want. Isn't that enough? No matter how clever Titu is, he's still more than 10 years younger than us. You really think I'd be so easily fooled? You're underestimating your wife. Cheng Tianyuan still sighed, feeling as if there was a gaping hole in his heart, an uncomfortable emptiness. Sheling took his hand and comforted him. I understand how you feel, but nothing's set in stone yet. They're still in the early stages of dating. It's not as serious as you think. Our daughter is nowhere near the age or stage of getting married. With her grades, she'll easily get into a good university. After 4 years, she'll be 23. Even if things move quickly, it'll still be years away. Who knows what will happen? Maybe when she goes to college, she'll meet some outstanding young man her own age and fall for him instead. How could that be? Cheng Tianyuan interrupted, his voice low and firm. In our family, once we choose someone, it's for life. None of us are fickle. Once we're sure, it's forever. Xueling laughed softly. You never know. There are always exceptions. There's no way she'll find someone as outstanding as Titu, Cheng Tianyuan insisted. He's strong and independent, far more mature than his peers. Plus, his wealth and the way he spoils Xiao Xin, no one her age can compare. Xueling shrugged. Exactly. You know all this. Our daughter will grow up and get married one day. It's better for her to marry someone we know and trust than a stranger. Besides, with Titu's character and abilities and with Sister Achun and Duo, who could compete with him? Honestly, we have to admit, our daughter has excellent taste. Other than being a bit older, Titu is nearly perfect. That girl is truly lucky. Cheng Tianyuan was left speechless, unable to find any fault, so he could only repeat, Isn't that the truth? He's a whole 12 years older than her. Sheling couldn't help but tease, Older is better. He'll know how to take care of her. You're 5 years older than me, and you've always taken good care of me. If our daughter finds someone who'll cherish her, we should be happy. All right. Cheng Tianyuan got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Nothing's set yet, so stop overthinking it. Sheling burst out laughing. Hey, you're the one overthinking things, not me. The moment he heard his daughter was in a relationship, his father-in-law instincts kicked in so hard. If anyone was overthinking, it was definitely him, not her. Chen Xinji drove back to Renghua Mall and parked his car. Recently, he'd been eyeing a Siheyuan, courtyard house, near Xinyuan. The owner had only just moved in before going abroad, so the place had been empty. Now, after suffering a business failure overseas, the owner wanted to sell the property to save his business. In recent years, property prices in the capital had soared, especially for houses near the city center. The owner was asking for $100 million and wanted it paid in full, up front. Chen Xinji really liked the Siheyuan, but since he already had several large villas in Wenguo and Jiaoxin would be going there with him next year, he hadn't rushed to buy it. He told the agent that if the owner wanted full payment, the most he'd offer was $80 million. The apartment at the mall belonged to Duo. That guy had plenty of money but little time, too busy to move, and with his mother working downstairs, he didn't bother changing anything. After everything that happened today, his relationship with Jiaoxin was now out in the open. Things had gone off script, and if Jiaoxin stayed to study, he'd probably have to keep traveling back and forth. It seemed he'd have to buy that Siheyuan after all. Whether he lived there himself or used it as a future marital home, being close to Xinyuan couldn't be a bad thing. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the agent, excitedly telling him that the owner had finally agreed. If he could pay in full by the middle of next month, they could sign the contract and transfer the property right away. Chen Xinji simply replied, "Okay." Chen Xinji put away his phone and went upstairs. Sure enough, Zheng Duo was waiting for him in the living room, his eyes full of anxiety and worry. "How did it go? Was everything smooth?" Chen Xinji changed his shoes and asked calmly, "Where's Mom?" Zheng Duo replied quietly, "She's taking a shower." Chen Xinji loosened his tie, slumped onto the sofa, and rubbed his tired brow. Zheng Duo, anxious, leaned in. "Hey, what exactly happened last night? You were so vague, and Sister Lingling kept pressing me for details. I had to make up a story. I even texted you to make sure our stories matched, but you didn't reply all day." Chen Xinji looked a little embarrassed and said quietly, "Jiaoxin can't hold her liquor. She got drunk after just a few sips. I stayed with her all night, didn't sleep at all. She was tipsy and talking nonsense, and I was worried it'd be hard to explain if I sent her home." Sigh. Zheng Duo pouted. "Well, now you'll have to explain, whether you want to or not." Chen Xinji chuckled and shook his head helplessly. Madam really lives up to her reputation. She was logical and relentless, using both hard and soft tactics. I had no way to defend myself. She took control of everything, and in the end used conditions as bait to get Jiaoxin to take the initiative. I can't help but admire her. He then briefly explained what had happened in the study at Xinyuan. In the end, I had no choice but to compromise. Zheng Duo laughed. "I warned you not to overplan. Nothing ever goes as expected, especially with matters of the heart. I also told you that your plans for Jiaoxin went against Madame's main principles for raising her children. It was never going to work." Chen Xinji sighed softly. "I thought maybe Jiaoxin could play the sympathy card." "Wouldn't work," Zheng Duo said. "Sister Lingling is always strict about raising kids. She never softens up easily. Look at Ranan, Yang Yang, even Xiaocheng. None of them have it easy. Besides, it's not right to slack off on studies at this age." Chen Xinji nodded. "I understand, and I have to support Jiaoxin. But with this arrangement, I'll have to wait at least another 4 or 5 years." "So what?" Zheng Duo shrugged. "In 4 or 5 years, you'll only be 34. Jiaoxin just turned 18. 4 years from now, she'll be 22. You two are basically set, and you've already gotten the parents' approval. All you have to do is wait for things to fall into place. Look at me. I'm in my 30s and haven't even seen the shadow of a girlfriend." "When you put it that way, I'm definitely ahead of you," Chen Xinji said seriously. Zheng Duo rolled his eyes. "Enough. Don't act so smug. You're lucky you met such open-minded parents like Sister Lingling and Brother Ayuan, and that they know you well. Otherwise, you'd have been kicked out long ago. Their daughter just turned 18, and someone's already waiting to whisk her away. That's asking for a beating." Chen Xinji smiled slightly. "At least I've passed the most important hurdle. It might be a little awkward with others, but now Jiaoxin and I don't have to hide anymore. and she doesn't have to be so anxious. That's a good thing. Exactly. Jung Duo clapped his hands happily. It's a great thing. Now you just have to wait to marry Zhao Xin. Chun Shinji patted his arm and went to his room. Jung Duo hummed a tune, about to turn off the TV and head to the study, when suddenly, Ju Ah-chun rushed out and grabbed him. Whoa! He laughed in surprise. Auntie, you scared me! Ju Ah-chun motioned for him to be quiet, making exaggerated faces. So, did it work out? Jung Duo quickly shook his head. No, it worked out. Really? Ju Ah-chun beamed, but then asked in confusion, Then why did he look so down just now? What did he say to you? Jung Duo had to repeat what Chun Shinji had told him, whispering, Auntie, Zhao Xin's decided to stay here for university. She agreed to the conditions, and Madam and Sir gave their approval. Ju Ah-chun was deeply moved, her eyes filling with tears. Madam, she's so thoughtful. She's not just worried about her own daughter, but about that stubborn boy, too. He's always been so tough and difficult, but only Madam's family and you all never minded. Jung Duo put an arm around her shoulders and said gently, Auntie, don't say that. Taitu is so outstanding and sensible. Who wouldn't like him? Don't try to comfort me, Ju Ah-chun choked up. He grew up in such a tough environment, with little family warmth, forced to be strong from a young age. Even as a child, he knew to protect me, to think of me. He's so sensible and excellent. I'm proud and happy, but mostly I just feel sorry for him. He never had the childhood other kids have. No father's love, just years of hunger and cold. The environment forced him to be strong, to always think of others, to always protect those around him. She wiped her tears and continued. He loves Zhao Xin and instinctively thinks loving someone means shielding her from everything, keeping her safe and protected. It's not his fault. It's just how he's learned to be, how he's always interacted with family. Jung Duo sighed softly. Auntie, no one blames him. Certainly not Sister Lingling and the others. On the contrary, they feel for Titu, which is why they hope Zhao Xin can be more independent and strong, so she can be a true partner to Titu, someone who cares for him too. That's why I'm so grateful to Madam, Ju Ah-chun said, tears streaming down her face. She understands Titu and feels for him. If it were any other family, they'd have chased him out with a broom. But Madam not only cares for her own daughter, she cares for him and thinks about their future. I'm truly deeply grateful to her. Jung Duo chuckled. Auntie, don't cry. You should be happy. I am. I really am. Ju Ah-chun wiped her tears and smiled. Taitu found a girl he likes, and it's my beloved Zhao Xin. And he'll have such a loving mother and father-in-law in the future. He's truly blessed. Jung Duo gave her a thumbs up. Auntie, the family ties I always talked about are finally coming true. Yes, Ju Ah-chun said happily. Zhao Xin isn't the fickle type and Titu is so steadfast. I really believe they'll make it. Me too, Jung Duo teased. Auntie, you'd better start preparing your mother-in-law gifts. I'll get right on it, tomorrow even. Ju Ah-chun laughed. Not just for them, but for your future wife too. By the way, Duo, Titu's younger than you and he's already settled down. You'd better step up your game. Auntie, it's late. Get some rest. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Hey, Duo, you rascal. The cold wind howled, accompanied by needle-like drizzle, bringing with it the biting chill of winter. Xue Ling wrapped her robe tighter around herself, turned up the heat in the rooms for the elderly, and added humidifiers. Only after making sure each of them was settled in for the night did she return to her own room. Cheng Tianyuan had just come back from outside, soaked and cold. He took a hot shower in the bathroom and changed into a comfortable robe. It's freezing out. The heat in the living room is off. Don't go wandering around, just stay in the room, Xue Ling said. She sniffled and asked, Are you hungry? Where did you eat tonight? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Had dinner with a supermarket manager. We ordered a table full of good food and meat. The secretary drank with them, but I only had 2 bowls of soup and a few slices of meat. Couldn't eat much. You've caught a bit of a chill these past couple of days, so no drinking, Xue Ling reminded him. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I know. Alcohol and meat are bad for you. At our age, the less we have, the better. Xie couldn't help but ask with concern, "Should I have the kitchen make you some porridge?" "No need," Cheng Tianyuan said. "It's late and old Li is probably already asleep. I'm not hungry anyway. It's better not to eat late at night. Just drink some water and get to bed early." At 50, you start to accept your fate. After that milestone, you can't help but feel your body and spirit aren't what they used to be. If you don't take care of yourself, illness can strike at any time. Xie chuckled. "Porridge is good for the stomach and health. If you really get hungry, we'll have old Li make a small pot and we can share it." "I'm not hungry." Cheng Tianyuan pulled her close, tugged the blanket higher. "I left early this morning and only just got back. I'm a bit tired. Wife, what did you do today? Tell me about it." Xie thought for a moment and replied, "This morning I realized how cold it had gotten, so I hurried to add blankets and sweaters for the elderly. I called our eldest and second son to ask if they'd brought their down jackets to school. The eldest said he forgot, so I rushed out to buy 2 sweaters and some thermal underwear for him, and also picked up a few new down jackets. Gave him a short one." "He hasn't been home for over a month," Cheng Tianyuan said with a sigh. "Last time he came back, he didn't bring any winter clothes. He's old enough to know better." Xie laughed. "I told him the same thing. He just relies on living close to home, knowing someone will bring things to him." "What about the others? Did you bring anything for Zhaoxin and the rest?" he asked. Xue nodded. "I drove to number 1 High and gave both Zhaoxin and Zhaochong a jacket each. Zhaoxin said Sister Achun knitted them sweaters a few days ago, 2 each, so there's no need to worry about them being cold. I was going to go to Capital University to find Yang Yang, but he was off with his girlfriend at a competition in the central region. He said it hadn't gotten cold there yet, maybe later in the day. I sent him 3,000 ween and told him to buy down jackets for himself and Zhao Xiao and not to catch a cold before the competition." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "Running around all day, I bet you barely had time for lunch." "Missed it by half an hour," Xie said, snuggling against his shoulder and letting out a soft sigh. "As long as the elders and kids are warm and well-fed and comfortable, I can feel at ease." Cheng Tianyuan closed his eyes and murmured, Just as they were about to fall asleep, the phone suddenly rang. Xie, half awake, fumbled for her phone. It was Xue Jilian. She checked the time. It was already past 10 at night. On such a cold night and so late, it had to be something urgent. She quickly answered, "Hello, Uncle?" "Yes, it's me. Why are you calling so late? My dad was waiting for you to come over for hot pot earlier, but you didn't show. He said he'll invite you again tomorrow for chess and hot pot." "Well, okay, I'll come by tomorrow. Ling, there's something I have to tell you right away. It's about Zhao Huzi." Xue was startled and blurted out, "What's wrong with him?" "Last time you asked me to check his pulse and prescribe some medicine to help him recover, but he barely took any. He said he was too busy, working nights, sleeping during the day, no time to brew or drink the medicine. His wife made it for him, but he only drank 2 or 3 packets, so it didn't do much. I ran into him in the garden a few days ago and checked his pulse again. It felt odd. I told him to get a full checkup at the hospital, especially for his digestive system. At first, he refused, saying he was fine, but I scolded him. Today, he finally went for tests. Ahuan arranged some key exams for him, and after getting the results, he brought them to me. Xiao Huzi. He might... Xue heart leapt into her throat. She swallowed hard. "Uncle, what do you mean? Please tell me everything. I'll make sure he cooperates with the tests and treatment." "Don't get too anxious. Right now it's just a suspicion. Ahuan said he needs to get his colon checked to be sure." Xue frowned deeply and squeezed Cheng Tianyuan's arm. "Is it something wrong with his colon?" "It's more than just a problem. We suspect it might be colon cancer. It's only a suspicion for now, but it needs to be confirmed." "What? Cancer?" "Oh my God." Xue suddenly felt the world spinning. The phone in her hand felt impossibly heavy, as if she might drop it. Cheng Tianyuan, woken by her grip, saw her pale face and dazed eyes and was startled. "Wife, what's wrong? What happened?" Xue stared at him blankly, took a deep breath to steady herself, and explained to her uncle, "Uncle, have you told him yet? Not yet, right? He needs to get checked again, as soon as possible. That kid is always saying he's busy. I called him earlier and told him he must get his colon checked tomorrow, and really, his whole abdomen should be checked thoroughly. He said he finally managed to go today, but can't keep running to the hospital, and insisted he's young and strong. Told me not to worry. I'm worried sick, but I can't say too much, so I came to you for help." Xueling nodded hurriedly. "Uncle, have Ah Heng arrange a full abdominal checkup for him tomorrow morning, especially a colonoscopy. I promise I'll make sure he goes to the hospital first thing." Hearing her promise, Shi Jilian finally relaxed, reassuring her that it might just be a false alarm, the images were a bit unclear, and it was best to get a thorough check and consult with a specialist. Zheling forced herself to agree, set up a meeting for tomorrow, and ended the call with trembling hands. Cheng Tianyuan pulled her into his arms. "Was it Zhao Huzi? What's wrong with him?" Xueling explained, her voice shaking. Cheng Tianyuan's face grew grave as he listened, swallowing hard. "Let's wait for the test to confirm. Uncle and Ah Huan are just suspicious. It's not certain yet. Tomorrow we'll go with you to his house first thing, and if we can't find him, we'll go to the club and drag him to the hospital." Xueling nodded. Both of their faces were grim, their hearts full of worry. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. At dawn, the light rain turned to sleet, and the north wind howled, filling every corner with cold. Cheng Tianyuan boiled some hot water and handed a cup to Xueling. "It's freezing outside. We need to eat more warm food." Xueling hadn't slept all night. Her eyes were sore, and her head felt heavy and muddled. "Just plain water? Maybe add some tea leaves or a packet of instant coffee?" Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "No way. We haven't eaten all night. Our stomachs are empty. Tea or coffee would be too harsh." Sigh. Xueling took a sip of hot water and yawned. "What time is it? Can we head out yet?" Cheng Tianyuan explained. "I messaged Ah Huan last night and asked him to arrange the morning checkup. He wasn't up yet, but said he'd set it up as soon as he got to work and would let us know. With this bad weather, the hospital will be packed. Let's wait for his confirmation before we go get Zhao Huzi." Xueling rubbed her face against the pillow and mumbled, "I feel awful, but I can't sleep." "Try to nap a bit," Cheng Tianyuan said. "It's still early, and the weather's bad. No need to rush out." Xueling closed her eyes, hugging the blanket, forcing herself to rest. But she couldn't fall asleep at all. Her mind was a mess, full of anxiety. Cheng Tianyuan tried to comfort her. "Uncle Jillian said nothing's certain yet. Don't scare yourself." Xueling retorted, "It's one thing if Uncle Jillian isn't a specialist, but isn't Ah Huan? He's a renowned surgeon and hospital director. He wouldn't suspect something like this for no reason." Hearing this, Cheng Tianyuan felt uneasy too. They watched as the sky outside shifted from dark to light, then quickly washed up and got dressed. First, they went to the living room, turned on the heat, closed all the doors and windows, and helped the elderly get up and wash. Then, they brought the elders to the living room for some water. "It's just too cold outside. I already told old Lee to have the security guard on back door duty bring over breakfast. Also, I arranged for the security and bodyguards to have hot pot today. I'll cover the meal subsidy," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Right." Shi's father gave a thumbs up. "It's freezing, the wind's howling. Even if they're not doing hard labor, anyone who sticks to their post in this weather deserves a bonus. Eat well, dress warm, and you'll do a good job." Cheng Tianyuan helped his mother put on her hat. Liu Ying laughed. "The heater's so warm already, I don't need anything else. I'm about to sweat." Shi's parents joked around too. But Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling couldn't muster any cheer. Afraid of worrying the elders, they didn't say a word about their troubles. After breakfast, they told the elders to stay in the living room, keep warm, and watch TV, then hurried out with old Lu driving. Ah Huan texted to say the checkup was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and the name was already in the appointment system. Just arrive on time. Cheng Tianyuan put down his phone, frowning. "Zhao Huzi's still got his phone off." "Let's check his villa first," Xueling said. Outside, the sleet made driving slow, and it took twice as long as usual to reach the row house villas. In the past 2 years, Zhao Huzi had made a lot of money, buying houses and villas for his parents and in-laws, and even splurged on a suburban villa in the capital. But since the row house was close to his club and traffic in the city was terrible, he and Shanyu and the kids still lived there. "I'll go ring the bell. You stay in the car," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "Sir, let me do it," old Lu offered, grabbing an umbrella. "It's freezing out. Looks like everyone inside is still asleep. You might have to wait a while." "Ring a few times, then come back and wait in the car," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Okay." Old Lu rang the bell several times but got no response, so he rang 3 or 4 more times. He came back and reported, "Sir, someone answered through the intercom. I gave your names, and they said they'd go upstairs to ask the lady of the house." "All right." Xueling pulled out her phone. "I'll call Shanyu in a bit." After waiting 6 or 7 minutes, the main gate finally opened. Xueling quickly called Shanyu, who answered sleepily. "Yu, we need to see Zhao Huzi, but his phone's been off, so we had to come here. Is he home?" "No," Shanyu replied, still groggy. "He usually comes home to sleep around 8 or 9, sometimes sleeps at the club." Xueling sighed quietly, eyes closed. "All right, we'll go look for him at the club." Curiosity is human nature, and Shanyu was no exception. "Auntie, what do you need him for?" Xueling mumbled. "Nothing much. Just want to recommend a new project for him to try." "Oh, okay." Shanyu didn't sound interested and hung up. Next, they headed to the club. The club was in the same neighborhood, so they arrived quickly. The receptionist, who'd been dozing at the front desk, finally woke up. "At this hour, he's probably sleeping in the 3rd-floor dorm." "Go wake him up," Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. "We have urgent business. He needs to come down now." The receptionist was a young guy with a mop of colorful hair. "Who are you? What do you want with him? He's sleeping. Our club's rest time is 3 or 4 in the morning. Some team members don't sleep until dawn. Can't you come back later? Why now?" Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. "Go now. Tell him Uncle Yuan is here. If he doesn't come down, I'll go up and break his legs. He's in real trouble and doesn't even know it." They were both exhausted with worry, while the person in question was sleeping soundly. How could that be right? The young man was startled and rushed upstairs. After a long while, Zhao Huzi came down, rubbing his eyes and yawning, holding on to the railing. "Uncle, Aunt, what are you doing here?" Cheng Tianyuan glared at him. "Wash up, drink some water, and get in the car, now." "Huh?" Zhao Huzi frowned. "Where are we going? What's up?" Xueling asked with concern. "You have your ID on you, right? Why's your phone been off?" Zhao Huzi blinked, patted his pocket, and answered honestly. "It's in my wallet. My phone died last night, and I was so tired I didn't turn it back on." Xueling urged, "Go wash up, grab your phone, and come down right away. You have 3 minutes, no time to waste." Zhao Huzi asked suspiciously, "Auntie, what's going on? Where are we going?" "Enough questions," Cheng Tianyuan snapped, losing patience. "Hurry up, we're running out of time. Move." "Huh?" He'd never seen Uncle Yuan lose his temper like this. He was terrified. Startled, Zhao Huzi rushed upstairs. Soon he came back down, wiping his mouth and clutching his phone. "Grab your coat," Cheng Tianyuan barked. "The car's outside." Zhao Huzi nodded nervously and hurried to comply. Once in the car, the warmth made Zhao Huzi's head feel a little fuzzy. He didn't dare sit next to Cheng Tianyuan and instead nestled beside Xueling. "Auntie, what's wrong with Uncle Yuan?" Xueling sighed, her gaze complicated as she looked at him. "He's fine. He's just worried about you. He heard you refuse to go back to the hospital for more tests, that you don't take your health seriously, and he's both anxious and angry. He tried calling you last night but couldn't get through. This morning he looked for you several times, even went to your house. I guess he got so worried he lost his temper." "Huh?" Zhao Huzi stared. "Just because of that?" Xueling frowned. "Isn't that important enough? Zhao Huzi, besides family, what's more important than your health?" Zhao Huzi laughed, but his pale, thin face looked terrible. I thought it was something big. To get Uncle Yuan, who's always so steady, this worked up. Haha. Auntie, don't worry, I'm still young, not even 25. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xue studied his tired eyes. You're still staying up late a lot, aren't you? Zhao Huzi, you've already retired, and you have dozens of people playing pro matches for you. Why are you still up all night? Habit? Zhao Huzi shrugged. I can't sleep before 4 or 5 in the morning. Don't worry, I usually catch up on sleep in the morning. I'm young and strong, nothing to worry about. Xue sighed helplessly and patted his hand. And your stomach? I had Uncle Jillian prescribe you medicine to help, but you barely took any. Zhao Huzi gave a wry laugh. Auntie, that herbal stuff tastes awful, but I did take a few packets. Really, I just get a stomachache sometimes, nothing else. Stomachache? Xue asked. Where? Zhao Huzi pressed his abdomen, unconcerned. Back in middle school, I ate all sorts of junk and never had regular meals, so I ended up with some stomach problems. When I lived at the compound, I took medicine and got a lot better. Auntie, just have Uncle Jillian give me a few more packets and I'll drink them this time, I promise. Xue rubbed her temples, frowning. You don't take care of yourself and only take medicine when you can't stand it anymore? Medicine isn't magic, you know. It's fine, Zhao Huzi waved it off. I'm still young. Even without medicine, I'll be fine. Just pay a little attention and I'll bounce back. You can't always listen to doctors. They make a big deal out of everything, scare patients into doing whatever they say, and then make money off them. Auntie, what's wrong? You look exhausted. I didn't sleep well last night, Xue replied weakly. Zhao Huzi grinned. The weather's awful out there. You and Uncle Yuan should go home and rest. Don't worry, I'm fine. No need for all these checkups. Just tell the driver to turn around. We have to go. Xue face darkened. If you don't want Uncle Yuan to kill you today, you'd better behave. Zhao Huzi glanced up and saw only Cheng Tianyuan's cold, stern back. He didn't dare argue anymore. All right, I'll go. It was freezing outside with sleet and snow. There were few cars on the road, but everyone was driving slowly. It took nearly an hour to reach the hospital parking lot. We're late. Cheng Tianyuan frowned, picking up his phone to contact Xue Huan. Xue Huan told them the location and soon met up with them. I already spoke to the staff. The weather's so bad today, a lot of people canceled their appointments. Come on, I'll take you over. Zhao Huzi grinned sheepishly. Deputy Director Xue, second Uncle Xue, sorry to trouble you. You're always so busy. I feel bad making you come in person. Xue Huan hadn't known Zhao Huzi well at first, but after many gatherings at the compound, they'd gotten to know each other. Though a generation apart, both had young kids, so their conversations often revolved around children, and sharing food and drink had built a bond. He genuinely cared about him. Xue Huan looked at him with a complicated expression and said quietly, No need to be polite. As long as you're okay, I'd run over here 100 times if I had to. Zhao Huzi was stunned. He glanced at Cheng Tianyuan and Xue noticing their grave, worried faces. Then he looked at the gentle, handsome Xue Huan, whose brow was tightly furrowed and expression equally troubled. In that moment, he seemed to realize something. He'd dropped out of school as a teenager to make his way in the capital, and after years of fierce competition, he'd long since shed his youthful naivety. He was no longer the boy who only cared about games and fun. He blinked, wanting to speak, but a rush of emotions welled up inside him. He couldn't even put them into words. Xue looked at him, her eyes suddenly red. Her lips trembled, and tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She quickly sucked in a breath of cold air and wiped her tears away. Then she forced a smile, stepped forward, and hugged Zhao Huzi. Don't worry. It's just a checkup. It's probably nothing serious, but it's best to let the professionals take a look. Zhao Huzi was a little dazed, but his trembling hand instinctively hugged Xue back, a sudden wave of unease filling his heart. At noon, Xue and Cheng Tianyuan still hadn't returned to the compound. The three elders ate pork congee in the living room, watched TV, and played cards. Lingling's dad, how come we haven't seen Zillion these past 2 days? Xue's mom squinted at her cards. Did you call him? She's dad played a spade king and shook his head. No, the weather's too bad. Tomorrow's the weekend. I'll ask him to bring Xiao Yue over for a couple of days. His wife can watch the little girl and he can look after Xiao Yue. If he brings his grandson, he'll definitely agree. The snow outside seems to have stopped, Liu Ying said as she fiddled with her cards. How come Ling Ling hasn't come back for her nap? She and her husband left early and haven't been back all day. She's been napping a lot lately. This kind of weather is perfect for curling up under the covers. Shua's mom put down her cards. Don't worry about them. They probably had something to do together. Maybe they're picking up the kids before coming back. No way, Shua's dad reminded her. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong have exams tomorrow. They can't come home. Renan said he's busy this week, and Yang Yang seems to be out of town. Oh, then they should be back soon. They thought the couple would be home before dark, but as they waited and waited, night fell and there was still no sign of them. After dinner, the three elders took a walk and chatted in the living room. Suddenly, the phone in the living room rang. Shu's father went over to answer the phone. After several rounds of, oh, he hung up. Shu's mother asked curiously, Who was it? What were you owing about for so long? It was Ayuan, Shu's father replied, puzzled. He said they'll be back later. He also said they're having hot pot with Jillian and his son, and that they're out right now. Liu Ying shook her head and clicked her tongue. Out and about in this cold? It's freezing. Shu's mother said, They probably have something to discuss. Maybe, Shu's father muttered, feeling something was off since his son-in-law's voice sounded strange. We'll ask them when they get back. Shu's mother reminded him. Jillian's with them, so don't bother him. Wait until the snow melts tomorrow, then invite him over to keep you company. All right, Shu's father agreed. Downtown, at a chain hot pot restaurant. Small pots of broth bubbled with steam, but the people at the table barely touched their food. Just then, the door opened. A server brought in several bowls of congee, carefully setting them down. Xue Ling called out, Over here, please. The server did as told, but seemed a little puzzled, sneaking a glance at the group before quietly leaving. Other private rooms were lively and noisy, full of laughter, drinking, and chatter. Only this room was silent, the seafood, beef, and lamb on the table barely touched. Once the door closed, the room was quiet again. Xue Ling gently nudged Zhao Huzi and said softly, Don't eat anything else. Just have some congee. Zhao Huzi looked terrible, holding his head in his hands. Okay, I'll eat in a bit. Xue Jillian couldn't bear it and tried to comfort him. Zhao Huzi, don't be too pessimistic. You just need surgery and a few rounds of chemo and you'll be fine. I want the truth, Zhao Huzi said, eyes red as he looked at him. Is it really mid-stage, not late stage? Xue Jillian nodded. Yes, that's what several specialists agreed on. If you don't believe me, look at the diagnosis yourself. It's all printed. You can read it. Zhao Huzi hesitated and looked at Xue Huan, swallowing hard. Uncle, is it really true? Xue Huan, cooking lamb slices, replied calmly, There's no need to lie to you. You're actually lucky. It was caught early. Take care of yourself for now. We'll schedule surgery soon, and after you recover, you'll start chemo. Right, Xue Jillian added gently. I'll use Chinese medicine to help you recover during that time. Zhao Huzi pulled out the diagnosis and read it again. There's a bunch of medical terms I don't really understand. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Didn't you see the line that says mid-stage? It's right there. You can still be saved, just cut out the cancerous part of your colon. You keep asking over and over and looking like this, it makes me angry. Uncle Yuan, Zhao Huzi choked up. I was afraid you were hiding something from me. Cheng Tianyuan barked, Hide it from you. We're not your doctors. What would we hide? How could we? Use your head, and don't think that just because it's mid-stage, you can take it lightly. Surgery isn't a guarantee. Do you know? If you'd waited another month or two, you'd be beyond saving. Once it spreads, not even the gods can help you. Zhao Huzi's face went even paler. Xue Ling sighed and pulled her husband back. All right, enough. Don't scare him. He's frightened enough already. Don't be so tense. As long as he cooperates with treatment, he'll be healthy again in a year or so. Cheng Tianyuan threw down his chopsticks, face dark. But he has to change his lifestyle and eating habits, take care of himself, or he won't be so lucky next time. Enough, Xue Ling said quietly, frowning. That's enough. Calm down. She Huan couldn't help but add, brother-in-law is right. The reason Zhao Huzi got colon cancer is directly related to his lifestyle and poor eating habits. He has to change, take care of himself, and never make the same mistake again. You only get one life. There are no do-overs. Tears streamed down Zhao Huzi's face as he said in a low, embarrassed voice, I always thought I was young, that as long as it wasn't too serious, I'd be fine. Even if it was, I could just take some medicine and it'd go away. I never thought I'd get really sick. Since his teens, he'd lived with his days and nights reversed, staying up late into the night, sometimes until dawn. He usually ate late-night snacks, otherwise he couldn't stay up all night. Breakfast was skipped because he was sleeping, and lunch depended on when he woke up. If he woke before lunch, he'd force himself to eat something he liked, but usually he'd sleep until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, then eat whatever was around. At night, he'd eat a big dinner, then more barbecue or fried food as a midnight snack. Most of the club's staff lived like this, and he'd gotten used to it. Except for the occasional dinner at home with Shan Yu and the kids, he spent more than 20 days a month this way. Almost all the young people around him had some degree of stomach or intestinal problems, but everyone was used to it, thinking it was just a young person's problem and nothing to worry about. If someone had a stomachache, they'd just pop a painkiller. If someone's stomach hurt after eating, same thing, just take a pill. If it wasn't too bad, they wouldn't even bother with medicine. Just sleep it off or even joke. It's not like I'll die. Many elders had told him that since he'd retired, he shouldn't keep living like this, that it would ruin his health in the long run. But he never took it seriously, thinking he was young and strong, and it was fine as long as he was used to it. Until today, when the doctor frowned and explained that things were serious, and if he didn't act fast, it would be too late. He was terrified. He thought he'd misheard. He must have misheard. But the doctor went on to say that more and more young people are getting cancer, and it's happening at younger ages, all because of carelessness, bad habits, and junk food. He was stunned. All of those things were part of his daily life, and now he had cancer. That terrifying word was something he'd seen and heard about, but he'd always thought it was far away, something only old people got, nothing for him to worry about. Who would have thought? It happened to him. And it was all because he'd abused his own body, not because of anyone else, not because of bad luck, not because the doctors were joking. Even now, his mind was still spinning, unable to process it all. Sai, Xue Ling patted his shoulder. Knowing your mistakes and changing is the greatest good. What matters now is to keep a positive attitude, get the surgery, and recover your health. Learn from this painful lesson and take care of yourself from now on. Zhao Huzi looked at Xue Ling in a daze and murmured, Auntie. His mind was spinning. He had no idea what to do or how to move forward. Wait, he suddenly cried out. You can't tell my parents. You absolutely can't. They'll be terrified. No way. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a glance, then sighed and shook their heads. How could we not tell them? You'll need to be hospitalized for surgery, and then there's chemo and recovery. Even in the best case, it'll take months, maybe a year or more. But Zhao Huzi shook his head stubbornly. No, you can't tell them. My parents aren't in great health. They couldn't handle this kind of shock, and don't tell you either. Calm down, Xue Ling said, taking his hand to comfort him. Don't get worked up. Zhao Huzi's eyes reddened again, his voice choked. Auntie, I'm their only son and my little sister is still in school. I'm the eldest grandson and the hope of the family. I can't let anything happen to me, or they'll be so worried and heartbroken. Their health isn't good. They just couldn't take this kind of news. This is a major surgery. A family member has to sign the consent, Shi Huan reminded him gently. And it's not a small operation that'll be over in a week or two. The chemo and recovery afterward will take a long time. That's right, Xue Jilian added. You'll need your family's care and help during this time. You can't do it all alone. Zhao Huzi froze, looking helplessly at Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling shook her head. We'll do everything we can to take care of you, but you really can't hide this for long, especially with the new year coming up. Your parents are planning to bring your sister here for the holiday. How could you just disappear for a year or more? No excuse would work. What about you and the kids? What about your club and your teams? Can you just walk away from your family and your work? Right. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he suddenly calmed down. He had a family, not just his big family, but his own little family of 3, and he was at a critical moment in his career. If he just disappeared, what would happen to all of them? Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Your parents aren't that old, just in their 50s and 60s. They've been through a lot in their lives, survived all kinds of hardship. There's nothing they can't handle. In a couple of days, I'll find an excuse to bring them over and break the news gently. Right, Xue Ling said softly. They can help take care of Zhao Xiaohu, and you can take turns with us looking after you. Zhao Huzi, this isn't something you can shoulder alone, understand? Not just that. The club needs to be arranged too, Cheng Tianyuan said. Your deputy manager, assistants, and some of the management need to know you'll be stepping back for a while, so they can keep things running smoothly. Zhao Huzi nodded nervously. Xue Jilian sighed. All right, don't be so tense. Zhao Huzi, there's no obstacle in life you can't get through. Whatever comes, just face it calmly. Keeping a steady mind is the most important thing. At this, Zhao Huzi was completely at a loss. He lowered his head onto the table. Let me think about it. I need to think. After all, he was only in his 20s. He'd only ever thought about living boldly and chasing his dreams, looking forward to a bright future, never imagining he'd have to face life and death at such a young age. The prospect of surgery and its risks was more than he could handle right now. Let him calm down, Cheng Tianyuan said. Let's eat and discuss what to do next. Xue Huan said, I'll find the best surgeon in the hospital to be his attending doctor. Tomorrow morning I'll show them all the test results from today and before, and we'll schedule the surgery as soon as possible. I'll handle his care these next few days, Xue Jilian volunteered. Xue Ling said quietly, Thank you both. Let's eat first. We have a tough battle ahead, so we need to keep up our strength and spirits. Eat. Let's all eat. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling brought Zhao Huzi back to the compound. It was already past 10 at night. The weather was freezing, and the 3 elders had already gone to bed. Cheng Tianyuan opened the guest room, aired it out, then closed the window and turned on the heater. Xue Ling found some of Renan's pajamas and a set of underwear for him. Renan and Yang Yang's clothes are a size bigger, but you can wear them. If you want something else, just grab it from their rooms. Zhao Huzi washed his face with hot water and collapsed on the sofa, not moving. Cheng Tianyuan poured him a cup of warm water. Then the couple made his bed, putting on fresh sheets and a comforter. A little while later, old Li's voice called from outside. Madam, the porridge you asked me to make 2 hours ago is ready. Xue Ling went out, thanked him, and brought back a big tray. Zhao Huzi, you barely ate earlier. Here's some thick rice porridge, a plate of greens, and a fried egg. Come eat while it's hot. Zhao Huzi sat up, took a spoonful of hot porridge, and slowly ate. Soon, he felt warmth spreading through his body. The porridge was plain but fragrant and sticky, smooth and warming. The greens were bright and fresh, crisp and delicious. He was starving, and quickly finished a big bowl of porridge. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to him, and his eyes reddened again. Xue Ling sighed and sat beside him. Don't overthink. Get some rest. Starting today, you need to slowly adjust your routine. Don't keep your phone glued to your hand. Sleep when you should, wake when you should. Get a good night's sleep, then face this challenge with energy. Suddenly, Zhao Huzi hugged her, burying his head in her shoulder. Auntie, a few years ago I used to have stomach problems all the time, but I never cared. You forced me to take medicine, made me eat rice porridge and greens every meal. It was in this very room right here. I used to give you such a hard time. Sob. I forgot the pain as soon as I healed. How could I be so stupid? Sob. I deserve this. I really do. Sheling sighed helplessly and patted his strong back. Remember, you have to take care of your own health. Without health in life, all the money and happiness in the world mean nothing. Auntie believes that once you get through this, you'll truly understand and come out a new person. That night, the temperature dropped again, and light snow began to fall. Xueling stood by the window gazing at the snow-covered back garden, unmoving for a long time. Cheng Tianyuan changed into pajamas and brought over 2 cups of hot water. Have something warm and try to get some sleep. Neither of them had slept much the night before, and after running around all day, they were both utterly exhausted. Even though their heads were spinning and their moods were terrible, neither felt the slightest bit sleepy. Their minds were a chaotic mess, full of thoughts and worries, yet somehow also blank. Sheling took the water and let out a long, quiet sigh. I'll sleep in a bit. Cheng Tianyuan took a few sips, set his cup down, and pulled her into his arms. Sheling closed her eyes and rested her head on his shoulder, taking a deep breath. Ah Huan said it's already mid-stage. If it had been even a little later, it might have already spread. Cheng Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. He's still young. He won't be lost so easily. As long as the surgery goes well and it hasn't spread too much, with chemo step by step, he'll get better. At this, Xueling finally couldn't hold back her tears. No matter how successful Xiao Huzi was, no matter that his child was already 3, he was still just a young man in his 20s. Hearing such terrible news, how could he possibly accept it? He was completely panicked, on the verge of breaking down. Seeing him like that, she and Cheng Tianyuan could only force themselves to stay calm, choosing their words carefully, repeating over and over that with surgery and chemo he'd be fine, desperately trying to comfort him. But who could know? They were both on the verge of breaking down themselves. A young man just past 20, and his life might already be on a countdown. His parents weren't even elderly yet. His child was still so little. His career was just taking off. His life was only just beginning. Ah Huan said, if they were lucky, if the surgery succeeded and the cancer hadn't spread, with chemo and rest, he could slowly recover. But they had to be lucky. Otherwise, it might only be a year or less. Cheng Tianyuan let out a long sigh. He wasn't just comforting his wife. He was comforting himself. All these years, he'd loved Xiao Huzi like his own son. How could he accept the possibility of losing him? That kid's always been lucky. He'll be fine. Ah Huan said he'll find the very best specialist in the country for the surgery. He's got a great reputation in the medical world and knows countless experts. He'll find someone. Xiao Huzi isn't short on money now, so with the best doctors and medicine, he'll be saved. Sheling gently stroked his chest and said softly, tomorrow let's have Ahu and Wang Qing come up north. Don't tell them anything yet. Just make up a reason to get them here. Their daughter's still in college and hasn't started winter break, and they don't have much going on in the provincial city. These past years, Ahu and Wang Qing's health hadn't been great. They took medicine, exercised, and went for walks, but had little work to do. Luckily, the properties Ahu bought years ago had appreciated quickly, and the rent kept rising, so they lived comfortably off rental income. Xiao Huzi had made a lot of money in recent years, bought them a big villa, a new car, and regularly sent them tens of thousands for living expenses. Their son had a family and a successful career at a young age. Their daughter was smart and well-behaved, winning scholarships at a top university every year. The two of them were always smiling, living in contentment. This bad news. We'll wait until they're here, then break it to them gently, Sheling said. Don't say anything in advance. Every day we can delay is a blessing. Even we can barely eat or sleep, let alone Ahu and Wang Qing. I know. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Sheling said softly, and you, don't always be so angry. I know you're at your limit, that's why you're like this, but Xiao Huzi is in turmoil. He needs our support. He might misunderstand you. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Let's sleep. They lay in bed under the warm covers, but even with their eyes closed, neither could fall asleep. Tonight was another sleepless night. The next morning, the compound was quiet. The cold wind outside had stopped, and the snow had ended at some point. The sun peeked in and out from behind thick clouds, finally breaking through around 9, spreading bright light everywhere. Xiao Huzi was woken by the sunlight, groggily coming to. He opened his eyes and stretched lazily. How nice. He'd slept so well. He paused, looking at the familiar room, and as memories rushed back, the smile faded from his lips. Suddenly he heard familiar laughter. He sat up and saw that the back garden outside the window was blanketed in white. The trees were frosted, only gray-brown branches holding up patches of snow. Rows of cabbages stood tall, their green leaves topped with white, the contrast beautiful. He saw Cheng Huancheng and Xue Xin bundled up in thick down jackets, hats, gloves, and snow boots, playing in the snow, throwing snowballs, their young faces beaming with joy. After a while, Xue's father and mother joined in. They were dressed warmly, moving a bit clumsily, carefully stepping into the garden. Soon, they were building snowmen with their grandchildren. With so many hands, it didn't take long for 3 or 4 cute little snowmen to appear. Xue Xin ran to the kitchen for red chili peppers to use as snowman noses. Huancheng made eyes out of dirt, and the 2 elders used cabbage leaves as makeshift hats. Xiao Huzi sat by the window, watching in a daze. Suddenly, Huancheng spotted him and waved frantically, shouting, "Come, hurry up!" The others looked over too, not surprised he'd stayed the night, and all waved for him to come out and play. Moved by their warmth, Xiao Huzi put on a down jacket and boots and ran outside. "Hey, Huzi?" Liu Ying stood in a sheltered spot, smiling. "What brings you here so early?" Xiao Huzi's eyes flickered. "Godmother, I... Come on," Huancheng called. "Huzi-ge! We need you for our snowball fight." Liu Ying laughed, noticing he had no hat or gloves, and quickly took off her own to give to him. "I can't go down there, but you play with them. I'll have some soy milk in the kitchen. Come in when you're tired." Xiao Huzi looked at the old brown hat and black gloves, not minding at all as he put them on. Then, with a loud, "Ah!" he started shouting, almost like he was venting, almost like he was going crazy, startling everyone. Xue Xin and Huancheng, in the middle of making snowballs, turned to stare at him. The 2 elders were startled too, seeing him yelling at the top of his lungs, not sure what to make of it. Xiao Huzi kept shouting, using all his strength, until he charged into the garden, slipped, and fell face first into a snowdrift. Everyone burst out laughing, rushing over to pull him up. He spat out a mouthful of snow, feeling the chill in his chest and throat, but the fire in his heart seemed to vanish. "Ha!" Everyone laughed. He lay in the snow, looking up at the blue sky and bright sun, listening to the cheerful laughter, feeling the beauty of the world, and suddenly felt a subtle sense of clarity and relief. He didn't know who started it, but soon a snowball fight broke out. 2 days later, everyone in the compound knew about Xiao Huzi's situation. The elders were all deeply worried, especially Liu Ying, who often wiped away tears in secret. Shi Jilian packed some clothes and moved into the compound, buying a huge stock of medicinal herbs. He was constantly grinding and slicing, lining up pots of Chinese medicine, brewing them one after another. Xie Ling was busy running around, visiting several specialists with Xue Huan, and even planned to travel south to invite a highly respected surgeon to come to the capital for the operation. Cheng Tianyuan handed his business over to his secretary and personally flew to the provincial city to bring Ahu and Wang Ting back. Ahu and Wang Ting were still in the dark. No one dared to tell them the truth, leaving it to Cheng Tianyuan to find the right moment to break the news. In the depths of winter, when even water froze outside, everyone was so busy they forgot about the cold. Xiao Huzi handed over club affairs to his deputy manager and assistant, then called an all-staff meeting, making up a story that he had family matters and would have to leave for a while but would be back as soon as possible. He told everyone to keep up with training and competitions, to do their jobs well, or he'd dock their pay when he returned. The staff were all young guys, not the most sensitive or attentive, and seeing Zhao Huzi as lively as ever, none of them suspected anything. They just joked for him to come back soon and not to forget to bring back southern specialties. Zhao Huzi naturally agreed with a smile. After that, he went home to break the news to Shan Yu himself. Shan Yu was stunned, and after the shock wore off, she clung to him and cried her heart out. He cried too, but by now he was calm enough to steady his own emotions and comfort his wife. He explained that his condition was considered mid-stage, and that surgery could remove a section of his colon, though there were risks. To guard against any accidents, I have to make a will. Auntie has contacted the famous lawyer He Miao Miao in the capital to help revise it. Yu, we married young, and you followed me since you were so young. I can't let you down. If anything happens to me, this villa is yours, and the one in the suburbs too. You can live in one and rent out the other, and you should be able to get by. It won't happen, Shan Yu sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Huzi gently wiped her tears and said softly, "Let me finish. If something happens to me, lawyer He and Auntie will help sell the club and the 3 teams I run. I've estimated they should fetch at least 300 million. The money will be put in the bank, with the interest settled annually and split in 2. 1 part for my parents, the other for you and Xiao Xiaohu. My parents are getting old and can't work anymore. Luckily, they have plenty of property, so even without my money, they'll be fine. And my sister is doing great in school, at one of the best universities in the province. She'll definitely find a good job after graduation and help take care of our parents. That gives me peace of mind. Xiao Xiaohu has always been with you, and I know you won't want to be apart. When he's older and more sensible, you must find a good man to marry. If he accepts our son, you can live together. If not, you must entrust our son to my parents, or to Uncle Yuan and Auntie. They're like my own parents. They'll take good care of him." "No," Shan Yu sobbed, shaking her head. "I just want you, no one else." Tears streaked down Zhao Huzi's face as he whispered, "Silly girl. You, I was wild and immature when I was young, and I made you suffer. I wasn't a caring husband, not even a qualified one. I regret it so much. I was always busy, never made time for you and our son. But no matter how much I regret it, it's too late. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The people I've let down most are you and our son and my parents. If I make it through this, I'll change. I'll love you and our son well and be a good son to my parents and yours." Shan Yu shook her head. "No, you can't have anything happen. You can't." Zhao Huzi kissed her forehead and nodded. "I promise. I'll do my best to live. But I have to discuss the will with you. I still have tens of millions in savings, half for my parents and sister, half for you, our son, and your parents. You'll split it evenly." "Daddy, Daddy?" Xiao Xiaohu climbed up his play castle, chubby hands waving. "I want to slide." The next moment, the little guy shot down the spiral slide. Zhao Huzi cheered, giving a thumbs up. "That's my boy, go for it!" The little one giggled with delight and ran off to play. The couple watched their son's adorable figure, both soon in tears. Shan Yu choked out, "Promise me. For our son and for us, you have to get through this. Huzi, I can't lose you. Our son can't lose his dad. You're the pillar of our family. You can't fall." Zhao Huzi hugged her tightly, whispering, I promise you everything. But you have to promise me something too. Whether I'm here or not, don't spoil our son too much. He's a boy. He needs to learn to be strong and independent. Don't let him manage the family finances before he graduates college. Just pay his tuition and living expenses, don't be too generous or you'll ruin him. Make sure he studies hard and warn him not to follow in my footsteps. Tell him his dad regrets not studying hard, not taking care of himself. Don't say that, Shan Yu sobbed. Nothing will happen to you. You'll teach your son yourself. Xiao Xiaohu can't lose his dad. He's still so little. How could you bear to leave us? You can't leave us. Zhao Huzi cupped the back of her head, whispering, Don't cry, don't cry. I'll be fine. Shan Yu wept uncontrollably. Zhao Huzi choked out, Not long ago we were still trying for a second child. It's a pity it didn't work out, or you'd have another child to keep you company. Maybe it's for the best. If anything happens to me, you won't have another child to worry about. You're still young. Don't feel you have to be a widow for me. If you can be happy in the future, our son grows up safe and our parents enjoy their old age, that's all I wish for. Don't say it. Don't say it, Shan Yu sobbed, shaking her head. Xiao Huzi gently patted her back, soothing her. All right, I won't say any more. The two of them held each other and cried for a long, long time, until Xue Jilian called, asking him to come back to the compound for his medicine. Shan Yu grabbed his hand and suggested, Why don't you move back home? That way I can take care of you. No, Xiao Huzi explained. The smell of the medicine is too strong. You and our son wouldn't be able to stand it. Uncle Jillian wouldn't feel comfortable staying at our place either. The compound is bigger, the air circulates better, and the smell dissipates quickly. Plus, the kitchen staff there make porridge and soups for me every day, so I'll stay at the compound until the surgery. I'll bring our son over to keep you company, Shan Yu said anxiously. Xiao Huzi shook his head, but he couldn't resist Shan Yu's insistence and finally agreed. In truth, he had his own selfish reasons. If he didn't wake up after the surgery, he might never see his wife and son again. While he still had the chance, he wanted to spend every possible moment with them, even if it was just a little. Taking the kid out means packing a ton of stuff. Take your time, Xiao Huzi said. When you're ready, I'll come pick you up. I need to go take my medicine first. Uncle Jillian said I have to drink it while it's still warm, can't wait too long. Shan Yu nodded quickly. Okay, drive safe. I'll start packing right away. Xiao Huzi drove back to the compound. As soon as he entered, he saw Liu Ying waiting outside in the cold with her cane. He hurried out of the car to help her inside. Grandma, it's -3 outside. Why are you out here? Come into the living room and warm up. Liu Ying's nose was red from the cold, but she shook her head. It's nothing. I heard from Jillian that you need to take your morning medicine, and I was worried you'd forget, so I came to remind you. Look, you're back already. Quick! The medicine's warming on the stove. Don't let it get cold. Okay, I'll drink it right away. Xiao Huzi hurried over, found the bowl still warm, and downed it in one go. As soon as he put the bowl down, the old lady handed him a brown honey date. I bought these just for you, a whole big bag. Liu Ying's face wrinkled into a smile as she coaxed, Eat it and the bitterness will go away. Xiao Huzi froze, his eyes shining with tears. When he first came to the capital, his stomach was always acting up. Auntie had Uncle Jillian prescribe medicine, and the kitchen would brew it every day with Grandma making sure he drank it. Auntie was clever and knew his ways. If Grandma didn't watch, he'd pour it out or only drink half. Grandma would always stand by his computer with the medicine, coaxing him to drink it quickly. He'd always complain, saying the medicine was too bitter. But Grandma would always have a piece of rock sugar or a honey date ready, so after the medicine, the sweetness would wash away the bitterness, leaving only the taste of dates. He bent down and gently took the date, eating it. Liu Ying smiled. Not bitter now, right? Sweet? Sweet! Xiao Huzi hugged her, moved. God, Ma, you're so good to me. I wish you could always spoil me like this. Liu Ying got a little angry and patted his back. What are you saying? Of course I will. You have to live a long, long life. Us old folks are counting on you young ones to see us off. None of you can be missing. Don't talk nonsense, you hear? Xiao Huzi nodded quickly. I hear you. Liu Ying sniffled. Lunch is around 12. I'll have porridge and veggie soup with you again today. I love veggie soup. Okay, Xiao Huzi replied, smiling through his emotions. Just then, Xue Jilian hurried over, phone in hand. Xiao Huzi, you need to go to the hospital tomorrow morning for pre-op tests. Ah Huan and Ling Ling have already invited Dr. K to the capital, and we're aiming to do the surgery within 5 days. You'll probably need to get ready to be admitted in the next day or two, so be prepared. Okay, Xiao Huzi nodded. Xue Jilian patted his shoulder gently. The best experts in the country are here. Everything will be fine. Just keep a good attitude. Liu Ying waved. It's cold over there. Let's go back to the living room. Lunch was still plain. Sticky rice porridge and chicken broth veggie soup. Xiao Huzi was used to barbecue and spicy takeout, and after several days of such bland food, he was already tired of it. But he didn't dare complain, forcing himself to eat slowly, bite by bite. Everyone else kept their meals simple and mild too, not letting any strong flavors appear on the table, afraid he'd be tempted. After eating, Everyone went to the living room to walk and digest. Suddenly, the security monitor showed old Chen's car coming through the gate. Someone jumped out in a hurry, a tall, burly figure, moving anxiously. It was Ah Hu. Cheng Tianyuan also got out, seeming to call Ah Hu, but Ah Hu was too flustered to stop. He sighed helplessly, then turned to help Wang Qing, who was wiping away tears, out of the car. Watching the monitor, Xiao Huzi was momentarily frozen. Liu Ying noticed and nudged him nervously. "Huzi, don't just stand there. Go greet your parents." Xiao Huzi snapped back to himself and rushed out. By then, Ah Hu had already stormed inside. The moment he saw his son, he stopped in his tracks. Xiao Huzi felt awkward, his eyes darting, and called out in a trembling voice, "Dad!" That one word, "Dad," brought tears to Ah Hu's eyes. He rushed forward and, smack, gave his son a hard slap. Xiao Huzi stood straight, didn't move, and with red eyes called again, "Dad!" Ah Hu pulled him into a tight hug, sobbing, "You little brat. Why didn't you take care of yourself? You're so young, only in your 20s. How could you let this happen? Your son is only 3 years old. Dad, I'm sorry," Xiao Huzi choked out. Ah Hu pounded his shoulder, crying and scolding, You brat, you idiot. Grown up and still don't know how to look after yourself." "Huzi!" Wang Ting rushed over, pulling her husband aside, crying and shouting, "Why are you hitting him? Did he get sick on purpose? Who wants to get cancer? He's already like this. Why hit him?" Ah Hu turned away, quickly wiping his tears. Wang Qing anxiously cupped her son's thin face, looking him over, her hands trembling as she touched his stomach. Does it hurt? Are you in pain? Does it still hurt? Tell me, son. Tell Mom where it hurts." Tears streaming down his face, Xiao Huzi hugged her tightly, shaking his head. "Mom, it doesn't hurt. Really, it doesn't hurt at all." Wang Ting wailed, tears flowing. "You have to get better. Nothing can happen to you. You said you brought us here to see the snow and celebrate New Year. I wondered why it was so early. After we got off the plane and Ayuan told us, your dad and I were scared out of our minds. Son, this isn't real, right? It's not real, is it? Sob. Is it?" A son is a piece of his mother's flesh. News like this is like having her heart ripped out. Xiao Huzi clung to his hysterical mother, unable to find any words to comfort her, only holding her tight. Everyone else had red eyes, unable to say a word, quietly crying. Ah Hu looked around, then hurried to grab Shua Jillian's hand. "Uncle, for the surgery, the risk isn't too high, right? Not too high?" Shua Jillian didn't dare tell the truth and shook his head. "Not high, just a little risk. Xiao Huzi is still young. We have to have faith in him." In reality, Xiao Huzi's condition was already very close to late stage. If it weren't, She Huan wouldn't have taken so much time off and dragged Xue Ling across the country to find the best, most authoritative surgeon. Thank you. Ah Hu finally managed to smile, full of gratitude. "Thank you all. Thank you." One cold wave hadn't yet passed before another, even harsher arrived, a once-in-a-century deep freeze. The wind was biting, snowflakes swirling, the world an icy expanse. Almost all flights at both airports in the capital were grounded, and Xue Ling's flight was cancelled too. "Safety first," Cheng Tianyuan said, calling Xue Ling while watching the snow fall outside. "The tickets are booked, and as soon as the airline can fly, they'll let you know." "Yes, the airline put us up in a hotel," Xue Ling explained. "It's nice, but the heating isn't great. I had a Huan go buy a space heater." "Are the specialists settled in?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "All settled," Xue Ling replied. "He and his student are sharing a suite. We booked business class, and the hotels are all 4-star. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "Xiao Huzi had his hospital test today. Ah Huan's assistant was with him the whole time. The doctors said his numbers look okay and his spirits are decent." Xue Ling sighed softly. "That's good. Attitude and mindset are just as important. How are Wang Qing and Ah Hu holding up?" "How could they be?" Cheng Tianyuan said helplessly. When it's your own flesh and blood, what parent could be okay? Poor parents everywhere. At first, Ahu kept asking if he needed to donate an organ, even insisted he'd give one to his son. Wang Ting's eyes have been red the whole time. Even though Shua Jilian told them the risks weren't high and not to worry, just knowing their son needed major surgery was enough to break their hearts. She Ling, as a parent herself, understood that pain all too well. Stay with them as much as you can. It's cold and snowy. Don't bother going to work, just keep the elders and Ahu company. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. All I can do is tell them it'll be okay. But everyone's so heavy-hearted, sometimes I'm just too tired to talk. Xue Ling gave a wry, weary laugh. Cheng Tianyuan glanced across the room and explained, Ahu and Wang Qing are settled in, and Yu Yu and Zhao Xiaohu have moved in too. Zhao Huzi can still sleep at the compound tonight, but probably not tomorrow. Yu Yu hasn't told Shan Yu and the others, right? Xue Ling rubbed her temples. Don't tell them for now. Chenjia's health is even worse than Ahu and Wang Ting's. We can't risk another patient. Everyone's barely holding it together as it is. Wait until after the surgery to tell them. Zhao Huzi already told her, and Yu Yu hasn't said anything, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She's having a hard time too, always secretly crying while holding the child. Zhao Huzi and Yu Yu married young, not out of passionate love, but more by circumstance. They rushed into marriage, made it official in a hurry, with a baby on the way. At first, there were plenty of conflicts, but after the child was born, things gradually eased. With Yu Yu's online business picking up and Zhao Huzi's career booming, life became stable and happy. Most importantly, their chubby, adorable son brought them closer, and their marriage grew stronger. But just as the good days began, disaster struck. Xue Ling sighed. You live and learn. I just hope heaven gives Zhao Huzi a chance to turn things around, to change his ways and start over. Let's hope so. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, Text me before you get on the plane. I'll have old Chen take me to the airport to pick you up. It's freezing out. Everything's iced over. Be prepared. Lately, Xue Ling had been so busy finding doctors she hadn't had time to check on her kids, who were busy with school and relationships. They're all home, right? Do they have enough down jackets? Did you send them extra blankets? It's so cold the school heating can't compare to home. They can't get sick. Cheng Tianyuan, always a careful dad, replied, Yesterday I brought them thicker blankets. The eldest is in the hospital dorms. He says the heat's fine, but sometimes there's no water, the pipes freeze. I bought him several cases of bottled water to last a few days. This cold snap will last 4 or 5 days, right? Xue Ling asked. A week this time, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Why not get more water? His girlfriend lives in the same dorm. That's his responsibility, Cheng Tianyuan said bluntly. He's my son, so I take care of him, but that girl is his girlfriend. He needs to take care of her. If he can't handle even that and doesn't look after her, he deserves to get dumped. Xue Ling couldn't help asking about Xue Yang. He should have finals now, right? Is he home yet? Tomorrow, Cheng Tianyuan said. The forecast keeps warning about this historic cold snap, but he's slow to react. He's got plenty of body fat, so he's not afraid of the cold. Didn't bring extra blankets, and the down jacket he's wearing is the one you bought him. I gave him a blanket, and he clung to my arm saying he wanted hot pot. I took him out for hot pot at lunch. He ate 300 yuan worth of meat, 5 or 6 plates. I asked if he was broke or hungry. He said he'd spent his money on thick bedding and boots for his girlfriend, so he was a bit short. I told him he'd have to get a job over winter break or stop dating. Don't make the girl suffer. Xue Ling stifled a laugh. You didn't help him out? 300 yuan of meat and a pile of veggies isn't help? Cheng Tianyuan said. He'll be home tomorrow. Let him eat plain buns and porridge for a couple days, maybe lose some weight. Xue Ling laughed, then asked, What about the 2 younger ones? Xin has Aunt Chun and the others looking after her, so no worries. Cheng Tianyuan coughed. Heaters, blankets, hats, gloves, snow boots. She's got everything. Chong is at the same school, so he's well taken care of too. No need for me to send anything. Xue Ling was finally reassured, reminding him to look after the elders before hanging up. Chung Tianyuan put away his phone, yawned, and was about to go to bed. Knock, knock. The door sounded. He opened it. Ah Hu was leaning against the doorframe, forcing a bitter smile. Ayuan, there's got to be some good wine in the house. How about you have a drink with me? Chung Tianyuan frowned, about to refuse, but Ah Hu grabbed his hand, pleading, Brother, I know I shouldn't drink, and I haven't touched a drop in years, but right now, I really want a couple of drinks, just to... In the corner of the living room at the bar, the air was warm and tipsy with the scent of wine. Chung Tianyuan swirled his glass of red wine, took a small sip, and glanced over to see that Ah Hu had already downed more than half his glass. He was so annoyed he almost reached over to snatch it away. You, just one glass, no more, Ah Hu chuckled, throwing a long arm around his shoulder. Brother, how many years has it been since we drank like this? Feels like decades, doesn't it? Remember when we ran that little shop by the river? At night, when the deliveries came, you, me, and Amin would haul the goods, all sweating buckets, then sit at the door with a beer each, feeling the river breeze, drinking and shooting the breeze. Ha ha ha! Cheng Tianyuan squinted, lost in memory. Of course I remember. Renan wasn't even born yet. Not decades, just 30 years or so. Ah Hu paused, shaking his head slowly. Feels like forever to me. 40, 50 years. Nonsense. Cheng Tianyuan swirled his wine, voice low. I haven't really drunk in years, and you haven't been able to drink for a long time, so your memory's fuzzy. Ah Hu sighed deeply, lost in thought. When I was young, I was strong as an ox. Tall and burly, everyone in the neighborhood called me Big Tiger. When we ran that little supermarket with you and Amin, I'd still drive trucks, and when it came to hauling goods, I could carry as much as 2 men. Chung Tianyuan reminded him. You were still built like a tank when you were wholesaling clothes in the provincial city. I could never outlift you. Ah Hu gave a wry laugh. Look at me now. High this, high that. Other people talk about the 3 highs, but I've got more than that. My whole body's got gout, and if I'm not careful, the pain makes me question my existence. Just being able to walk and eat properly is a blessing. I can't eat anything too fatty or sweet, and sometimes I spend so long worrying about what I can eat that I just give up. It's no fun at all. If everyone could be a hero their whole life, there'd be no room for the young, Chung Tianyuan said, frowning. We have to admit we're old, not just in years, but in body. Our organs are like old machines, always needing repairs, always breaking down, never working as well as before. Old, Ah Hu sighed, eyes narrowing. Can't deny it. Every time I see Zhao Xiaohu, I can't help but smile. Kids are our continuation and grandkids are theirs. One generation after another, passing things on. We're old, and whether we want to admit it or not, it's true. I don't deny it, Chung Tianyuan said. I really am old, but I just don't say it in front of my mother or the in-laws. If we admit we're old, what about them? Our bodies are old, sure, but our mindset needs to stay strong. Lingling retired early these past 2 years, barely manages anything now, just keeps an eye on the big picture. We've got elders above us, all getting on in years, and the kids below look grown but can't really take charge yet. So this big family still depends on us. In another 10 years, it'll be different, Ah Hu said. The younger generation will be able to take over. Chung Tianyuan nodded. They should. At this, Ah Hu's eyes reddened. I don't know if bad health runs in the family. I was strong when I was young, but Wang Ting was always sickly. We didn't dare have too many kids, worried she'd suffer. Then, just as I hit my prime, my health started to fail, and I became a medicine jar. I thought I was unlucky enough, but then... It's not really about that, Chung Tianyuan said quietly. It's mostly Zhao Huzi's bad habits. Always thinking he's young and invincible, eating whatever, stuffing himself with junk food, staying up all night. Even the best body can't take that for long. Luckily, he's still young, and if he changes now, he can recover. You're different. Your problems are just age, and you have to manage them. Ah Hu sighed again and took another drink. His situation is a wake-up call for all the young people in the family. You should tell them, don't follow his example. Chung Tianyuan patted his shoulder gently. Xiao Huzi will be fine. Ahu smiled, eyes glistening with tears. Brother, when I first heard the news, I was completely stunned. I was really scared, so scared. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, gripping his shoulder hard. He and Lingling had felt the same way. How much more so for a father and son? Don't overthink it. Finish your drink, then go get some sleep. Ahu glanced at the antique clock in the corner and muttered, It's only a little after 9. It's been dark for hours, Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. It's freezing out. Why not get under the covers early? I can't sleep, Ahu said with a bitter smile. The more I lie down, the worse I feel. Cheng Tianyuan clinked glasses with him. Finish what's left. I'll sit with you. We'll eat something and watch TV. Ahu didn't dare drink too much. He couldn't risk his health now. His son was about to go into surgery and he needed to be there for him, to give him strength and support. A while later, the two of them sat in the living room, eating sunflower seeds and watching TV. Ahu spat out a shell and said, Brother, after Zhao Huzi recovers and is discharged, Wang Qing and I plan to move to the capital. We've talked it over and she agrees. Cheng Tianyuan raised his eyebrows, then said, Great. I've been telling you to come for ages. You two just kept dragging your feet. Ahu pursed his lips. All our property is in the provincial city, but I'll just let a proper agency handle it. With online banking, I can keep track of everything from my phone. The provincial city isn't really home. Rongcheng is, but that's just a stopover. Home is where the family is. Our daughter will graduate next year and wants to work here. With both kids here and our parents gone, there's only a few of us left. It makes sense to gather here. It's better for the family to be together. Cheng Tianyuan understood completely. As you get older, you want to be closer to your kids, to look after each other, to have more chances to enjoy your grandchildren, and not live a lonely life. Buy a place nearby or stay in the compound. We can keep each other company. Ahu shook his head with a wry smile. We'll pick somewhere between Zhao Huzi's villa and the compound. All the houses around here are fancy courtyard homes or old mansions. We can't afford that now. Let Zhao Huzi pay for it, Cheng Tianyuan said. It's just the two of you. You don't need anything big. I'll have Lingling ask around for you. Ahu shook his head with a wry smile. Young people these days are under so much pressure. We can't be a burden to them. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind him, I can't speak for other cities, but property in the capital always holds its value. If you're planning to settle here, it's better to buy sooner rather than later. Zhao Huzi has plenty of money on hand. Having him help you buy a place isn't a big deal. We'll see, Ahu said softly, still feeling for his son. We've managed to save a few million over the years, but life is unpredictable. We have to keep something in reserve just in case. Right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. The compound is big. Move in first, then take your time looking for a place. Find a small one that suits you. But Ahu was still hesitant. The main thing is, I'm worried you might not agree. Young people these days don't like living with their elders. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. You're not planning to live together just to be nearby for mutual support. What's there to disagree with? Ahu made a face, lowering his voice. Yu is obedient and honest, but you know how it is. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Chenjia has always been a bit fiery, not the most reasonable. If you move here, she'll probably want to come too. It's fine. If they can afford it, they can buy a place too. He knew that Shan Yu's fishery hadn't made much money in recent years. Last year, a devastating typhoon hit the southern island, causing huge losses. If it weren't for Zhao Huzi's financial help, the old couple would have been struggling. Ahu sighed. That's what I'm most worried about. If we move here and our son helps us buy a place, they'll probably want one too. Property in the capital is expensive. I can't bear to put that much pressure on Zhao Huzi. Young people have it tough enough. If it weren't for his aunt introducing him to business, he wouldn't have made it so quickly. Now that he's finally getting somewhere, his health is already suffering. How can I ask him to buy 2 houses at once? No problem, Cheng Tianyuan said generously. I'll pay for you first. When your rental income comes in, you can pay me back bit by bit. Ahu shook his head. No need. We still have some savings. Ah Ching and I have discussed it. We'll put down $1 million as a down payment and pay off the mortgage slowly. The rent from the provincial city brings in tens of thousands a month. If we pay $20,000 a month, that's $240,000 a year. In 10 or 20 years, we should be able to manage. It's complicated, Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Buying property in the capital is tough for out-of-towners. The down payment is high, and there are lotteries and purchase restrictions. Bank loans are hard to get. Let's look for a place first, and if it's suitable, buy it outright. I'll cover the rest, and you can pay me back later. Really? Ah Hu frowned. Is it really that hard to buy a house in the capital now? Cheng Tianyuan nodded. There's paperwork for everything. You don't know the ropes here. You could easily get scammed. Let us handle it. We've been brothers for years. Don't be so polite. If you insist, you can pack your bags and go stay at a hotel tonight. Ha ha ha, Ah Hu laughed, grabbing another handful of seeds. All right, I'll leave it to you and your wife. The next day, Zhao Huzi was admitted to the hospital. Wang Ting was in low spirits, and with the cold outside, Ah Hu wouldn't let her go to the hospital, asking her to stay at the compound and look after Zhao Xiaohu. Cheng Tianyuan, Ah Hu, and Shan Yu accompanied Zhao Huzi to the hospital. They were all in the car when Zhao Huzi suddenly called, "Wait!" and rushed out to scoop up Zhao Xiaohu, hugging him tightly. Wang Ting kept wiping her tears, unable to speak. Zhao Huzi kissed his son's little face, then handed him to Grandpa Shui, hugged Wang Ting, and hurried back to the car. Everyone in the car saw this and turned away, eyes red, pretending not to notice. Shan Yu, seeing her nose was red, quickly put on a mask so Zhao Huzi wouldn't see. Just like the day before, there were all sorts of tests and IV drips. At noon, driver Chen brought over the Chinese medicine Xue Jilian had brewed. Shan Yu went down to get the thermos, opened it, and poured it out. The next moment she frowned, covered her mouth, and started dry heaving. Zhao Huzi quickly patted her back. "If you can't stand the smell, I'll do it. Go get some air in the hallway." Shan Yu didn't answer, just rushed out with her mouth covered. But there was a janitor cleaning in the hallway, and the strong smell of disinfectant made her gag even more. She retched so hard she slumped onto a bench, exhausted. A passing nurse saw her pale face and quickly supported her arm. "Ma'am, are you all right? Can you hear me?" Shan Yu felt her vision go black and collapsed. The nurse called for help. Cheng Tianyuan and Ah Hu happened to return and saw Shan Yu fainting, rushing over to help. "What happened? What's wrong?" "Yu, what's wrong?" Zhao Huzi heard the commotion and hurried out with his IV. Luckily, they were in the hospital. A gurney was brought over and she was quickly taken to the emergency room. The ER doctor examined her, and the results came back quickly. "Congratulations, this lady is pregnant," the doctor said. "About 5 weeks along. Early pregnancy makes you sensitive to smells, so nausea is common. Try to avoid strong odors. After a rest, go to OB/GYN for a full checkup, and if all's well, you can go home." "What?" Everyone was stunned for a second, then broke into smiles and laughter. Ah Hu grinned. I'm going to be a grandpa again. Zhao Xiaohu's going to have a little brother or sister. He'll be the big brother now." "Good news. Wonderful news," Cheng Tianyuan said, clutching his phone. "I'm calling home right now. Let Mom and Wang Ting celebrate." Zhao Huzi stood there in a daze, then started laughing and crying, holding Shan Yu's hand tightly, then bending down to kiss her. Cheng Tianyuan and Ah Hu quickly slipped out, leaving the happy moment to the young couple. Seeing Zhao Huzi like this, Shan Yu laughed and cried too. "Our baby came at just the right time to support Daddy at this critical moment. Afraid you'd lose confidence, afraid we'd all worry too much, so the little one hurried to bring us hope and joy." Zhao Huzi was overwhelmed, nodding again and again. "Don't worry. For the kids I will. Be well. I will." This good news lifted everyone's spirits, finally breaking through the gloom of the past days and bringing a ray of joy. Xieling and Xue Wan were still on the plane and hadn't received the news. After landing, they first escorted the specialist and her assistant to the hotel before heading home themselves. As soon as Xue Ling reached her door, before she could even take off her gloves and coat, She saw Wang Qing holding Xiao Xiaohu, both laughing and crying with excitement as they rushed over. "She's pregnant again! Pregnant again!" Xueling was stunned. "What?" Everyone crowded around, all smiles, sharing the good news. When Xueling heard, her eyes filled with tears, and she broke into a smile. "That's wonderful, really wonderful." The timely arrival of this child gave everyone hope and gave Xiao Huzi more confidence to face the upcoming surgery. Everyone hugged each other, eyes shining with tears, but faces full of smiles. 3 days later, Xiao Huzi was wheeled into the operating room. After more than 5 long hours, the doors finally opened. The doctors filed out, and the lead specialist pulled down her mask with a slight smile. The surgery was a great success. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled, and they hugged each other in excitement. For the next half-month, Xiao Huzi recuperated in the hospital. Hu and Cheng Tianyuan, along with Xueling and Wang Qing, took turns caring for him during the day. At night, a nurse and the brothers Cheng Huanran and Shui Yang took shifts. Shan Yu wanted to help, but everyone refused to let her. She was newly pregnant, with strong morning sickness and a heightened sensitivity to smells. Any odd odor made her nauseous. Everyone told her to focus on her pregnancy and not worry about Xiao Huzi, since there were plenty of people to help. So Shan Yu rested and took care of Xiao Xiaohu with her mother-in-law. The compound was well kept, with all meals and chores handled by staff, so aside from caring for Xiao Huzi, there was little else to do, making things quite easy. The food was excellent, with the kitchen preparing a variety of dishes every day. With her mind at ease, Shan Yu focused on her pregnancy and spending time with her child, and before she knew it, she'd gained a few pounds and looked much healthier. Every day, Xiao Huzi video chatted with her and Xiao Xiaohu. The couple worried about each other, but also missed each other dearly, their relationship growing even sweeter and warmer. Adversity revealed true feelings. After all they'd been through, they had fewer quarrels and more understanding, less complaint and more tenderness. Their love deepened without them even realizing it. The anxious days of waiting seemed to drag on, but the happy, hope-filled days flew by. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Huzi was discharged. Originally, the family planned to move back to their townhouse, but Xueling and the others stopped them, saying it was too much trouble and better to stay together for mutual care. Hu and Wang Qing also didn't want them to leave and persuaded them to stay. Xiao Xiaohu, a lively little boy who loved crowds and excitement, burst into tears when he heard they might leave the compound. Everyone laughed at him. "If you like it here so much, why not stay and be our little grandson?" "Exactly. We don't have any other little ones, just you, and we'll spoil you." Hearing this, Xiao Xiaohu nodded vigorously, repeating, "Okay, okay." Everyone burst out laughing. Hu teased, "If you stay here as their grandson, you won't be able to go home anymore." "That's okay," the little guy piped up. "Mama's going to have a baby sister. Mama and Papa can spoil her, and I'll stay here for you to spoil." Everyone laughed even harder. The compound was lively and warm, and Xiao Huzi and Shan Yu couldn't bear to leave either. In the end, the whole family decided to stay until after the New Year. Hu reminded them, "We still haven't told the in-laws. Now that the surgery went well, you should call and explain why we waited so they don't worry." "Okay," Xiao Huzi agreed. Shan Yu added, "I'll video call my parents with Xiao Huzi and help explain." Wang Qing nodded. "That's best. Huzi, your sister still doesn't know either. Wait until she's home for break to tell her. She's been busy looking for an internship and hasn't been in touch much." "Okay," Xiao Huzi replied. Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling had been so busy with the hospital that they hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin, who were busy with finals. It wasn't until evening when Chen Xinji drove them home with bags in hand that everyone realized they were on break. "I'm exhausted!" Cheng Huanchong flopped into Shui Yang's arms, wailing, "Weekly tests, monthly tests, finals, mock exams, I'm about to collapse." Zhe Yang patted his back, comforting him. "Poor thing. Really, you're so pitiful. But think of it this way, it's a rare life experience, something to cherish. I was recommended for admission and never got to experience this. Get lost! Cheng Huancheng kicked him away, scolding, You're just gloating, showing off! Xue Yang burst out laughing. Cheng Huancheng ran to Xue Ling and clung to her arm. Mom, I'm half dead. I've been up late for a month or two. Xue Ling patted his shoulder. At least you're on break now. Get some good sleep these next few days. However much homework you have, just do your best. Enjoy your winter holiday. Mama's the best, Cheng Huancheng grinned. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. Where's your sister? Oh, Cheng Huancheng replied. She slipped in the snow 2 days ago and twisted her ankle. Taitu carried her back to her room and said he'd get a doctor to check on her. She got hurt? Xue Ling frowned. Is it serious? Why didn't you say anything? I'll go check. No, don't. Cheng Huancheng quickly stopped her, lowering his voice. Mom, Titu's in her room. It's bright enough in there. They don't need another big light bulb. Xue Ling shot him a look. She didn't tell us, and you didn't either? It's nothing serious, Cheng Huancheng explained. She thought it was fine and went back to class for exams. After 2 days, her ankle felt sore, and after today's last exam, she realized it was swollen. I carried all her bags out of school. She just had to walk slowly. Xue Ling nodded. Sounds like a mild sprain. She ignored it and made it worse. Cheng Huancheng chuckled. Titu's so worried he won't let her go out in the cold and wants to get a doctor to come over. Silly boy, Xue Ling interrupted. Didn't you tell him Uncle Jillian is an expert in this? He's playing chess with your grandpa right now. Cheng Huancheng grinned. After that last exam, my brain stopped working. I'll give you some practice problems to wake it up, Xue Ling said, patting his head as she turned to find her uncle. No, Mom, I'm fine, really. After a while, Xue Xin was brought over to soak her foot in hot water. It's a bit too hot, Xue Xin yelped, pulling her foot back. Seeing this, Chen Xinji quickly stood up. I'll get some cold water to mix in. Don't, Xue Jilian said with a gentle smile. It needs to be warm enough to help reduce the swelling. Xue Ling, looking serious, instructed her daughter. Come on, put your piggy foot in and test the temperature first. Get used to it little by little. Xue Xin didn't dare argue. She stretched out her delicate, pale foot, but still hesitated to put it in. Xue Jilian poured a little white liquor into the basin and coaxed, Come, just soak for about 5 minutes. With no choice, Xue Xin edged her foot in, hissing in pain. Seeing her little face scrunched up, Chen Xinji's heart ached. He bent down and blew gently on her foot. Is it better? Still too hot? Xue Jilian put his hand in the water and shook his head. It's just right. Looking at his beloved's tender foot, Chen Xinji couldn't help but say, Our skin is thick, so we can handle the heat. Xin's skin is so delicate. How can she stand such hot water? Xue Jilian smiled helplessly and called, Yang Yang, bring the water from the thermostat outside. Okay. Xue Yang quickly brought over a kettle. Xue Jilian mixed in some warm water. Finally, Xue Xin dared to put her foot in, though she wrinkled her nose. The alcohol smell is a bit strong. It's good for your swelling, Xue Ling shot her a look. If you can complain, you should have the sense not to get hurt in the first place. Xue Xin fell silent, not daring to say more. Xue Yang stifled a laugh. Look at you. Your foot's all swollen like a pig's trotter. Xue Xin pouted and glared at him, muttering, You have to carry me to meals in the living room these next 2 days. In your dreams, Xue Yang darted off. I only carry my girlfriend. You've got your Tituge. Chen Xinji chuckled helplessly. Xue Xin huffed. So unfair. You care more about outsiders than your own family. Xue Jilian laughed, then picked up her foot and pressed on the swollen spot. Ow! Xue Xin cried out. Chen Xinji frowned, immediately pulling her into his arms, comforting her gently. Hang in there. It'll be better soon. Xue Jilian said, That's right. Just bear with it. Once the sprained ligaments are back in place and you avoid walking, you'll be fine in a day or 2. Xue Xin yelped in pain. Chen Xinji was so anxious he held her close, soothing her over and over. Almost done, almost done. Xue Ling. She couldn't watch anymore and turned to leave. As soon as she stepped out, she saw her husband Cheng Tianyuan hurrying over, his face full of worry. "Wife, I heard Xin sprained her ankle." "She's fine." Xue Ling cut him off, pulling him along. "Uncle Jillian is massaging it for her. She'll be fine in a day or two." Hearing his daughter's cries, Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "Sounds serious? I should go check." Xue Ling stopped him, lowering her voice. "What for? Titu's holding her and comforting her." Cheng Tianyuan stopped, awkwardly clearing his throat. "Well, as long as she's okay. The kitchen made rice porridge for supper. Xiao Huzi and the others are eating. Want some?" Xue Ling shook her head. "No, I'm tired. I'll go to bed." "Go ahead," Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. "Xiao Chong's already showered and gone to bed. He said if he's not up by lunch, then you can wake him." Xue Ling laughed. "Lazy boy," and yawned as she left. Cheng Tianyuan, still worried, peeked toward his daughter's room, pacing a few times before straightening up and quietly sneaking a look inside. He saw Xue Jillian squatting on the rug, applying medicine to his daughter's foot, gently reminding her what not to do. His daughter, her pretty face scrunched in pain, was nestled in Chen Xinji's arms. Chen Xinji gently patted her head, listening carefully to all the instructions. Seeing how close they were, Cheng Tianyuan quickly turned away, embarrassed, and strode off. The next morning, Aunt Zhu Achen arrived, carrying a big thermos. "I heard Xin sprained her ankle. I was so worried I couldn't sleep all night." "How is she? Is the swelling down? I made bone broth for her." The elders quickly invited her to sit in the living room. "It's nothing, just a minor sprain. As long as she doesn't run around, she'll be fine in a day or two." "Achun, you made soup so early? What time did you get up?" Aunt Zhu sighed in relief. "I couldn't sleep, so I got up at 3 or 4 to make it. As long as she's okay. It's so easy to slip in this weather. Don't let it become a lingering problem." Xue Mama shook her head. "She's sleeping with a medicated patch. It's so cold at night. You should take care of yourself. Young people's little injuries are nothing." "I can't help it," Aunt Zhu smiled. "I'm old. I'm not afraid of the cold. Xin's always been delicate. I can't bear to see her hurt." Everyone laughed. Xue Papa, thinking of Zheng Duoduo, couldn't help but ask, "Has he been too busy lately? Haven't seen him in a while." Aunt Zhu explained, "He's been coming home late every night, working on the new spring product line, always working overtime. He's very strict, wants to check everything himself, so all his staff have to work late too. They're all exhausted." "When will he have time?" Xue Papa asked quietly. "Have him come for a meal. Keep me company." Aunt Zhu smiled. "I heard there's a celebration banquet this weekend. After that, he should be free. Don't worry, as soon as he's free, he'll come running. He really misses the shrimp dumplings and soup buns here. He's mentioned it several times." "Haha," Xue Papa said. "When he comes, let him eat his fill." Aunt Zhu's eyes sparkled as she smiled warmly. "Madam, is the lady of the house in? I have something to ask her." "She's here." Xue Papa stood up. "I'll call her. She was in the study just now." Aunt Zhu quickly said, "No need, I'll go find her." "All right, just remember to turn left." A while later, Aunt Zhu found Xue Ling reading in the study. "Madam, I have something to ask you." Xue Ling smiled. "Of course, go ahead." Aunt Zhu smiled awkwardly and asked quietly, "Did you introduce a girl named Tong to Duoduo as his assistant? She's from the south?" "Yes," Xue Ling nodded, explaining. "She's from Rongcheng in the south. Her father, Tongzi, is an old friend of mine. The girl is excellent. She'll graduate from Capital University with a degree in economics next year, and she's interning at the group for her final year. I met her once. She's quick, smart, and capable, so I arranged for her to assist Duoduo to broaden her horizons and gain experience." Zhu Achen grew even more curious as she listened and smiled. "From Imperial Capital University? That must be impressive." "Yes," Xue Ling replied. "That girl has been smart since she was little. I heard she skipped grades twice in elementary and middle school, and her academic performance has always been outstanding. Oh, and 3 years ago, she was the top scorer in the college entrance exam. When Imperial Capital University admitted her, they even gave her a very generous scholarship. Wow. Juachan broke into a smile and praised. You can tell right away she's an excellent kid, both in character and academics. Xieling nodded. She really is. She's hardworking, confident, and looks exactly like her father. Tongzi was incredibly handsome when he was young, famous for his looks. Not only did he take great photos, he could write too, and he had a deep, magnetic voice. He was a pillar at the Rongcheng radio station. Juachan listened, saying, "Oh, oh," and then asked, "Madam, you just said her father is your good friend? Did you meet in Rongcheng back then?" "Yes," Xieling explained. "I used to run a photo studio, and he worked there part-time as a photographer. Tongzi was very diligent, taking photos during the day, hosting radio shows at night. He was polite, honest, and kind. I also know little Tong's mother. She's Ahu's cousin, Chen Min's younger sister, so we're all family, really." "So there's a family connection too?" Juachan asked curiously. "Ahu's cousin?" Xieling confirmed. "Alan is very hardworking, quick and capable, and a great cook. She was originally a loyal listener of Tongzi's radio show and later came to help at the studio. Over time, they fell in love and got together. Not long after they married, they had little Tong, and the next day they had twin boys a few years younger than her." Hearing this, Juachun showed a satisfied smile. "From what you're saying, her parents must both be good people, honest and hardworking. A girl raised in such a family can't go wrong." Xue giggled and took her hand. "Achin Jie, you came to ask me so much so early in the morning. Are you interested in that young lady?" Ju Achin laughed, a little embarrassed. Duo is already in his 30s and Titu is younger than him, and he already has Zhao Xin. As the older brother, how can he keep dragging his feet? Xue raised her eyebrows and asked quietly, "Oh? Is there something going on? Has he taken a liking to little Tong?" "Most likely." Juachun lowered her voice. "He's been obviously different lately. Every day he goes to work full of energy, and even when he works late, he's reluctant to come home. Not only that, even when I used to remind him, he'd just rotate between the same two outfits. But recently, he's suddenly started caring about his appearance, asking me to go downstairs with him to buy clothes. Every time he tries something on, he asks if it looks good, if it makes him look younger. He even tells the salespeople he wants something youthful and energetic. And before, he only went to the gym once a week, and only if I reminded him. Now it's different. He runs up the stairs after work, insists on taking the stairs, and tells me that people who exercise look younger, and he wants to get abs like Titu." "Oh?" Xieling tried not to laugh. "Did he say anything?" "Achunjie, how did you find out about little Tong?" Ju Achun looked a bit embarrassed and lowered her voice. "A few days ago, he kept rewatching a video at home. There were a lot of people in it, but he kept staring at a tall, pretty young woman. I kept walking by and noticed he was always watching, so I couldn't help but ask who she was. That rascal was sly, mumbling that she was just a little assistant who'd been interning at the company for a few months. She's bold, dared to point out his mistakes in front of all the higher-ups, and got a good scolding from him." Xie laughed and gossiped. "And then? What happened?" "He wouldn't say anything more." Ju Achin shook her head helplessly. "His mouth is like a clam, won't open unless you pry it." Xie chuckled softly and lowered her voice. "I really like little Tong too. She's truly beautiful, smart, capable, down-to-earth, and confident. The first time I met her, I was very taken with her. I put her by Duoduo's side, partly out of selfishness." "Really?" Juachin said in surprise. "Madam, you approve of them too? That's wonderful. I trust your judgment completely." Xie blinked and explained, "Duoduo is the big boss, and that young lady was just an intern at the group. She wasn't really qualified to be by his side. Being an assistant to his assistant would be more like it. But I was selfish and arranged for her to be his direct assistant, hoping to give them more chances to interact. For now, let's just act like we don't know anything. If it works out, everyone will be happy." "Thank you, madam." Ju Achun was moved to tears, gripping her hand. Duo isn't young anymore, and his marriage is what worries me most. Back then, old Jung was most concerned about his youngest son who hadn't grown up yet. He passed away so suddenly without even a final goodbye. But I know, what he worried about most was Duo. All these years, Duo and I have depended on each other. We're not mother and son, but closer than that. If he could settle down soon, when I visit old Jung's grave, I could tell him, "Don't worry," and let him rest in peace. Uncle Jung would be very happy. Sherling's eyes shimmered with tears. You raised Duo so well, and made him such an outstanding person. If Uncle Jung knew, he'd be deeply grateful to you. Ju Achun sniffled and smiled shyly. I don't do it for gratitude. I just truly care for Duo, such a good kid. She paused as if remembering something, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. A few days ago, Da Tong called me and said his mother, her health hasn't been good these past 2 years. Recently he took her to the hospital, and the doctor said she's ill and needs to rest and recover. Da Tong said that this new year, he wants to bring his mother and his wife and kids over, and hopes Xiao Yi and Duo can join them for a reunion meal to spend more time with her. Of course I agreed and told Xiao Yi right away. She agreed quickly. But Duo, he just coldly said he didn't know her, and that he'd rather just get together with his brother and sister-in-law's family, and didn't want to see anyone else. At this, she let out a long sigh. Duo has never been willing to forgive his mother. Even after all these years, he still refuses to have contact with her. I've tried to persuade him so many times, but he just ignores me. No matter what mistakes she made, she still carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. She's his birth mother, after all. Xie Ling couldn't help but ask, Did you tell Duo about her illness? Of course I did, Ju Achun said quietly. But he just went silent for a moment and still wouldn't budge. Xie Ling thought for a moment and said, Let Xiao Yi try to persuade him. Tomorrow, when I go to the group for a meeting, I'll try to find a chance to talk to him too. Thank you, Ju Achun said gratefully. Xue Ling smiled gently and sincerely praised. Achunjie, your kindness, warmth, and generosity are truly admirable and worth learning from. Oh, not at all. Xie Ling was someone who always kept her word. The next day, when she went to the group for a meeting, she paid special attention to Zheng Duo. He hadn't changed much, but there was a faint, unusual brightness in his eyes. Xie Ling was secretly pleased. After the meeting, she went to her office and first asked her secretary to bring Xiao Tong over. Secretary Chen was a seasoned veteran, well-versed in all the gossip throughout the company. Since Xie Ling hadn't come by much after retiring, she always asked this chief steward about anything she needed to know, so she started by probing for some information. Xie Ling raised her eyebrows and asked, Xiao Tong is so pretty, I bet a bunch of male colleagues are chasing after her, right? Of course. Secretary Chen clicked her tongue and gave a wry laugh. That girl isn't just ordinarily pretty. Even I, a middle-aged woman past my prime, find her attractive, let alone that pack of hungry, lustful men. Xie Ling was amused. Really? She's that popular? More than you can imagine, Secretary Chen explained. She's practically bewitched every unmarried man in the company. Not only that, even some of the married ones are getting restless. Luckily, that girl is very clear-headed. She only focuses on work. If she were even a little bit flirtatious, the whole company would be in chaos by now. Wow, Xie Ling laughed heartily. The charm of a super beauty, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Not at all, Secretary Chen replied. If anything, I'm understating it. President Xie, where on earth did you find such a stunning beauty? Are you worried the company is too peaceful, so you brought in a beauty to challenge all the men, keep them on their toes, and test their self-control? Xue Ling laughed again. I'm not as scheming as you think. Secretary Chen was curious. So where did you find her? My God, that figure, that face, that skin. She could outshine many celebrities. And the key is, she never wears makeup. She's just naturally beautiful. Her body proportions are amazing too. Even a lot of the women in the company are jealous. Ever since she arrived, not only have the male colleagues been hitting the gym more, but the female colleagues are also running to the gym whenever they get a chance. Whenever they see her, they all feel inferior. Tisk tisk, Sheling couldn't help but laugh. If I'd known, I would have brought Xiaotong in sooner. Maybe the company's health index would have skyrocketed. Haha. Too bad she won't graduate until next year. Secretary Chen gave a thumbs up. That girl has both looks and talent, and she's a top student at Imperial Capital University. Just for that, no one in the company dares look down on her. If it weren't for the president's presence, plenty of men would have made a move already, not just be itching to do so. Oh? Sheling asked. So President Zheng is keeping his assistant well protected? Not really, Secretary Chen replied. The company doesn't have any rules against office romance. It's mainly that President Zheng is a workaholic. His assistants and aides barely get any rest, and even if they work nonstop, they can barely keep up with him, let alone slack off to date. Xiaotong is always busy, and besides eating, drinking, and resting, she probably doesn't even have time to watch a movie. Even if the other men wanted to find an opportunity, there just isn't one. Sheling chuckled and asked, "What about around President Zheng? No one's managed to get close to her?" No. Secretary Chen shook her head. That girl is really pure and focused. She's very serious at work, and it seems like she has nothing in her eyes except work. I've heard several young men complain that she's an ice queen, very cold. Sheling raised her eyebrows and smiled. And President Zheng? Hasn't he been tempted by his own assistant? I don't think so, Secretary Chen replied. President Zheng isn't the type to show special favor to anyone. He just pushes everyone to work hard alongside him. I've never seen him pay extra attention to anyone. Oh, there was one time when Xiaotong submitted a report and he revised it. Xiaotong is bold and skilled. She actually argued with him face to face, but he scolded her, leaving her embarrassed and red-faced as she left. Sheling clicked her tongue in disapproval. That's not very gentlemanly. With him like this, how is he supposed to pursue her? Is he trying to win her over by doing the opposite? Maybe so. Duoduo has always had a sly, cunning streak. Secretary Chen couldn't help but ask, President Xue, you still haven't told me? Where did you find such a beauty like Xiaotong? She's all natural, right? Some of the women in the company secretly suspect she's had work done. Of course not, Xueling explained. I'm old friends with her parents. She looks a lot like her father did when he was young, but her features are even prettier. Her dad was a famous artsy youth, very handsome. Her mom is more ordinary, the gentle, delicate type, but she has a great figure, especially her chest. With parents like that, how could their daughter not be beautiful? Oh, and she has a pair of twin younger brothers. Her dad showed me their photos. They're both handsome young men, tall and good-looking, all inheriting their father's good genes. Secretary Chen exclaimed, Wow! So she really is all natural. And her figure is amazing, almost 1.7 meters tall with perfect curves. She's just flawless. Calm down, Sheling laughed. Go bring her over. I want to talk to her. If she likes our company, I'll have her stay after graduation to assist Duoduo. Secretary Chen quickly went to fetch the great beauty Xiaotong. President Xue, Xiaotong greeted her sweetly with a smile. Sheling waved her over, taking in her perfect figure in a white blouse and short skirt and her beautiful face. She said warmly, There's no one else here, just call me auntie. Xiaotong, you look thinner. Xiaotong pouted and said softly, Auntie, you have a sharp eye. I really have lost weight, 5 pounds. Why? Too busy? Or dieting? Sheling asked with a smile. Xiaotong laughed quietly, with a hint of grievance. Pretty busy, but I can handle it. President Zheng's workload is intense. Everyone else is working hard to keep up, and I'm learning to keep up too. Sheling nodded with a smile, then asked in a businesslike tone, Tell me honestly. Don't worry. Just speak your mind. What do you think of President Zheng, his work style? Xiaotong's beautiful eyes turned, and she answered with a smile. He's great, really great. Mischievous. Sherling took her hand and lowered her voice. I know his abilities. I trained him myself. I want to see if you can see through his work style. Xiao Tong was smart and understood immediately. On the surface, he's calm and reserved, gentle as jade, but at work he's actually decisive and forceful, cunning and sly, like an old fox. Even seasoned veterans might not be a match for him, let alone ordinary people. Sherling laughed and nodded approvingly. Not bad. You've got a good eye, little one. The corners of Xiao Tong's eyes twitched awkwardly, and she said in a low voice, Auntie, please don't tell him that I talked about him like this. Sherling asked calmly, What's wrong? Are you afraid he'll find out? Isn't that just how he is? You described him very accurately. He definitely wouldn't want people to see through him like that. Xiao Tong made a shushing gesture. Let's just keep this between us. Lips zipped. Sherling laughed, continuing in a casual tone. Looks like the boss Auntie introduced you to is pretty strict, otherwise you wouldn't be this wary. Xiao Tong pouted and shook her head. Not at all. Why would I be afraid of him? He's not a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, nothing to be scared of. He just has really high standards at work. But as long as you do what he asks, he won't nitpick. What boss isn't strict? Unless they don't want to improve or contribute to the company. Sherling nodded approvingly. Well said. When I was a boss, there were always people complaining behind my back too. But when the company's profits went up, so did everyone's benefits. At the same time, everyone's wallets got fatter. If you think about it, there aren't that many things in life you can get without working for them. Want a fat wallet but complain the boss is too demanding. That's a contradiction that'll never be solved. Auntie, is that how you handled things back then too? Xiao Tong blinked and asked. Shueling smiled and replied, Duoduo has surpassed me. I was pretty strict back then too, but the employee benefits weren't as good as they are now. Duoduo is famous for his strict management, and under him the company's profits have hit record highs again and again, and the year-end bonuses for employees have also broken records year after year. The year's almost over. At the big annual company party, you'll see for yourself. I bet this year will be another record breaker. Oh, I get it. Xiao Tong nodded and smiled. Sherling praised her. You're very smart, you understand this. From the start, Auntie had you work by Duoduo's side, which is a big challenge for someone just starting out. But I see you're adapting well, even if the pressure's made you lose some weight. It's fine. I'll just treat it as dieting. Xiao Tong stuck out her tongue and explained, At first, I could only sleep 5 hours a night. Luckily, I adjusted my pace and now I can get about 7 hours. But honestly, I don't have a single moment to slack off. Even drinking water or going to the bathroom, I have to be super quick. Sherling couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. I told Duoduo you're just here as an intern to get used to the company environment. How could he make you do so much work? He really doesn't know how to take care of a pretty girl. Even she felt sorry hearing it. Xiao Tong shrank her head and said softly, Auntie, it's okay. I came here to learn after all. Getting used to a tough work environment early will help me adapt faster when I start working full-time after graduation. Sherling's eyes softened as she asked, Will you stay after you graduate? Xiao Tong was a little stunned, her beautiful face turning slightly red as she seemed to search for the right words. I haven't decided yet. My dad supports me going to grad school, and my mom does too. I'll see. Sherling smiled gently. Auntie will say it again. If you like it here, you're always welcome. If you don't, whether you go to grad school or another company, I'll support you. I'll even write you a glowing recommendation letter myself. And I'll have Duoduo write one too. No, Xiao Tong interrupted, embarrassed. Auntie, I know you care about me. If I don't go to grad school, I'll definitely work here. I like the work environment here. Not just because it's fulfilling, but because there's a real sense of achievement. I'm a rookie, so I'm slower to adapt, but once I get the hang of things, I'll be able to handle it with ease. Unless I leave the capital, I'll definitely choose this company. Auntie, did you know? All the students in our economics department are proud to work at your company. Sherling nodded and asked gently, So, you don't want to go to grad school? Your parents support it, but you don't? Yeah. Xiaotong explained. If I really wanted to, I could always study part-time while working. There are so many universities here in the capital, and lots of opportunities for further study. My brothers are both in middle school now, and they go to pretty expensive schools. My parents have to support all three of us, so it's a lot of pressure. I hate seeing them scrimp and save, so I want to start working after graduation to help lighten their load. Xueling smiled and nodded. You're a thoughtful and filial child. I support you working after graduation. You're the type who's well-suited for the workplace. No harm in starting your career early. Auntie, it's just that my parents, they don't really support it. Xiaotong sighed softly. They don't want me to feel pressured and want me to keep studying. I used to tutor to help with living expenses, but I ran into a bad employer once and almost got into trouble. After that, I could only find some online translation work, but it didn't pay much. Since I came to the company, my internship salary is enough for me to live well here. I want to keep moving up and earn more money. Good ambition, Xueling said warmly. You can explain your thoughts and dreams to your parents. Further study is good, but sometimes the timing isn't right. It depends on the person and the situation. Xiaotong nodded. Also, with my looks, I might attract unwanted attention. Some companies have bad cultures, and I could suffer for it. But after several months here, I've found there's none of that. Everyone relies on their ability, talent, and hard work. The competition is fierce, but it's fair and just. So if my parents agree, I'll definitely choose this place. Xueling smiled and said softly, When you go home for New Year, talk it over with them. If you need Auntie's help, just ask. With such a beautiful girl, her parents would worry no matter where she went. Except here. Thank you, Auntie. Xiaotong smiled, then rolled her eyes playfully and asked, Auntie, if I can stay after graduation in a few months. Of course you can, Xueling replied. I've seen your files and meeting notes. They're precise and beautifully done. You're staying here on your own merit, not because I'm playing favorites. When it comes to work, I keep things professional. Xiaotong was delighted by the praise. Auntie, then could you, maybe, transfer me to another department? Xueling raised her eyebrows and blurted out, Why? You don't like working with President Zheng? Not really. Xiaotong hesitated. I feel like maybe he doesn't like me much. Lately, it seems like he's always picking on me. Xueling struggled not to laugh. Once you're officially hired, if you still feel that way, I'll talk to him and see if we can transfer you to old Chen's department. Xueling's special meeting with Xiaotong didn't escape the notice of Zheng Duoduo, the ever-alert company president. Unable to wait for his work to finish, he left early and hurried over, wanting to drive Xueling home. Xueling shook her head. No need, old Chen is here. Go do your own thing. If you have time, come to the garden for dinner. My dad misses you. I'll be over soon, Zheng Duoduo replied immediately. I'll just go buy a few gifts first. Xueling eyed this old fox and said, We have everything in the garden. What are you buying? It's cold, don't run around. Zheng Duoduo quickly explained. I heard Xiao Xin sprained her ankle, so I want to get her a little present to cheer her up. I haven't visited Uncle in a while either, and I really miss him, so I'll get him some health supplements. With that, he hurried off in his car. Old Chen was a bit surprised. Madam, what's up with President Zheng? He seems to be in a rush. In a big rush. Xueling stifled a laugh as she got in the car. Old Chen started the car, smiling. President Zheng is always a workaholic. It's rare for him to leave early. His subordinates must be relieved. Xueling was a little surprised and asked with a smile, Old Chen, even you know he's a workaholic. Of course, Old Chen replied. When I used to wait for you here, I'd often hear employees secretly give him nicknames. Overtime maniac, workaholic warrior, overtime boss, things like that. Xueling laughed. With such a driven boss, no wonder everyone complains about the pressure. Old Chen chuckled as he drove. He's still young and single, so all he does is work. In a few years, once he has a family and kids, he won't be able to work like this. He'll have to take care of his family and spend time with them. Exactly. Xueling let out a long sigh. He really does need to settle down. Old Chen drove slowly, and by the time they arrived at the garden, Zheng Duoduo's car was already parked out front. Xue Ling glanced at it but deliberately avoided the living room, heading to her room to change. Zheng Duoduo was chatting and having tea with the old man. Noticing that Xue Ling hadn't come to the living room, he kept glancing outside. Duoduo-ge, who are you waiting for? Zhao Xin asked as she played with her limited edition doll. Your neck's almost as long as a giraffe's. Huh? Zheng Duoduo was a little embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. No way, it's just cold outside, I was checking if it's snowing. Zhao Xin shook her head. Nope, probably won't snow before the new year. Zheng Duoduo asked. By the way, is Titu coming tonight? Not sure, Zhao Xin replied. He's really busy at the end of the year. He was working overtime just a couple days ago. Zheng Duoduo explained with a smile. Year-end orders for premium imported fruit have skyrocketed. His company's employees have been working overtime for over a month, and the delivery staff are even sleeping at the company or in airport lounges. Oh. Zhao Xin couldn't help but ask. Duoduo-ge? Who works harder, you or him? You're both workaholics. Zheng Duoduo shrugged. Not really, I just work a bit harder and am a bit stricter, but it's not that bad. Zhao Xin. Zheng Duoduo glanced up again. Zener, where's your mom? In the study, I think, Zhao Xin replied. Zheng Duoduo nudged her and whispered, Stop playing, go read. I just finished 3 practice tests, Zhao Xin pouted. Let me catch my breath and eat hot pot before I go back to studying. Zheng Duoduo got up to leave. I'll go call Lingjie for hot pot. Hey, Zhao Xin's dad called out. It's not dinner time yet. Duoduo? Duoduo? Zhao Xin giggled. He walks so fast he's already gone. Her dad muttered suspiciously, What's up with Duoduo today? He's so distracted, acting strange. He's probably got something on his mind, Zhao Xin teased, raising her eyebrows. And it's not something good. For someone as capable as Duoduo-ge, anything that can trouble him must be serious. Her dad patted her head. You're just a kid, what do you know? Don't talk nonsense, go sit over there. Zheng Duoduo knocked and entered the study. Lingjie, what are you reading? I came to chat with you. Xue Ling stifled a laugh and put down her book. Just an old book from a friend, flipping through it for fun. Zheng Duoduo made a sound of acknowledgement, then chatted about random things for a while before finally, pretending to be casual, he said, Lingjie, this afternoon I asked my intern assistant to print some documents, but she wasn't there. A colleague said you called her in for a talk. Oh, Xue Ling replied nonchalantly. Nothing much, just a little chat. Zheng Duoduo frowned slightly and said in a low voice, She's actually pretty diligent at work. That's good. Xue Ling smiled. She'll probably stay after graduation. I'm planning to have her work with old Chen. What? Zheng Duoduo immediately got anxious. No way. I trained her myself. Why should old Chen get all the benefit? Lingjie, you can't just listen to old Chen. Oh? Xue Ling smiled. Isn't old Chen your subordinate too? No matter which department she works in, she's still contributing to the company. It's all the same. It's not the same, Zheng Duoduo insisted. Lingjie, if old Chen's department is short-staffed, I can assign her another capable assistant, but this Xiao Tong has a bit of a temper. Not everyone can handle her. Nonsense, Xue Ling glared at him, laughing. Xiao Tong is very well behaved. Who says she has a temper? Everyone else says she's great, only you say otherwise. What's so great about her? Zheng Duoduo snorted. She looks like a little white rabbit on the outside, but she's actually a little gray wolf. Xue Ling laughed and waved it off. If you don't like her, then just let old Chen have her. Zheng Duoduo blurted out, Who said I don't like her? I think she's actually quite capable. Since I trained her, it's better for her to stay with me. She's got potential, and old Chen wouldn't know how to develop it. She might get overlooked there. Xue Ling laughed again. It's just an intern. Why are you and old Chen both so worked up? Xiao Tong is so pretty. Old Chen says she'd be perfect for the sales department. No way! Zheng Duoduo got even more agitated. The sales department isn't a place for a little white rabbit like her. She's way too innocent for that kind of wolf's den. When did the sales department ever rely on pretty faces to boost sales? Are they all useless? Don't listen to old Chen. Ling looked at him, her face full of teasing amusement. Zheng Duoduo froze for a moment, then quickly realized and gave an embarrassed smile. Lingjie, why are you so bad, huh? Setting such a big trap for me and then sitting back to watch the show? Ling burst out laughing. It's because you're too sly. If you'd just told the truth from the start, you wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Zheng Duoduo's handsome face turned red and he stammered, She's pretty special. Lingjie, you know her family. Could you help me set something up? A blind date? Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise. You want to take a different approach, huh? No. Zheng Duoduo's handsome face flushed as he lowered his voice. How could I just want you to help me make a connection. Haven't I already? Ling replied with a laugh. I arranged for a delicate beauty to be your assistant. Wasn't that to set you up? Think about it. She's just a fresh graduate. By normal procedures, how could she possibly end up working directly under you, the big boss? Isn't it obvious? Zheng Duoduo. Ling couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with you? Smart all your life, but confused for a moment. How could you not see something so simple? I thought you were just giving her a back door in. Zheng Duoduo chuckled. You've always kept work and personal matters separate, so I didn't think much of it. Ling smiled helplessly. It was a back door for you? Honestly, I hoped you'd catch on, but who knew? Still, you've fallen for her, haven't you? That's good, just as I hoped. Zheng Duoduo looked a bit embarrassed and complained. Then why are you trying to transfer her? Are you just trying to mess with me? Lingjie, that's not fair. It's not that, Ling said honestly. It was Xiaotong herself who asked to be transferred. She said that once she's officially hired, she doesn't want to stay under you. What? Zheng Duoduo was shocked. She asked for that? Ling shrugged. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I gave her to you, but you didn't cherish the opportunity, and now she wants to run away. And you have the nerve to ask me why? Zheng Duoduo was stunned for a second, then blurted out, What did she say to you? Ling shot back, Why don't you guess first? Ayo! Zheng Duoduo moved closer, grabbing her hand and pleading, Lingjie, don't torture me. I admitted I was wrong. You have to help me this time, please. Ling laughed indulgently. She said she feels like you're always picking on her. She doesn't dare stay under you for too long. She wants to get away as soon as possible. Really? Zheng Duoduo's expression changed. Ling lowered her voice. You know, you have special feelings for her, so you're deliberately doing the opposite, trying to get her attention. So far, it's working, but maybe a little too well. So, you saw through it. Zheng Duoduo gave an awkward smile and explained, Yeah, I saw all those guys around her drooling over her looks, so I thought I shouldn't just follow the crowd. I wanted to stand out. Ling gave him a thumbs up. You definitely stand out, but in the wrong way. Instead of making her like you, you've made her dislike you. Zheng Duoduo was mortified. But can't she tell? I pay way more attention to her than anyone else. She's just an intern, but I've had her join high-level meetings and personally guided her on reports. Do I do that for anyone else? Even if I had 224 hours in a day, I wouldn't do that for just anyone. Your so-called guidance is just criticism, isn't it? Ling shot him a look. Why can't you be a little gentler with such a lovely girl? Zheng Duoduo muttered. She thinks I'm too strict? Really? If I don't point out her mistakes, how will she improve? Ling. Honestly, this guy's romantic cells must have been wiped out by his work cells. Ling smiled helplessly. So, tell me honestly, how far have things gone? I've fallen for her, Zheng Duoduo admitted shyly. Completely fallen. Ling pursed her lips and smiled. All right, let me give you some advice. Thank you, Ji. Zheng Duoduo grabbed her hand. anxiously asking, "She's not going home for New Year, right? I heard she's planning to take the grad school entrance exam. Do you know if she'll choose a school in the capital? If she wants to keep studying, I'm all for it. She's 10 years younger than me, so it's fine if she takes her time, but my aunt keeps pushing me to settle down." "Stop," Xueling laughed. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's take it step by step." "Okay, I'm listening." Xueling thought for a moment. "First, from what I know, Xiaotong probably doesn't have any special feelings for you yet. She just respects you as a big boss. So don't keep things so strictly professional. Just go ahead and use your position to pursue her." "Is that really okay?" Zheng Duoduo looked embarrassed. "I'm the company president. If word gets out—" "Presidents don't get to marry?" Xueling said boldly. "I officially approve your using work for personal reasons. And don't get it twisted. Pursuing a colleague or subordinate you like isn't a conflict of interest. You're a man and a woman first, colleagues second. As long as you don't abuse your power or harm the company, it's fine." "Oh, okay." Zheng Duoduo nodded seriously. Xueling continued. "Xiaotong is so beautiful, I'm sure plenty of guys have tried to woo her with grand gestures. You do need to stand out, but not in a way that makes her dislike you. Try to create more chances to be alone with her and take the initiative." "Got it." Zheng Duoduo took notes in his mind. Xueling, a little embarrassed, added softly, "Also, she's a girl all alone in the capital. Working hard? She's her parents' precious daughter, but out here she has to act tough. You should learn from your brother. Be more considerate." "Titu?" Zheng Duoduo laughed awkwardly. "That's different, isn't it? Xiaoxin is a pampered princess, but Xiaotong, for all her gentleness, is actually cold and proud." Xueling glared at him, exasperated. "You really don't understand women, do you? No matter how strong or aloof a woman seems, deep down she's still a little princess. That coldness is just armor. Inside she still wants to be cherished and loved." "Oh?" Zheng Duoduo was a bit slow to catch on. Xueling reminded him, "Look, I've been tough and capable in business for years, right? But how am I at home? How does your brother Ayuan treat me?" "Oh." Zheng Duoduo suddenly understood and nodded quickly. "I get it." Xueling smiled warmly. "You're a smart kid. You catch on fast. Remember, use your position to care for her, win her over step by step. Xiaotong is a bit proud, but with her looks and talent, that's only natural. You can be the high and mighty boss in front of others, but not with her. When you need to, swallow your pride." Zheng Duoduo's eyes lit up. "Jia, Taitu suggested I use the big boss domineering style to pursue her. Do you think that'll work?" "Huh? What, big boss?" Xueling raised her eyebrows. "Taitu knows about this?" Zheng Duoduo looked a little embarrassed and said quietly, "He's got a sharp eye. He was the first to notice." Xueling couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you mean by the big boss approach? Is it some kind of routine?" Zheng Duoduo's handsome face reddened as he lowered his voice. "It's what young people call it, something from those CEO romance novels. The routine you mentioned is pretty accurate. Basically, the male lead is domineering and aggressively flirts with the girl, sometimes even using forceful tactics." "Stop!" Xueling finally understood and laughed. "Do you really think that would work on a girl like Xiaotong? Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful or she'll slap you a few times and hand in her resignation, coming straight to me to complain. That stuff is from novels, it's all fiction. How can you take it seriously? Are you letting romance cloud your judgment?" Zheng Duoduo ducked his head and chuckled. "My bad, Lingji, don't worry. I definitely won't listen to Titu's harebrained advice." "Aye!" Xueling couldn't help but facepalm. "That's the perfect description. What was Titu even thinking? He doesn't get it, but you should. I've told you before, Xiaotong's parents are my good friends. Her dad was a talented, handsome, artsy type. Her mom is Ahu's cousin, Chen Min's little sister. They entrusted their precious daughter to my company, and I put her by your side to match you two up. If you end up bullying her, how could I ever face her parents again?" Zheng Duoduo was so embarrassed he wished he could dig a hole and crawl in, not daring to say a word. Xueling snorted. "Ah, whose whole family still lives in the garden, and here you are plotting against his niece. You really are asking for trouble." "Lingjie, no, no!" Zheng Duoduo waved his hands frantically. "We're just joking, really. I wouldn't dare, not at all." She Ling shot him a look and said seriously, "Remember, loving someone starts with respecting her, caring for her, and putting yourself in her shoes. Xiaotong isn't some fragile little woman. If you mess around, you'll ruin everything." "I wouldn't dare." Zheng Duoduo shook his head like a drum. "I won't." Xue Ling wasn't too worried, since she trusted Zheng Duoduo's character. After all, he was raised by Zhu Achun, and no matter what, he couldn't be that bad. Seeing him promise not to use any sleazy tricks, she let it go. "All right, go pursue her properly. Remember, take it slow. Don't scare the girl." Zheng Duoduo nodded eagerly. Xue Ling's eyes flashed. "There's one more thing I want to talk to you about." "Huh?" Zheng Duoduo asked. "What is it?" Xue Ling said gently, "Your aunt told me that your big brother is bringing his wife and daughter to the capital for New Year, hoping the whole family can get together for a meal." Zheng Duoduo's face immediately fell. "I already said I don't want to see that woman." Xue Ling sighed and gently reminded him, "Duoduo, she's still your biological mother." "My only mother is Auntie," Zheng Duoduo said with a dark face. "She's my real mom. If it weren't for habit, I would have called her mom long ago. On my household registration, she's listed as my mother. In my heart, she's the only one who is." Xue Ling's eyes reddened and she nodded. "All these years, you and Achunjie have depended on each other. She worked as a cleaner in the mall for so many years, never missing a day, just to pay your tuition and make you meals, watching you grow up year after year." Zheng Duoduo's eyes reddened too, and he said softly, "Auntie had her own son, but he was driven away by my brother and that woman. She never complained, never blamed anyone, and still raised me herself. In my heart, she's my only mother." Xue Ling nodded with relief. "I know, and so does Achunjie. But Duoduo, your birth mother did carry you for 10 months and was your mom for several years." "But she never cared about us," Zheng Duoduo suddenly said angrily. "From the time I was 4 or 5 and could remember, only Dad took care of me. My mom was never home, always obsessed with gambling. When my brother and sister were hungry, they'd just eat whatever snacks or dry food we had, dragging me along to gnaw on them. We'd wait every day for Dad to come home, take us out for a hot meal, bathe me, and put me to bed. There was a time when Dad was so busy, he sent my brother and sister to boarding school and took me to live in his office at the sweater factory. Other than giving birth to me, she never did a single thing a mother should. It wasn't until Dad collapsed and Auntie came to take care of him and us that I finally understood what a real home was. That's what a family is. Now she suddenly wants me as her son? Where was she all those years?" Xue Ling sighed. "Achunjie said your birth mother is sick and probably only has a few years left, maybe not even that. Duoduo, she's realized her mistakes and has changed a lot over the years. For your brother and sister's sake, just join them for a reunion meal." "I won't," Zheng Duoduo snorted coldly. "I don't want to see her," Xue Ling coaxed gently. "This is Achunjie's request. She said she doesn't want you to have regrets in the future." "What would I regret?" Zheng Duoduo shook his head. "Having a birth mother like her is the greatest misfortune of my life. If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't have fallen apart. If it weren't for her and my brother, my dad wouldn't have died so soon." "Enough." Xue Ling sighed again. "It's been so many years, let's not talk about it anymore. You're grown up now. You can decide for yourself whether to go or not. I'm just passing on Achunjie's request. Duoduo, you were raised by Achunjie, but you still haven't learned her generosity and tolerance. Her kindness and forgiveness are truly admirable." Zheng Duoduo was stunned for a moment, then said quietly, "Auntie is too kind." "Learn from her," Xue Ling said with a gentle smile. "Achunjie's good attitude comes from her outlook on life. She's humble, gentle, kind, and compassionate. Honestly, we can't compare to her." Zheng Duoduo muttered, "My brother said she doesn't have long to live, and Auntie immediately softened. Whether she lives or dies, it has nothing to do with me. I don't care either way. All right, Xueling waved her hand. We just hope you'll go for the sake of the 10 months she carried you, and have a reunion meal with her, because it might be the last one. Duo, do you know how long 10 months is? How much time does one meal take? If it's really too much for you, then forget it. Zheng Duo's eyes dimmed and he fell silent. Xueling stood up and stretched. Come on, let's go have hot pot. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of another year, and everyone was busy preparing for the new year. Little Huzi's health had improved quite a bit, and Xue Jilian was almost always at the garden, preparing and brewing medicine for him every day. Shan Yu's morning sickness had eased a little, but her spirits were still low. Other than resting and taking medicine, little Huzi spent most of his time keeping her company. Hu and Wang Qing didn't dare leave, taking care of both their son and their little grandson. A severe cold wave swept south at the end of the year, freezing the Shan Yu family's fishery and killing off a large number of sea fish. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu were so busy they didn't have time to book plane tickets. By the time they remembered at the end of the year, even tickets for the first lunar month were sold out. It was hard to get any tickets at year's end. Not even boat tickets were available. With no other choice, the Shan Yu couple decided to stay on the southern island for the new year, saying they'd come to the capital for a family reunion around the Lantern Festival. Little Huzi's younger sister had planned to head north to reunite with the family for the new year, but she slipped and fell on her way out, fracturing a small bone in her left hand. She had to stay in the provincial capital for treatment and couldn't properly celebrate the holiday. Fortunately, her classmates and friends were all in the provincial capital, so she had plenty of company and wouldn't be lonely. Otherwise, Wang Qing would have been worried sick. Even so, Hu still hired an extra nanny to look after his daughter's daily needs, telling her to focus on healing and reunite with the family after the new year. As the holiday approached, the children were all on break, and the garden was no longer empty. People were everywhere. Shi Heng had promised his daughter he'd take her abroad for the new year, so the two of them booked tickets early and, right after the little new year, flew off to a ski resort for vacation. Xie Huan and Zheng Xiaoyi were both busy, as always, even at year's end. Their two kids couldn't sit still at home and came to the garden every day to join the fun. As a result, the dining room had to add 2 more tables and 2 more helpers in the kitchen. Otherwise, with more than 20 people, young and old, eating together, the 2 chefs in the big kitchen simply couldn't keep up. Xueling was semi-retired but still had a mountain of social obligations to handle, so she stayed busy. Cheng Tianyuan was busy right up until the morning of New Year's Eve, when he finally brought home several bags of New Year's goods. The New Year's Eve dinner was lavish. Everyone ate and played with fireworks, not dispersing until after 8 o'clock. The elders, tired, went to bed early. The young people, still full of energy, went out in groups, some to date, some to play games. Xueling walked into the living room and found only Cheng Tianyuan dozing alone in the spacious room. How come it's just you? Weren't Hu and Wang Qing here just now? Cheng Tianyuan mumbled. Little Huzi needs to sleep. They went to put their grandson to bed. Seeing he was a bit tipsy, Xueling quickly poured him a cup of tea. Cheng Tianyuan took a sip and asked, Has Fang gone home? She has, Xueling replied. Huan's family left too. Cheng Tianyuan stretched and muttered, Just had 2 drinks, but I feel drunk. I'm getting old, not what I used to be. Xueling giggled and helped him up. Old man, let me help you to bed. Cheng Tianyuan was amused, half leaning on her. I really am old now. How come you're not? I'm only 5 years older than you. Seeing he really was a bit drunk, Xueling couldn't help but laugh softly. You're 5 years older, so of course you'll get old first. What? Are you finally afraid of aging? Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and said nothing. Once back in the bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move. Xueling turned up the heat, helped him change, and brought a towel to wipe his face. Cheng Tianyuan squinted, half sighing, half resigned. In a flash, the kids are all grown, and the old folks are old. We finally have our own time together. Ling smiled. It's like when we first got married, remember? Back when we lived in that rented place, it was just you and me. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. I'll never forget. He beckoned her over. Ling leaned down, snuggling into his arms and rubbing her face against his. Year after year, in a blink, it's almost 30 years, Cheng Tianyuan murmured. Yeah, in a blink we're both at the age of knowing our fate. Ling couldn't help but ask, Are you afraid of getting old? Not really, Cheng Tianyuan thought seriously, then said softly, Day by day, year by year, after all we've been through, you just get old without realizing it. One day you suddenly notice, we really are old. Maybe this age is about seeing through life and the world. Once you see through it, once you understand, you're not afraid anymore. He paused, then asked, Are you afraid? Ling smiled, the crow's feet at her eyes showing. A few years ago, seeing more wrinkles and gray hair in the mirror, I was a little scared, a little unwilling. Felt like life was just starting, how could I be old already? But slowly I accepted it. Even if you don't want to, you have to. It's just reality. Cheng Tianyuan smiled fondly. You're just a little older, but your heart isn't old at all. Oh, stop it, Ling teased. You're the only one who still tries to sweet-talk me. Cheng Tianyuan squinted. What's there to be afraid of? I'm 5 years older than you. As long as I'm here, you'll never be old. Ling laughed and hugged his neck. Are you really drunk? Why are you suddenly being so romantic? Cheng Tianyuan kissed her forehead and whispered, I saw you change outfits several times before dinner tonight, worrying you looked old. But to me, you're as beautiful as the day you married me. Ling hugged him tighter, her eyes shining with tears and laughter. She feared aging because she couldn't accept the slightly plumper figure and the deepening crow's feet in the mirror. But she also wasn't afraid, because she had a husband who loved her deeply, a warm and happy family, and a life with no regrets. So she could face growing old without fear. The next morning, everyone accompanied Xue's parents to the ancestral hall to pay respects. It was cold outside, and the elders, being up in years, started shivering after just a few minutes out of the car. Ling and Cheng Tianyuan quickly offered incense and hurried the elders back to the car. Inside, it was warm, with hot water to drink, and the elders finally recovered. Still worried, Ling said, Let's just go home. Xue's parents, not wanting to worry their daughter and son-in-law or cause trouble by getting sick during the holidays, agreed to return to the garden. Back at the garden, the young people all had their own plans and disappeared in a flash. Cheng Tianfang came early to kowtow and wish her mother a happy new year, then drove her to the flower market, saying they'd be back after lunch. Ling stayed in the living room with her parents, watching TV, eating seeds, and chatting, while Cheng Tianyuan went to the security office and kitchen to hand out New Year's red envelopes. Ling, looks like someone's here. Check the monitor. Following her father's gesture, Ling looked and soon saw Cousin Kong getting out of her car, carrying a big bag. Oh, it's Cousin Kong. Kong came in beaming, carrying New Year's gifts. She hugged Ling, then turned to embrace Xue's father and mother. I came today not just to wish Uncle and Auntie and everyone a happy New Year, but also to share some good news. Ling's eyes widened in delight. Don't tell me. You're about to become a mother-in-law? Oh, Kong burst out laughing. How are you so sharp? Business people really do have a special sense for these things. I hadn't even started, and you already guessed it. Really? Xue's father exclaimed in surprise. Mai has a boyfriend now? Xue's mother quickly asked. Where's her boyfriend from? Kong replied with a smile. He's from the south, tall and slim with good looks. In young people's terms, he's a classic type A guy. If Mai likes him, he can't be bad, Ling said with a wry smile. Back then I introduced her to so many outstanding young men, but she never took a liking to any of them. That's because she's got such good qualities herself, Xue's father said, giving a thumbs up. She's tall, pretty, and talented in research, Of course she wouldn't settle for just anyone. She's already in her 30s, Xue Kong said with a helpless shake of her head. What little girl? Uncle, she's only a little girl in front of you elders. Over the years she's given me plenty to worry about. All the young men Ling Ling introduced were top-notch, but she just wasn't interested. Friends and relatives introduced plenty too, but she never nodded once. Problem finally solved, Xue Ling laughed. At last we can marry her off. Almost, Xue Kong replied with a smile. They'll get engaged in the spring and plan to marry in the 3rd lunar month. The date's already picked. Once the in-laws confirm, we'll let everyone know to come to the wedding banquet. Great, great! Everyone cheered. That's wonderful news. Xue Ling asked curiously, Sis, who is this amazing guy who won Mei Mei's heart? He must be something special. Yes, yes, Xue's mother chimed in. Tell us all about our future son-in-law. Xue Kong waved her hand. He's not that young either. He's in his 30s too. These days most young people prefer late marriage and late kids, Xue's father said with a laugh. I don't get it. No one wants to take on responsibility, right? But sooner or later they'll have to. Early marriage and kids aren't so bad. Becoming parents sooner means the older generation gets to be grandparents sooner. Isn't that great? You think it's great, but young people don't see it that way, Xue's mother said, pointing at the TV. There are so many matchmaking shows now. If young people all fell in love freely, who'd need these old-fashioned setups? Some say young people are smart, don't want marriage or family, but to us old folks, it just looks like they're afraid of responsibility. Exactly. That's what I think, Xue's father said. Back in our day, life was tough, but every man wanted a good wife. Even when things were hard, we still wanted to get married and take care of a family. Now life is so much better. If you work hard, you won't starve or be poor. But who'd have thought with better living standards, young people don't want to marry, even advocate late marriage and no kids, or being dinks or not marrying at all. I just don't get today's youth. If you did, you'd be young yourself, Xue Ling teased. What young people think and like isn't something our generation can really understand, let alone you old-timers. Yes, yes, Xue's father said, shaking his head. We don't get it, but we've walked more roads than they've crossed bridges. As the saying goes, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer for it. Today's young people pursue individuality, Xue Ling analyzed. They have a strong sense of self, value independent thinking and personality, and insist on being unique. What's independence? Xue's father laughed. If they want to be so independent, let them try living alone on an island for a few days. Independent thought and personality? Humans are social animals, just like monkeys living in groups. It's easier to live with others. Living alone is hard. What's the name of that guy who was stranded on an island? Xue Kong quickly answered, Robinson Crusoe. Yes, yes, Xue's father said. Even stranded on an island, he needed a Friday for company. If a person goes days without talking, with no one to interact with, they'll soon become dull and stammer when they speak. All these facts show the younger generation that there's no such thing as absolute independence. It's just an excuse for rebellion. As long as you're human, you have to respect human nature and reality. The spirit is built on material needs, and material needs are tied to society. How can the spirit be unique on its own? Pursuing uniqueness is great, but there's no such thing as truly independent thought or personality. It just doesn't exist. Xue Ling and Xue Kong exchanged a look, then clapped and laughed. Dad, you're still as sharp as ever. Uncle, where did all that come from? Haha, it can't be. Ling Ling's kids are all well-behaved. I heard they all have girlfriends, right? Xue's father laughed and pointed at the TV. There was a youth program earlier, and the host kept going on about individuality and independence. It annoyed me, so I changed the channel. Since you brought it up, I just wanted to say my piece. Well said. Xue Kong gave a thumbs up. Uncle, even after all these years of retirement, you're still in touch with society. There's TV, Xue's father replied with a laugh. Xue's mother nudged him aside, scolding softly. All right, enough. If you had such great theories, why didn't you become a philosopher? Don't embarrass yourself. Only your daughter and niece will cheer you on. Xue's father sheepishly backed off. Xue's mother laughed, her face full of gossip. Kong, your story got interrupted. Let's get back to our future son-in-law. Tell us more. Xue Kong smiled, taking her hand. He's my husband's student, surnamed Zeng. Over 10 years ago, he was sent abroad on a secret mission and only returned last year. Later, he was transferred back to the capital and now works in national defense. As soon as he settled in, he came to visit my husband. At first, I didn't think much of it, but since it was mealtime, I invited him to stay. My daughter came downstairs, and as soon as she saw him, she froze. Xiao Zeng stared at her too, even dropped his chopsticks. We asked if they knew each other, but neither would say a word. They must have met abroad before, Xue Ling guessed, blinking. Maybe they even dated. Xue Kong giggled and nodded. You guessed right. It turns out the two of them lived in the same apartment building overseas. As for whether they dated, at first neither would say. Xiao Zeng was about to speak up, but Mai Mei stopped him. That girl is so sly, it's like she was afraid we'd find out. Tsk, tisk, Xue Ling chuckled. Sis, maybe Mai Mei stayed single all these years, refusing to date or marry, because she was waiting for Xiao Zeng. Xue Kong shook her head. That's what I thought at first, but she insisted it wasn't the case. And then? What happened next? Xue's mother pressed. Did they start dating and then decide to get engaged? Xue Kong nodded quickly. Yes, and it all happened very fast. They met again at the end of the year, then both mysteriously disappeared for a while. Right before New Year's Eve, they came back hand in hand and announced they wanted to get engaged and married. At first, I was shocked. I thought they were just scared of family pressure and had found a partner to put on a show. But Xiao Zeng said no, that they truly loved each other. He explained that his work had been so secretive he couldn't reveal his identity, which led to Mai Mei misunderstanding and returning to China alone. That's when I realized they really did have a thing. Psst, Xue Ling was amused by her cousin. Who talks about their own daughter like that? Xue Kong shook her head with a wry smile. I'm just glad I didn't scold her. She's just like her dad. So wooden, never says what she's thinking, and once she's made up her mind, she's stubborn to the end. I asked her, if Xiao Zeng hadn't come back or couldn't return to China, what would she have done if they missed their chance? She just shook her head and said, if he truly loved her, he'd find a way to look for her after coming back and would come to her on his own. And look, he did. I was so mad. Couldn't tell if she was just too carefree or had way too much confidence in her own charm. No, she just had faith in Xiao Zeng, Xue Ling said with feeling. Mai Mei didn't tell us because she was afraid we'd stop her from waiting for him. Maybe she was also hurt by this relationship, so she chose to keep quiet. Waiting 10 years, Xue's father sighed. Our Xue family is full of devoted souls. Back in the day, I waited years for your mom. I waited for you, okay? Xue's mother interrupted, laughing. How did it become you waiting for me? As if you did all the work. Xue's father chuckled. You waited for me, I waited for you. Same difference, right? Xue Ling and Xue Kong both burst out laughing. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in carrying a steaming bowl of dessert. Cousin, you're just in time for some sweet soup. The kitchen just made lily and lotus seed soup, light and delicious. Xue Kong laughed happily. Perfect timing, and such a meaningful dish. Yes, 100 years of harmony, and may you have children soon. Many children. Ha ha ha. That evening, the kids who'd gone out on dates or to play finally trickled home. At dinner, Xue Ling shared the good news with her children. Cheng Huan Chong, still single, looked unmoved and just kept eating. Xue Xin, on the other hand, looked envious and said, their love story must be full of twists and turns, unforgettable, maybe even a love to the end of their days. Exaggerating, Cheng Huanran said with a fond smile. You're missing the point. Their relationship is more about helplessness and great sacrifice. This guy is full of patriotism and had to put the country and people first, sacrificing his own feelings. He deserves respect and admiration, and he's worthy of Mai Mei's love. Xue Xin pouted and said quietly, some people say marrying a man who's too devoted to his career won't bring happiness. If he can so easily sacrifice his feelings, leaving the woman he loves heartbroken for over a decade, maybe he doesn't love her enough. The whole loves his country more than his woman thing isn't exactly a happy story. Nonsense, Xue Yang patted his chest. A real man should have ambitions beyond romance. How can he only care about love? Cheng Huanchong clapped. Second brother, which video game did you learn that from? Get out, Xue Yang laughed. I'm just speaking from the heart, okay? Xue Xin rolled her eyes at him. Does your girlfriend know you think like this? Would she agree? She probably would. Xue Yang grinned. She's not ordinary, she'll understand and support my ideals. Xue Xin asked skeptically, What if she doesn't? Xue Yang was momentarily speechless, then muttered, Anyway, men and women are different. In your hearts, love is everything, as if the world revolves around you and men should too. But a real man should have a broad mind, not just a place for a woman, but also ambitions and goals. A place? Xue Xin pouted. Just a place? I say you men aren't broad-minded, you're just greedy. You want women, you want a career, you want both the world and the beauty. Even the ancients knew you can't have your cake and eat it too. Why can't men learn? Don't just chase the world and end up losing the woman. Think about it. Without someone to share the view, what's the point of all those beautiful mountains and rivers? Wrong, Cheng Huanchong shrugged. Without a good country, where's the beautiful scenery to share? Material things are the bread. Without bread, love is like a rootless weed with no foundation. Without love, you can still live with bread. But without bread, even the best love can't last through hunger. There's a saying, a bit crude but true, love can't fill your stomach. Xue Yang and Cheng Huanchong high-fived, triumphant. We men win! Xue Xin was annoyed, pouting. Who says only men can earn bread? Can't women earn it too? Who says women are worse at building a career? We can have both love and bread. No, Xue Yang shook his head. If you think about it, women are even greedier. You want all a man's love, your own bread, and you expect men to put you first, or else it's not true love or enough care. Exactly, Cheng Huanchong nodded. In the end, women are the greediest. You want men to be utterly devoted, to risk everything for love, or else it's not enough. But you also want the best bread, or else the man isn't good enough. That's not true. Xue Xin, flustered and blushing, looked to her parents for help, only to find them listening with great interest as they ate. Dad, Mom, do you think the boys are right? They can't be, right? Xue Ling widened her eyes, then wiped her mouth. Honey, how come Ahu and the others aren't back yet? Did we save them any food? Cheng Tianyuan picked up a piece of pastry and explained. They're not coming back for dinner. Shan Yu suddenly wanted sauerkraut hot pot, so the whole family went out with her. Oh, Xue Ling chuckled. Sour cravings mean a girl. Spicy cravings mean a boy. Could it be another son this time? Moom, Xue Xin protested. Are you two even listening to us? Don't pretend you can't hear. I need your support. It's 3 against 1, I can't win. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and both laughed quietly. Your views on love and values are very different from ours, so we can't really say who's right or wrong. In my opinion, you're all right, and you're all wrong. Xue Xin pouted. Mom, what does that even mean? It means some of your ideas are right and some aren't, Cheng Huanchong chimed in. Xue Ling nodded. Most people's ideas and beliefs change as they get older, gain more experience, and go through life's ups and downs. The way you think now might be spot on for girls your age, but to your dad and me, it inevitably sounds a bit naive and overly idealistic. What? Xue Xin got flustered. Naive? Idealistic? The others snickered, their laughter a little sharp. Xue Ling laughed too, but there was no mockery in it. The truth is, a person's heart is divided into many parts. Some for your parents, some for family and loved ones, some for school, work, friends, colleagues, and so on. All those lines from TV and novels, I give you my whole heart, there's only you in my heart, all my love is for you, I'll love only you for my whole life. Those are just sweet words, not reality. When you're young and dreaming of love, of course it feels like love is everything. But is that possible in real life? You still have to study, be with your family, see classmates and teachers. Love is just one kind of feeling, not the whole of it. In real life, it's rare that someone can't live without their partner. Falling in love is sweet and breakups are painful, but most people don't marry their first love. Many people get their hearts broken, feel terrible for a while, then find someone else and fall in love again until they finally get married. Even after marriage, if things aren't happy, many people get divorced. So from these two angles, the person you love isn't your only one, and love isn't your everything. Right now, maybe it's your age and your passion that make you so confident, thinking your partner must love and spoil you, that their whole heart is for you, or else it's not true love. If he's busy with other things and not there for you in a crisis, you might feel he doesn't care enough, that you're not his top priority, so he doesn't love you enough. But his world can't only be you. There are so many people in the world. He has to deal with lots of them every day. He can't revolve around you all the time. The earth revolves around the sun, but it also spins on its own, right? He has his own things to handle, his own family and friends to be with, right? There are many kinds of feelings, and love is just one. In the realm of love, you might be number one, maybe even the only one, the whole world. But you have to allow him to have other realms, don't you? The human heart is complicated. Yours holds your parents, brothers, grandmas, and so on. His can't only have you, right? You have to study, play chess, have fun. He has to work, socialize, travel for business, and still make time to care for you and make you happy. How much do you do for him? What can you do for him? Why demand that he always put you first? Zhao Xin's cheeks flushed, but she still tried to argue. Mom, why are you making this about me? What's it got to do with me? I'm not as unreasonable as you say. Sheling smiled and shrugged. Good. At your age, it's normal to think this way. No one blames you, but the people who love you might get tired. We're just reminding you. Love is wonderful, but it can't fill your stomach. Zhao Xin glanced at Cheng Tianyuan and muttered, Didn't you say when you married Dad he was penniless? The family didn't even have a decent house and was in debt? That's right, Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Back then, we only had 2 mud brick rooms, not even an old bike, and a pile of debt we couldn't pay off. Old debts weren't paid. New ones kept coming. We really had nothing. Zhao Xin mumbled, Mom, so back then, did you believe love can fill your belly? No, Sheling shook her head. Cheng Tianyuan shot his daughter a look and explained, Your mom brought 2,000 yuan from your grandpa and a pile of dowry when she married me. On the 3rd day after the wedding, she went with me to the city to find work. No matter how much we loved each other, we still had to earn money, or we couldn't eat, let alone talk about love. The debts had to be paid, and our parents needed support. Zhao Xin lowered her head. I misunderstood. Shuiling wiped her mouth and stood up. All right, as long as you know. And you boys, don't think you're always right. Girls aren't that easy to please. Work hard, earn money, give her a strong, steady shoulder and a warm home. That's the best way to love a girl. Got it. Mom got it. I don't have these worries yet. That night, Zhu Achun brought Zheng Duoduo over to wish everyone a happy new year. Zheng Duoduo gave each elder a big red envelope and secretly slipped one to Xiao Xin and Huan Chong as well. Don't say anything. You're both adults now, so you're not supposed to get one, but you're the youngest and not financially independent yet, so here's a little something on the sly. Xiao Xin and Huan Chong were overjoyed, bouncing and laughing as they hugged him. Shh, Zheng Duoduo grinned. You 2 little rascals, quiet down. Spare me. If your big brothers see, they'll hunt down my wallet. Thank you, Duodoge. Xiao Xin tiptoed and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Zheng Duoduo laughed, teasing, Don't let T2 find out or he'll glare me to death. Xiao Xin blushed and ran off. Huan Chong gave him a punch, then slung an arm around him. Come on, let's go play games. Zheng Duoduo turned and called out, Auntie, I'm off to play with the 3rd. Call me if you need me before you leave. Zhu Achun waved her hand. Go on, have fun. Then she pulled Shuiling aside to chat. Duoduo, after listening to your advice, spent New Year's Eve with his mother for the reunion dinner. The whole Datong family was there, plus Yao Yi's family and him. At first he wanted me to go with him, but I really didn't want to. too awkward to face her. I told him we couldn't let Titu eat the reunion dinner alone, and only then did he agree to go by himself. Sheling smiled in relief and said softly, "He didn't listen to me. He listened to you. As long as he went, that's what matters." Juachun smiled gently. He fulfilled his mother's wish, and Datong won't be upset with him. Xueling asked with concern, "How's Datong doing?" "He's doing well," Juachun explained. "When he got to the capital, he brought his wife and daughter to visit me and brought lots of local specialties. His job is going well, his wife's work is stable, and their daughter is a lovely young girl now." Sheling nodded, reassured. "That's good. Uncle Zheng would be happy to know that." Juachun smiled. "Everything's good except for Duoduo's marriage. With your help and support, he's done well in his career. This year, he really needs to find someone." "Oh," Xueling teased. "Achunje, you even know the term find someone? Tuodan?" "I do," Juachun laughed. "Both my sons are still single. How could I not know?" Sheling laughed heartily. Juachun glanced around, then lowered her voice. "Madam, where's Yaoxin? She just greeted me and then slipped away." "Did she have a little spat with Titu?" Xueling chuckled. "She seemed a bit down these days. Earlier she was talking about love at the table and got teased by her third brother." "Probably," Juachun said quietly. "Titu's been frowning a lot, clearly in a bad mood. I asked him what was wrong the other day and he said nothing, just busy. Yesterday I asked him to deliver some rice cakes I made and he made excuses, looking all shifty. Duoduo gets along with him and asked what was up. He said Xiaoxin wouldn't talk to him and wouldn't let him come to the garden." Sheling couldn't help but laugh. "She said that and he just listened? How silly." Juachun was also amused. "Duoduo said the same. Taitu said he didn't want to upset Xiaoxin, so he'd wait a few days for her to cool off, then try to cheer her up. Also, the lobster he ordered won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. He wants to make lobster fried rice for her." Xueling shook her head, smiling. "Let them handle it themselves." "Should we really not interfere?" Juachun, always gentle and kind, was still worried about her youngest. "Taitu seems to have it tough. Madam, what do you think happened between them? Do you know?" "I don't know," Xueling shook her head. "Even if we do know, with young people's relationships, we have to pretend we don't. If we get involved, it'll only make things worse." Juachun was still uneasy. "Really? What if Titu did something wrong? Who knows how he upset Xiaoxin?" "Don't worry," Xueling said quietly. "I think it's nothing serious. It's probably not Titu's fault. Xiaoxin is just a bit spoiled. She's the youngest and the only girl, so everyone dotes on her. In that environment, it's natural she's a little pampered. Don't spoil her too much or she'll get out of hand." No, Juachun laughed. "You're exaggerating. I raised Xiaoxin myself. She's a sweet, well-behaved girl. All girls are a little spoiled these days. Xiaoxin is already very good. Taitu isn't good with words, but his heart is warm toward her." "We all know that," Xueling said softly. "I guess Titu's just been too busy lately and neglected Xiaoxin. She's very sensitive and probably feels he cares more about work. That's just my guess. I haven't asked. She already got a talking to from me and was teased by her brothers. I think she'll be fine." "Xiaoxin's not wrong," Juachun said with a wry smile. "I also think Titu is too focused on work. Once he gets started, he forgets everything else. I've told him, money can't all be earned, just enough is fine. Life should be about people." "He's young, so of course he's focused on his career," Sheling shrugged. "If he gets married, he should spend more time with his wife and kids, that's normal. But he's not married yet. No need to revolve around Xiaoxin every day. Taitu's always been money-minded, never letting a penny slip by. The more I get to know him, the more I see how many ideas he has for making money. It's in every part of his life. He's steady, has a good financial base, really not bad." Juachun smiled, comforted. "Madam, don't praise him too much. He must have done something wrong to upset Xiaoxin. I'll have him apologize to her." "No, don't." Sheling shook her head. "Let the young people handle their own relationships. Us elders getting involved won't help. Taitu's never dated before, Ju Achun explained, embarrassed. He's not the most considerate guy. Probably made some mistakes. I just worry Xiao Xin is hiding away, feeling sad. Don't worry, Xueling smiled. With so many people at home, plus Ahu's whole family and little Huzi, the garden is always lively. People only get sad when they're alone. With so much going on, her attention will shift quickly. Girls her age can't sit still. Their moods change fast. She'll be cheerful again soon. That's good. Then I'm relieved. Ju Achun let out a breath. As long as she's okay. If Xiao Xin was fine, she could go home and reassure her son. Before coming to the garden, Titu had pulled Duo aside and whispered a long time, probably about this too. No one knows a child better than their mother. Sure enough, after Xiao Xin slipped into her room, she eagerly opened the red envelope Duo had given her. Inside, besides a small stack of crisp bills, was a little card. She thought it was a New Year's card and picked it up. Suddenly, a few lines of bold, familiar handwriting caught her eye. It was someone's writing she knew all too well. Wow! You dare challenge me? I'll beat you up, no mercy. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're my brother. You're ruthless. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Cheng Huancheng sneered, showing off his skills, then burst out laughing in triumph. Duo Ge, you're clearly not a sick cat. You're a dead cat now. Zheng Duo, both annoyed and amused, tossed aside the black controller and lunged at him. Cheng Huancheng was mercilessly tickled, shrieking and laughing, kicking and running, barely escaping Duo's claws. After playing, Zheng Duo wiped the sweat from his forehead. What time is it? It must be past 10, right? Cheng Huancheng grabbed his phone and glanced at it. Almost 10:30. Duo Ge, stay over tonight. Zheng Duo shook his head. No, I have to take Auntie home. Besides, I have a very important mission tonight, apart from coming to wish everyone a Happy New Year. What mission? Cheng Huancheng raised his eyebrows, curious. Zheng Duo grinned mysteriously and lowered his voice. Why do kids care so much? Go study, go do your homework. Shh, Cheng Huancheng retorted. I already finished all 20 sets of winter break test papers and 8 workbooks. My mom promised I can play as much as I want until the 5th day of the new year. Zheng Duo teased. How thick are those 8 workbooks? Not just 10 pages each, right? That's an insult, Cheng Huancheng laughed. Each one is super thick. There, and there, piled up. Altogether, they're as thick as a dictionary. I started on the 2nd day of break and only finished on New Year's Eve. 10+ hours a day, except for eating and sleeping. I was doing problems. That's how I spent my 10-day break. Zheng Duo shivered at the sight of the thick workbooks. Scary. Really scary. The amount of practice in senior year could drown a person. Cheng Huancheng puffed out his chest. I'm the only one in my class who finished everything. The others aren't even halfway. Xiao Xin has the same workload as me, but she's not even a third done. No idea what's up with her. She's been totally out of it lately, like her soul's gone. People in love are always distracted, Zheng Duo explained seriously. That's a metaphysical problem you wouldn't understand. Cheng Huancheng rolled his eyes. Go away, I don't want to understand, I'm doing great. No interest in all that love stuff. Zheng Duo stretched lazily, amused. You've never been in love, so of course it sounds easy. Wait till you fall in love and get your heart broken. Let's see if you still talk like that. We'll see. Cheng Huancheng shrugged. You're older, so you'll definitely get tangled up before me. Zheng Duo paused, suddenly thinking of his own heartbreak. Maybe he'd been too strict as a big boss before. Lately he'd been secretly trying to be nice to Xiao Tong, but every time she just looked at him with disbelief, as if he'd gone crazy. Maybe he was just getting old. He hadn't even started and already felt tired. Sigh. What is love? That it tires both body and soul. Cheng Huancheng burst out laughing. Duo Ge, what's up with you? Don't tell me you're in love too. Zheng Duo glared at him laughing. Shut up. Go next door and check on Xiao Xin, see what she's doing. If she's in her room, tell her to open my red envelope and see how much is inside. Why? Why does she have to check right now? Oh, I haven't checked mine either. Zheng Duoduo nudged his long legs. Go, you rascal, move it! Cheng Huanchong dashed off, then came back after a while holding a plate of fruit. She's not there. The room's dark. Dodoge, the heater's a bit stuffy. Have some fruit. Zheng Duoduo's eyes lit up. She's not in the living room? Nope. Cheng Huanchong munched on grapes. When I went for fruit, Dad said she and Big Brother went out. Earlier, Big Brother was going to a gathering, and she said she wanted to go too, so he drove her. Oh? Zheng Duoduo's eyes flashed. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent T2 a WeChat message.